Ryudo McLean died in a traffic accident in Japan without any warning, abruptly ending his usual life. His consciousness returned to another place. It was reborn in another world, waking up next to unfamiliar scenery and people. Ryudo learned that his class was peasant, and this forced him to work, although he disappointedly hoped for something else. Accepting reality, Ryudo decided that calmly enjoying life in the village was better than chasing greatness. Cordelia and Moses found Ryudo alone and reminded him about their shared meal plan. Ryudo noticed Cordelia had incredible talent and therefore became a famous prodigy, unlike ordinary people. Explaining himself, Ryudo accidentally touched Cordelia, causing her to flinch, and an awkward misunderstanding immediately flared between them. During the conversation, Moses discussed important magical research, and Ryudo carefully considered how to manage unusual physical reactions. Cordelia and Moses had abilities similar to cheat codes, so they began to be recognized as powerful figures capable of changing wars. Ryudo felt ashamed when comparing himself to them, knowing that such status is attained only by the exceptional. Ryudo carried toy-assembled monsters in his hands, and when he and Cordelia and Moses were making their way through wild thickets, it shocked them completely. During the joint preparation for dinner, the conversation went down awkward paths, so Ryudo was left trying and barely keeping up with scholarly reflections on the go. Conditions: near the campfire, Cordelia teased Ryudo for excessive caution, and he honestly defended his limitations. Suddenly, a mad monster burst out of the darkness. It rushed forward with incredible speed, cruel and merciless. Cordelia reacted instantly and easily cut the beast, while Ryudo only watched her impressive strength. Cordelia took Ryudo aside, opened up personal feelings, and showed what few dare to reveal to others. She spoke about future ambitions honestly, trusting Ryudo enough to share dreams and vulnerability. Gathering courage, Cordelia confessed her affection for Ryudo, and she was visibly moved when he looked confused. Ryudo hesitated with his answer, momentarily confused, as he tried to handle the awkward practical situation. Cordelia puffed her cheeks, embarrassed and irritated, demanding that Ryudo finally understand her. Cordelia carefully instructed Ryudo and ordered, "Call her every time monsters appear on the road." Ryudo quietly accepted the agreement and continued to perform support duties, staying behind Cordelia and watching her closely. Finally, Moses took on washing the dishes, explained village matters, and it turned out better for Ryudo than work for scientists. After that, they sat together and Moaz sincerely apologized, and Ryudo wondered if they were friends. Having realized those words, Ryudo was overwhelmed by a wave of emotions. His body trembled as memories surfaced one after another. Then Moses laughed at what Ryudo called his friendship and asked, "How can some peasant compare to a sage?" As soon as the medicine hit Ryudo, his body was pierced by painful memories. He turned pale, was confused, and became extremely emotionally vulnerable. Moses admitted that he was reborn and revealed the common origins between himself, Cordelia, and Ryudo. Declaring himself exceptional, Moses spoke confidently and believed that Ryudo would never be able to fully comprehend everything. He stood still and was wildly fascinated by Cordelia, imagining her angelic future and impatiently counting the years ahead. Rooted to the spot but unshakable, Ryudo declared that he was worthy to stand beside Cordelia, firmly rejecting Moses's doubts. Finally, Moses cruelly mocked Ryudo's ambitions, humiliatingly called him a nobody, and kicking him away, threw him out. Cordelia immediately sensed something was wrong. She turned back to the commotion as soon as she saw the sudden movement. Ryudo helplessly plunged into the water, and Cordelia rushed forward with all her might to help. Seeing Cordelia chasing after him, Ryudo weakly smiled with relief. Even despite the looming danger, she still cared about him. Falling helplessly, Ryudo managed to mentally apologize, and Cordelia, overwhelmed by despair, reached out to him. She could not save him. Darkness covered Ryudo's consciousness, and then memories of carefree moments he spent with Cordelia surfaced. He recalled the adventures they lived together, from hunting and explorations to laughter bursting through many simple moments. Ryudo remembered leading Cordelia forward. Their hands were joined as if a lantern swing was spinning in the light. Replaying everything over and over in his mind, Ryudo was overwhelmed with admiration for Cordelia's strength while painfully feeling his own helplessness. Remembering Cordelia's tears, Ryudo decided to become stronger, rejected helplessness despite overwhelming circumstances and despair. There before Ryudo appeared a dragon. He felt its connection to Cordelia and carefully, attentively examined it. The dragon told legends about how throughout history people, upon meeting dragons, gained extraordinary power. Needing strength, Ryudo begged to be taken with the dragon, hoping that transformation would change his fate. Too late, the dragon immediately refused, explaining that strict requirements do not allow young orphans to join. The dragon made Ryudo understand that he was already dying, and the desperate request sounded like something utterly impossible. Perhaps, feeling his time passing, Ryudo looked death straight in the face, while Cordelia had not the slightest idea what was happening. Ryudo accepted the harsh conditions and forced a promise from the dragon, also gaining access to forbidden knowledge. Dragon Clan Ryudo read thoughts without any effort and suddenly shuddered, because hidden information appeared unexpectedly. Recognizing familiar memories, the dragon understood. This meeting was strangely connected with another encounter. The dragon kept his promise, changed the course of fate, and Ryudo's original life finally ended. Ryudo woke up in a strange white space, confused, but alive, although he had just died. He realized that his plan worked, the divination was successful, and now he had escaped inevitable death. The goddess explained his resurrection skill, revealing that Ryudo returned from the dead only under certain conditions. Seeking advantages, Ryudo asked for another resurrection skill, but the goddess immediately and firmly refused. The goddess showed all available options and ordered Ryudo to carefully choose 2 additional abilities. Confirming that his status as a peasant had not changed at all, Ryudo celebrated another successfully played bet on reincarnation. He chose persistence and farm cultivation, believing that these 2 skills would support future growth. Thinking about Cordelia's happiness, Ryudo wanted to protect her smiles and flowers. Accepting his choice, he set out on the road, and the goddess granted him both skills and safely guided him further. Reborn into a poor family, Ryudo trained tirelessly and prepared, overcoming scarcity for the sake of strength despite humble origins. Ryudo woke up already after rebirth in the body of an infant, while the peasant was celebrating his 2nd birthday. The celebration flew joyfully. Guests came one after another, brought greetings, served food, and baby Ryudo watched everything attentively. Ryudo noticed young Cordelia, her birthday was very close. At the same time, another child burst into piercing tears. The Vishniaks generously exchanged gifts and food. Ryudo's family gathered together, and some woman stayed nearby and carefully watched how. The woman quietly approached and gently held Ryudo. Another woman noticed them and couldn't hold back a surprised exclamation as if to say, "What is happening here?" Ryudo silently observed as the woman offered herself as another caregiver. His reaction was complete indifference. She looked confused by his refusal. Ryudo remained relaxed next to his mother, bringing the 2 of them even closer. Bond, his mother explained. Ryudo usually cries when held differently than he is used to. Curious peasants watched, waiting for another familiar reaction. Ryudo bypassed the anxiety and did not move from his place calmly, even when another woman hugged him tightly. The mother panicked. She decided it was an illness and demanded explanations immediately. Having made sure something was wrong with him, the mother snatched Ryudo and rushed away, leaving everyone behind unexpectedly. Night fell quietly until the worried mother relaxed inside. Son is healthy. While he quietly rested, Ryudo recalled familiar memories and prepared himself for future growth. Ryudo repeatedly cast a simple wind spell from his bed, carefully testing the limits, although the results were weak. Exhaustion overwhelmed him as soon as the magical energy was depleted, yet determination drove him to seek even greater power. Remembering his previous life, Ryudo sought wisdom, a skill that unlocked knowledge to enhance the peasant class. Heavy athletic mass. Relying on wisdom, Ryudo reviewed numerous books in his mind until he came across research explaining magical growth. Growth records showed infants gained magical power the fastest. Once researchers studied gifted babies using harsh, extreme methods. Ryudo realized the new skill of perseverance reduces suffering. It had been different before. Now he endured even the toughest training. Confidently holding onto his advantage, Ryudo continued to push and break the boundaries of magic. His power grew faster than he expected. Although he remained a peasant, Ryudo refused to retire. He decided to surpass everyone, relentlessly moving forward. 2 years passed and the age of 4 arrived. Ryudo visited the village priest and finally checked his status. The status plate showed a striking increase. Ryudo confirmed, training revealed his abilities far beyond all expectations. Root regularly wandered mountain paths alone, gathered herbs and vegetables, simultaneously hardening himself. Instead of gathering everything himself, Ryudo bought useful materials from merchants. This way, he saved energy and valuable time. From time to time, Cordelia insisted that Ryudo walk only with her. Angry at his indifference, she demanded attention at any cost. Ryudo tried to buy off with apologies to Cordelia and went away himself. He was convinced that independence was necessary for him. He entered the forest together with Ryudo, first carefully reviewed the plans, then activated his skills, weighing both money and where exactly he would get to. Thanks to strength and abilities, Ryudo found work outside the village. His unusual power helped earn money. Ryudo traveled far in search of a better life, mastered restorative magic, and valued practical skills that increased survival chances. Merchants welcomed his healing services warmly. Ryudo quickly healed injuries, gained experience, earned a reputation and income. Ryudo balances work and training, constantly resorts to magic, energy is depleted, but with stable earnings, savings steadily grow. Savings were confirmed by months of work. Ryudo accumulated significant money and secured resources for the future. Returning home, Ryudo ran into Cordelia, who was waiting and angry. She crossed her arms, demanding explanations. Cordelia admitted she had been waiting since early morning. Ryudo realized his prolonged absence caused considerable irritation. Trying to reconcile, Ryudo offered food as a souvenir. Cordelia gladly agreed. Her complaints vanished as if they never existed. Cordelia finally caught up with Ryudo and firmly grabbed his hand. She felt if she let go, he would leave her alone forever. Another year passed. Ryudo accompanied Cordelia through the fields, yet he still longed for silence and peaceful moments where there was no need to explain or wait. Traveling merchants arrived and brought foreign goods with them. Their arrival stirred the villagers and local life briefly came alive. Ryudo learned that poor harvests crippled many families. The peasants painfully struggled for survival at the cost of sacrifices. Despite all difficulties, Ryudo and Cordelia enjoyed light conversations with each other. Their friendship grew stronger every day. Cordelia answered every question again and again with love. Ryudo teased her with jokes, and with every second she became more and more embarrassed. Completely confused by his intentions, Cordelia lit up. She decided that Ryudo sincerely confessed romantic feelings. Ryudo awkwardly clarified his position. He saw Cordelia as a childhood friend and younger sister. Although Ryudo rejected romance, he truly valued Cordelia. He considered her precious and important. The pair wandered together through the noisy market. Cordelia eagerly looked at everything around, while Ryudo calmly observed. Finally, Cordelia suddenly stopped Ryudo and extended a small pouch, nervously prepared something special for him. Recalling her birthday, Cordelia admitted that she had carefully saved pocket money. Ryudo was truly surprised. The realization came. Cordelia happily handed over her gift. While Ryudo understood that her birthday was very soon, he was pondering what the response should be. Ryudo chose a floral pattern and immediately extended it. Cordelia listened attentively, waiting for his explanation. Carefully placing the ornament, Ryudo greeted Cordelia, and she silently stared at him, moved by his gesture. Cordelia suddenly broke the silence and briskly called out the name Ryudo. She was overwhelmed with emotions and stubbornly looked straight at him. Without any warning, Cordelia kissed. Ryudo froze from the completely unexpected action, not uttering a single word. Ryudo panicked and demanded explanations, while Cordelia innocently compared it all to manifestations of tenderness between parents. Cordelia joyfully admired her floral decoration. Ryudo confirmed that it suited her, and the unpleasant embarrassment that still faintly lingered subsided. Remembering that long-forgotten kindness of hers, Ryudo took out a snack. The two sat side by side, quietly sharing the treats. Ryudo made his way through the mountains. He was accompanied by rustling from all sides until he reached the secluded destination. Having gathered everything needed, Ryudo went out to the lonely little house and was going to meet the mysterious stranger from the village. Checking his status, Ryudo confirmed steady growth, yet despite progress he stubbornly felt knowledge was lacking. The stranger finally appeared inside the hut. Ryudo immediately realized this person could become his teacher. Ryudo demanded hints, but the ragged swordsman cut off, raised obstacles, and did not yield. Despite Ryudo's refusal, he did not give up persistently, but with due respect, he repeatedly offered valuables until Bernard finally recognized his determination. Bernard's past surfaced. Once he was respected, built a family, but tragedy mercilessly reshaped everything around him. A threatening monster attacker appeared and left devastation behind while Bernard endured unbearable losses and suffering. Cut down to the bear, Bernard disappeared, then resurfaced decades later, bearing scars and a burden he dared not speak of. Bernard recounted how he joined the victorious Knight Order and fully devoted himself to hunting orcs, gaining fame. Ryudo silently listened as Bernard refused to teach anyone. He was sucked into memories and consequences. Ryudo revealed a rare elixir capable of saving Bernard, and the swordsman was struck as if by lightning. He froze in amazement. When asked about the fee, Ryudo explained, "Healing brings earned wealth," then offered access to check his status. Bernard scrutinized Ryudo's incredible numbers, doubting their humanity, while Ryudo casually in simple numbers. Bernard asked why gifted Ryudo sought advice, immediately emphasizing, "Prestigious academies provide much better magical science." Ryudo explained that his class limitation as a peasant with restricted growth crosses out the path to advanced magic even when abilities are truly outstanding. Under pressure of circumstances, Ryudo confessed that he needed greater power but did not reveal details. Instead, Bernard became increasingly concerned about possible consequences. Bernard cut off the conversation and went into another room, leaving Ryudo to wait in silence and wonder what he was planning. Next to the elixir lay several valuable items. This hint could not be ignored. Bernard was clearly considering the possibility of sacrificing something truly important. Bernard recalled precious family memories, chose relics, and then finally handed them over to Ryudo. The elixir fully restored Bernard. He looked like before again, and this became proof of Ryudo's sincerity. 6 years passed. 12-year-old Ryudo recalled events from the future and managed to prepare while goblins were approaching the village. Replaying that story in his mind, Ryudo predicted that the dragon would destroy the invading goblins, but after that chose a completely different approach. Instead, Ryudo carefully reviewed unfinished business, identified the top priority, and immediately tackled all the lingering problems. Ryudo opened his eyes as his mother gently demanded, "Another morning kiss." She still ignored his objections. The mother excitedly decided that these were romantic feelings, and Ryudo tried to explain but could not. Embarrassed, he insisted that the morning kisses stop, hoping that with age she would finally change her behavior. When Ryudo was already 12, his mother paused for a moment and he stubbornly awaited her reasonable consent from. Instead of this, she immediately again began to demand affection, again forcibly pushing Ryudo into another futile attempt to resist. Again, Ryudo slipped away from another excessive demonstration of feelings, and his mother remained just as emotional. Ignoring distractions, Ryudo clung to thoughts of future threats. He planned to retreat even before the goblins arrived, and events were already unfolding. Bernard's lessons resurfaced in memory again, so Ryudo recalled them and asked about the steel body, a power that goes beyond the capabilities of an ordinary peasant. Bernard explained how to develop skills, carefully weighing advantages, and at the same time clearly made it understood. For the steel body, complex qualifications are needed first. At first, unexpectedly demonstrating knowledge, Ryudo revealed forbidden techniques. Bernard was shocked, and this proved his unusual experience. Bernard unfolded before the demons, a forbidden technique that cuts through demonic paths but forces users to pay terrible sacrifices. When the researchers began to interrogate him about his knowledge, Ryudo recalled his previous experience, and Bernard without delay laid out the risks and methods in the smallest details. Although the power carried deadly danger, Ryudo was not going to retreat, and it was his stubborn determination that made Bernard believe. Bernard looked closely at Ryudo and concluded, his incredible potential is capable of opening the demon gate much further than everyone expected. Fully sensing this determination within himself, Bernard declared, he will become stronger and cross the boundary of the ordinary. Ryudo confirmed his determination by accepting harsh methods. Gaining strength remained his main priority right now. After exhausting preparation, Ryudo reviewed his progress, satisfied, but at the same time knew only 1 week remained until the end. So far, Cordelia received news about joining the Knight Order. The responsibility awaited was far beyond noble expectations. Officials praised future opportunities, calling valuable combat experience a clear path to knighthood. And despite encouragement, Cordelia feared real war. She understood well that dangers on the battlefield in no way resembled ceremonial training exercises. Cordelia squeezed out confidence before leaving, hiding fear behind determination and taking responsibility on her own shoulders. Her father inquired about worries, repeating that a hero should not fear either trials or dangerous missions. Officials reminded everyone that the prophecy chose Cordelia, so great hopes for the future were placed on her. Cordelia barely smiled, secretly hoping the oracle would choose someone else, although she herself denied fear. Unable to reveal her feelings any longer, Cordelia apologized and quietly went to her room. Cordelia suddenly releases a super powerful force and at the same time fiercely tries to understand what she herself is capable of. As soon as she realizes the attack was directed against her father, fear tears her chest, and in despair she begins to desperately stop the magic. Lightning strikes him without hesitation, and the whole house freezes in shock while Cordelia frantically blames herself. She is surrounded by terrifying visions. Cordelia seems frozen. She is stuck in place and trying to pull herself together who she is and why, while the confusion only grows. Fleeing the estate, Cordelia sought answers because a power was overwhelming her, and she could not understand what was happening. Stunned by confusion and her own guilt, Cordelia, like a whirlwind, rushed with all her might, begged for help, and at the same time struggled helplessly. Somewhere else, townspeople were preparing for the holidays, decorating the streets and gathering merchants in anticipation of the flower festival. Cordelia again remembered the cancelled festival and quietly sank into sad thoughts about lost memories and events that never found explanation, those connected with flowers. For hours she sat alone, lost in thought, until someone called her by name and her anxious concentration was broken. Ryudo saw Cordelia crying, so he invited her outside, hoping that her burden would become at least a little lighter from simple company. Walking beside Ryudo, Cordelia accepted the gift and felt, now his presence was not at all like in childhood memories. Cordelia felt how their shared path was reshaped. If the future choices are understood, it could separate them. Cordelia asked about the fight and monsters, wondering if fear can contradict what heroic responsibility expects. Ryudo challenged these expectations and insisted she must choose her own path, not sacrifice herself because of coercion. Ryudo, acting on impulse, suggested running away together and unexpectedly shocked Cordelia with the possibility beyond duty. Cordelia seriously considered Ryudo's proposal. She imagined escaping together with him but still doubted whether such freedom would survive. Ryudo led Cordelia further, and as soon as flowers bloomed ahead, her surprise momentarily displaced the anxieties that still lingered inside. Seeing the sakura with her own eyes, Cordelia froze, joyfully enchanted by its beauty, which was absent in any previous mentions. Memories. When Cordelia asked where it was located, Ryudo explained that he had done everything himself. Ryudo demonstrated the cultivation skills thanks to which this garden grew, dedicating his efforts solely to the fact that Cordelia liked flowers. Ryudo showed that the flower garden existed not for anyone else, only for Cordelia, and care was expressed not in words but in actions. Hearing his explanation, Cordelia froze completely. Emotions she had never felt before overwhelmed her. Confused by her reaction, Cordelia gazed into unfamiliar feelings, while Ryudo quietly understood their meaning himself. Ryudo himself explained that everyone has their own strengths. He spoke about his development abilities and gently nudged Cordelia toward a heroic role. Cordelia decides that her strength should protect dear people, and then sincerely thanks Ryudo. Eventually, Ryudo rejoiced and accepted Cordelia's gratitude, pleased that his efforts finally restored her confidence. Speaking about the garden, Ryudo admitted that he was troubled by the approaching catastrophe and told about strange signs that are breaking nature. Cordelia promised protection under any circumstances, and Ryudo's suspicions about the disturbed earth spirits only intensified the looming threat. In the flowers, amid the blooming, Ryudo saw the wounded Cordelia and regretted his former helplessness, so his determination grew even stronger. Together, 2 days passed. Goblins advanced toward the village, signaling the start of the anticipated crisis. When goblins approached him, Ryudo decided to defend his homeland and, risking everything, did not abandon the village. Cordelia completely rejected fleeing. She accepted her fate as a heroine and prepared to face fate directly. Ryudo dashed through the streets. Armed goblins chased relentlessly, closing the distance. Cordelia jumped into battle and with sweeping strikes hit several goblins, breaking their pursuit. Cordelia anxiously looked back at Ryudo. She sighed with relief but still worried as he regained consciousness and gathered himself. Calmed by his condition, Cordelia still fought fiercely with the goblins while Ryudo declared he would take everything upon himself. Anything, Ryudo confessed. He altered events because he believed the future story depended on different outcomes. During the fight, Ryudo noticed Cordelia's hidden scar beginning to worsen and realized dangerous black magic threatened her condition. Recalling her quirky clothing habits, Ryudo decided the scar remained under control and posed no danger. Fighting alongside Cordelia, Ryudo felt his strength growing, yet he doubted, cutting off heroic ambitions. Cordelia challenged his thinking. Strength appears for critical moments and at the same time sharply cut down doubt in his chosen path. Ryudo responded confidently, revealed fierce passion, and accepted the identity that shapes his actions and decisions. Ryudo activated several skills at once, and the goblins choked in his barrage while Cordelia watched the fierce attack. Ryudo delivered a powerful blow. The goblin completely scattered, and he immediately realized his enhanced abilities work. Surrounded by enemies, he unleashed relentless attacks, quickly sweeping away piles of goblins one by one. Suddenly, blood spurted from Ryuso's clenched fist, and the rest of the goblins froze, stunned by his brutal spectacle. Despite the victory, Ryudo felt unbearable pain in his wounds. He already knew the young body has its limits. Rutoga recalled Cordelia's tragic fate. Then he refused to repeat, and the villagers begged him to retreat and placed battle duties on him. Surrounded by goblins, Ryudo declared that he was the strongest villager and demonstrated unwavering determination. Involved, the locals notice strange disturbances near Ryudo's house, and they find it hard to understand what is happening beyond what is visible. His mother suddenly rushed forward with tools in her hands and firmly decided to help Ryudo despite the dangers already approaching. Ryudo himself faced the consequences of his own actions, doubting the hidden motives of decisions that distorted what was expected from the events. The goblins attacked relentlessly, destroying buildings until Ryudo discovered that their weapons broke within moments as soon as they encountered stronger resistance. Instead of ordinary weapons, Ryudo took up agricultural tools and quickly cut through the enemies, truly appreciating the equipment that was best suited for battle. He rushed across the battlefield, swinging strikes and hitting several goblins, but the archers still could not stop his advance. Activating the cultivation skill, Ryudo pulled giant roots, trapping the enemies and disrupting their formation. Reaching the heavily armed goblin commander, Ryudo charged straight at him and faced him face to face, suspecting that he was the one who led the invasion. Ryudo carefully examined the commander, feeling formidable speed and strength. The commander counterattacked fiercely, breaking through with strikes on Ryudo and forcing him to retreat. Ryudo immediately responded with a blow so tasty and heavy that it staggered the commander, and Cordelia and the spectators were shaken with shock. The devastating strike passed through the commander's armor, shattering it so that his gigantic body was powerfully injured and exposed. Black liquid spilled from the commander, and then something unnatural appeared. The surviving goblins twitched fearfully in alarm. Ryudo examined the abandoned creature, explaining its appearance, and compared it with the oracle's warning about future dangers. Roki Bernard was silent, and Ryudo confidently suggested accepting these thoughts and named the fastest explanation. Ryudo promises to visit Dragon's Den as soon as he asks for help with matters that are still unresolved. Bernard accepted his offer, so trust managed to take root, like Ryudo protected cooperation that held the plans. When the discussion subsided, Cordelia noticed movement and turned to Ryudo, asking where he was going. Ryudo explained his departure. He seeks greater strength through dragon training and vows to return someday. Cordelia burst into tears. She was overwhelmed by his burdens, and she could not accept years of separation. Emotionally, Cordelia tightly embraced Ryudo and finally poured out feelings she could no longer hold back. Ryudo gently calmed her and sincerely promised that he would definitely return and meet again. Riding the dragon, Ryudo said goodbye, leaving Cordelia behind and set off on the next journey. Cordelia caught up with him, cried, and accused Ryudo of selfish decisions. She could not come to terms with his sudden departure. Still shouted promises of bitterness, and Cordelia looked down at the village and her emotions completely overwhelmed her. Next to Master Ryudo, he swore to bear Cordelia's burdens, become stronger, and definitely return someday. That day, the dragon crossed distant mountains under a dim sky, carrying Ryudo to training, while fate waited far ahead calmly, carefully. Ryudo entered the vast library of the Dragon King and learned that dragons live in hidden lands. The veiled girl did not try to be cunning. She directly stated that she preferred another visitor, and Ryudo was left confused. Bernard the dragon continued the journey with Ryudo, relentlessly demanding proper respect for the Dragon King. Eager to please the audience, Ryudo argued with the girl, but Bernard explained the sacred rules governing the selection. The girl introduced herself as Lilith. She awkwardly bowed, hurriedly apologized, and confessed that her youth was spent among dragons. Lilith explained that ranks are visible on bracelets, and Ryudo, examining them, realized he still owed payment there. Ryudo eagerly prepared for an audience with the Dragon King, while Bernard announced the permission granted by him. Bernhard suddenly reacted to Ryudo's status. He froze, stunned by numbers far beyond human limits. Ryudo mastered mental magic, overshadowing Bernard, who was supposed to read, and involuntarily shielded him from an overly meticulous, unusual scrutiny. Company making their way together through tall shelves, Ryudo warmly thanked Lilith, and Bernard led their journey further. The Dragon King recognized Ryudo's reincarnated essence, so he allowed him a show of respect, and Bernard remained respectfully kneeling. Discussing reincarnated people, the Dragon King suddenly praised Ryudo's clothing. Nothing, Ryudo explained that his clothing was obtained by chance, and Bernard compared it to a wandering soul. Offering hospitality, Ryudo apologized for the harsh words, and their strange conversation continued, shifting from one glance to another. Experienced by circumstances, the Dragon Lord allowed access to the library, trusting Ryudo, despite Bernard still being anxious. The Dragon King proposed officially accepting Ryudo. Bernard was impressed by the unprecedented decision. Bernard explained this acceptance turned out to be not just hospitality, and Ryudo could not understand the meaning. Bernard panicked under pressure, but the Dragon King calmly demonstrated unquestionable power. It was impossible to challenge or question it. Further explaining, the Dragon King noted that Ryudo's status exceeded his own magical power measurement indicators. Ryudo asked about the reason, and the Dragon King answered without unnecessary words, "Power itself deserves respect." Calmly, the Dragon King revealed the truth. Ryudo had lived before, confirming that this world became his second chance. He explained special treatment existed because Ryudo's uneven existence sharply differed from ordinary reincarnated persons. The Dragon King warned Ryudo that his actions were pushing the world toward destruction, and this completely threw him off balance. The Dragon King told that the protection of Princess Cordelia triggers destruction, while Ryudo lacked sufficient awareness. He explained Cordelia was among the 4 heroes destined to save the world from evil. Ryudo insisted that heroes must defeat darkness on their own, and was always surprised why his protection could change anything at all. The Dragon King asked what happens when a peasant protects a hero, and this confused Ryudo, raising doubts. He said that Cordelia was supposed to become stronger through trials, but Ryudo broke this path. The Dragon King explained Ryudo's desire to protect others went far beyond reason. He revealed Cordelia's salvation by tearing apart the fate that pushed her into hardships necessary for heroic growth. The warning continued as he described global decline, and Cordelia's lifelong dream was already at risk of becoming completely unreachable. Finally, the Dragon King predicted defeat against the evil dragon, and Ryudo remained a burden of consequences ahead. Ryudo, refusing to spare anyone, declared that he would surpass even the heroes, and by this endowed Cordelia with strength and a chance for survival. Ryudo declared that he would defeat the evil dragon alone, so Cordelia's burdens become unnecessary and insignificant. Alongside the belief that greater power will stop the impending crisis, Ryudo confidently demanded divine protection. Dragon King tested Ryudo's determination, showed ruthless methods, and measured how steadfast he was in his decision. Just mentioning demons, the Dragon King humbly bowed and made everyone understand the terrible weight carried by Ryudo's reckless proposal. His face immediately darkened. Whoever dares to summon devils will be executed without mercy and without any exceptions. Ryudo accepted the strange behavior of the Dragon King, caught a fleeting wave of amusement in his frightening mini outburst. Rejoicing in response to Ryudo's words, the Dragon King enthusiastically praised him and gladly accepted their unusual friendship. Their handshake sealed the agreement, and this suddenly impressed Ryudo. A powerful energy flared between them. The Dragon King granted divine protection, lifted restrictions for the inhabitants, and unlocked unconditional potential for further growth. Understanding the consequences of the blessing, Ryudo decided to train relentlessly and surpass former limits. The Dragon King asked about Ryudo's plans, but he thought only about rapid growth and strength ahead. With confidence and motivation, Ryudo declared, rapid leveling remains his top priority. Officials investigated the consequences of the goblin raid, carefully recorded reports and examined circumstances throughout the village. Local authorities concealed strange details, attributing everything to heroic efforts, while simultaneously suppressing information about Ryudo's mysterious origin. Suddenly appearing, Cordelia abruptly ran up to Ryudo and apologized so much so that everyone gathered around that place was shocked. Cordelia blamed herself for Ryudo's dangerous journey, fearing that her situation was pushing him to take risks. Her companions gently calmed her and explained, Ryudo chose his path independently. Encouraged by their support, Cordelia felt grounded again and promised to protect their homeland until they returned. Deep in the forests bordering Dragon's Den, Ryudo advanced alone toward the hidden underground labyrinth. As soon as Ryudo stepped into the first trial, he immediately encountered a monster and instantly realized, at first, victory seemed impossible. Lilith noticed how Ryudo entered impossible trials, doubted his own choice, and events themselves replayed in memory. A meeting took place in the library. Lilith learned of Ryudo's plan to depart, and despite her restraint, her concern was visible to the naked eye. The strict rules pressed harder and harder, so Lilith honestly admitted she had no guardian, and it was precisely because of this that Ryudo's journey affected her so deeply. She spoke about the harsh orders in the dragon's lair, about the mourning of the earth dragon, the one who once protected her. Lilith revealed the slave mark on herself, and Ryudo was left frightened and disturbed by this painful revelation. After that, Lilith showed the curse of the slave emblem and explained, lifelong control prevented resistance and escape to freedom. Despite her own torments, Lilith proudly nurtured her name, not yielding an inch and preserving her dignity. It was enough for Ryudo to hear her determination for him to immediately realize Lilith's burden was heavy and hopeless. Ryudo invited Lilith to go together, promising that they would enter the dungeon as a pair and train tirelessly. Having become a citizen of the dragon, Ryudo recovered from the trials and prepared for even harsher ones ahead. Lilith explained, to become her guardian, one must undergo a ritual of trials and reach the maturity of a dragon. Thanks to Ryudo's help, Lilith decided to protect the exiled slaves and not sacrifice any of them because of it. Ryudo resolutely rejected any retreat. He maliciously refused to accept Lilith's slavery and humiliate his self-respect. Lilith warned that his death would change nothing, and Ryudo responded through unwavering determination with an equally unwavering intent. Ryudo insisted on abandoning this, thereby contradicting his own goals. He chose personal conviction over caution despite all objections. They suddenly noticed something watching nearby, and this instantly interrupted his preparations, diverting attention in another direction. Carefully examining the wall, Ryudo concluded hidden information was concealed inside, so he asked Lilith for help. Without hesitation, he ordered Lilith to gather many branches, preparing an unconventional strategy against the incredible odds ahead. Lilith examined a strange branch inside the shelter, scrutinizing what kind of thing it was. Ryudo returned with firewood in his hands. While the shelter maintained its course steadily, he reported that the preparations were complete. He explained how cultivation transforms green wood, demonstrating his own skills until Lilith saw how everything worked. Recalling the knowledge gained during the trials, Ryudo laid out the gatekeeper's limitations and tested how firewind interacts with barriers. 10 hours passed, the flames raged and devoured the structures, and Ryudo was led to the answer he had been seeking for so long. Ryudo revealed the Guardian's defeat. The choking smoke did its job, and Lilith struggled with despair, trying finally to understand. Defense and then victory over the Guardian sharply raised Ryudo's level, and just from there, as if from the very leap, a metal golem grew. Encouraged, Ryudo surveyed the arena, replayed in his mind what he already knew before, and assessed the golem's strengths and weaknesses. Ryudo handed Lilith a shovel, calculating that she would need it while preparing materials for his own strategy. Faith in the dragon endowed him with endurance. He tirelessly dug traps, while Lilith quietly doubted the chances of success. Lilith was worried about the time limits in the dungeon, while Ryudo could not understand why there was any rush to finish at all. Confused, Ryudo asked if anyone was chasing them outside, and learned that there was no immediate danger. Ryudo confirmed the objective must be completed within the limit, and Lilith stubbornly insisted on her own. The promises remain unconditional. Salute, Ryudo insisted that thorough preparation is more important than haste, and gently teased Lilith every time she lost her temper. Embarrassed by his response, Lilith imitated a fierce beast. She tried to intimidate, but at the same time hid her feelings. Lilith understood the previous observations of the guard Rudo explained his behavior, although she still did not like following orders. Rudo decided that Lilith lacked independence. In his opinion, her trustfulness could easily lead to danger. 15 hours passed. Rudo activated enhancement skills and started the operation exactly according to plan. The metal golem viciously charged the attack and Rudo dodged between strikes, forcing it to lose rhythm each time. While the trap finally worked, Rudo confirmed progress. The damaged golem only thrashed under increasing pressure. Rudo explained the defeat of the golems. The court expected not a direct fight but practical training. That, he reminded Lilith, wisdom brings valuable knowledge, although she continued to be surprised. Reido activated another mechanism, confident that beyond the completed trial greater rewards awaited him. Crowding forward, they together burst into the bonus stage. Broken monsters lay scattered around. Suddenly, new creatures jumped out of the darkness. Ahead of them awaited further trials, even though they had already cleared the previous traps. Diving deeper into the cell, Ryudo came across a manger for goblins, and Lilith was bewildered with surprise. Ryudo explained creatures from the dungeons were specially bred for trials, and prisoners were kept only as future prey. Recalling similar circumstances, Ryudo looked with grim coldness how life is mercilessly cast aside every time the stronger gain benefits. Rejecting this fate, he decisively launched into attack, going to save the victims despite the danger. The body covered the entire area while Ryudo fought relentlessly, pressing forward through this terrible scene. Ryudo examined the new growth that had just appeared, then moved down together with Lilith to the underground lake where the next trial awaited. In Cavern Lake, a huge whale catfish looked like an island and continuously amazed both of them. Ryudo carefully planned everything, to wash away the blood and drain the water before engaging in a fight with the slippery creature. Entering the water, Ryudo hoped the sleeping catfish would remain motionless while he sneaked up. The sleeping monster suddenly stirred. It pulled Ryudo underwater and revealed an unexpected additional threat. Underwater, the suicide fish grabbed Ryudo and, while its terrifying jaws closed, broke his neck. Casting aside panic, Ryudo realized increased endurance allows him to breathe longer, and then he counterattacked the huge predator. Later, having managed to slip away briefly, Ryudo questioned the assumption about hibernation. He suspected that dangerous creatures were awakened by unexpected circumstances. His fears came true. The parental monster woke up and trapped Ryudo between two threats. Ryudo burst awake underwater, remembering how he once had to drown, and immediately felt that danger was near. Lilith, despite all limitations, still released powerful magic. Bloody explosions struck the enemies and tore the space around. Exhausted after casting, Lilith explained, the gamble worked. She survived the attack and now offers support through the rings. Learning Ryudo had previously risked himself more than once, Lilith angrily slapped him, furious at his reckless behavior. Tears rolled down Lilith's face as she begged Ryudo not to bear all the burdens alone. Lilith blamed herself for the danger she brought to Ryudo, while he begged to survive and rejected reckless sacrifice. Devices, Ryudo gently calmed Lilith, pushing her toward determination as they both broke through difficulties and sought salvation. Lilith carefully looked at Ryudo's facial expression, accepted his answer, and found peace in his resolve. Making their way through the fourth trial, Ryudo encountered stronger undead and his abilities sharply increased. Ryudo swiftly deciphered labyrinthine patterns and ancient markings, and each time completed the task with incredible precision. At the fifth trial, Ryudo and Lilith faced smaller dragons and realized the previous floors required much more preparation. They carefully and attentively counted the accumulated resources. Ryudo suggested resting first and choosing a tactic without unnecessary risk. Ryudo carried Lilith to safety and explained that recovery was still necessary even despite victories won in exhausting battles. Somewhere else, harsh memories surfaced, revealing violence, bondage, and suffering that people endured across the land. The fierce warrior reacted sharply, feeling movement nearby, gripping his weapon, and instantly preparing. Little Lilith endured suffering and violence, not averting her gaze nor changing her facial expression, while cruel events unfolded around her. Enchanted by the giant creature, Lilith innocently reached out her hand and touched it and saw beauty even in harsh circumstances. She studied books for years, step by step gaining knowledge under the patient supervision of an elderly mentor. As they grew closer, learning together, Lilith joyfully read beside the mentor and gradually matured. Time passed relentlessly until illness exhausted the mentor, and she still faithfully remained by his side. Lilith came to the farewell ceremony for her mentor, silently grieving, feeling how separation already breathed somewhere nearby. She woke up in confusion from unfamiliar sensations, trying to understand where she was, and only later recognized her own consciousness and slowly returned to reality. Ryudo warmly greeted Lilith and explained, excessive magic left a lasting exhaustion that slowly burned out his life force. Even with a delay, Ryudo continued to work despite the anxiety, and it became clear that his closest goal was to set fire. The fire spread at a furious speed. The flames quickly jumped to neighboring buildings, and the entire district continuously changed its face as Ryudo's plan progressed toward completion. Ryudo ignored Lilith's doubts and relentlessly pushed the damaged magic forward because retreat would mean failure before insurmountable obstacles. Lilith nervously watched as Ryudo suddenly ignited the flames, then finally took on his risky plan. Unfolding hidden knowledge, Ryudo explained the root support structures and further sharply accelerated their growth. Ryudo showed how the growth of plants weakens the foundations, creating numerous cracks that break the defense. Together they watched as the burning walls cracked and split at the seams, until Ryudo's preparation turned the entire battle around. Ryudo explained, awareness alone is not enough, experience must put knowledge in place. Strength is born in battles, and a destroyed labyrinth can simply be ignored. In furious rage, Ryudo declared that abandoned victims weigh more than titles. He rejected any honor that covers the oppressors. Lilith silently watched as Ryudo laughed. She was surprised by such confidence and such determination. Filled with emotions, Lilith praised Ryudo's achievements as he celebrated successfully conquering level 80. Finally, activating agricultural cultivation, Ryudo unleashed explosive growth and vegetation tore through the battlefield, growing everywhere. The pole reached level 99 and Ryudo plans to fly out. He wants to return to previous trials and gather equipment. Confidently returning, Ryudo deflected the Minotaur's axe and saved valuable trophies he had missed. Seeing it, testing his newly found power, Ryudo effortlessly wielded colossal weapons, impressed by the sharp rise he achieved. Ryudo, breaking through another trial stage, smashed the armored golem, crushing opponents with the advantage of strength. Reaching level 100, Ryudo unlocked Rage of the Villager and gained a devastating new skill. Trembling with excitement, he eagerly wanted to test what he had acquired, although he immediately understood its obvious limitations. At first, preparing for the next challenge, Ryudo asked Lilith to stay behind. Let her wait a bit while he investigates everything himself. Just after descending again from the whale catfish, Ryudo activated Rage of the Villager and rushed straight forward. While he hurried, Lilith waited patiently, then suddenly noticed the Minotaur returning unexpectedly, and for a moment was completely confused. Ryudo returns safe and sound, clutching trophies in his hands, happily thanks Lilith for waiting, and completes his task. Ryudo confirmed that his experiment was completely successful. He demonstrated the power of his skills and defeated the whale catfish. The fish returned exhausted. Ryudo admitted, excessive consumption of mana narrows its practical combat application, and after that, he simply collapsed in front of Lilith. Gently holding the sleeping Ryudo, Lilith accepted defeat under the burden of care she knew. Only one last tester remained. Ryudo learned dragon zombies, preserving spirits and abilities, so the final test became a truly meaningful challenge. Lilith explained that ancient dragons passed knowledge through rituals and worthy successors received the opportunity to inherit power. Ryudo came across divine dragons, blessing a powerful reward that not only enhances abilities but sharply elevates them beyond the usual. Minutes, they reached the altar where Ryudo inspected the chamber and Lilith silently observed every movement. A colossal dragon emerged before them, and Lilith immediately recognized her father, so the connection between them became obvious. Ryudo learned that Lilith's father had recently died, and because of that, the sacred ritual turned into a poignant farewell. Well, the guardian dragon suddenly swooped in and smashed the stone with blows while Ryudo and Lilith maneuvered aside and dodged. Suddenly, the creature burst out of the shadows and dashed forward, fiercely crashing into the dragon's destructive power. The beast roared again and again, forcing both monsters to continuously seize the initiative with strikes as they fought for control over the battlefield. Ryudo activated farming cultivation, launched numerous vines that bound the enemies, and then with one sweep shattered their defense. Completely, Ryudo's vines tore apart the Guardian, and the mana-awakened power exposed weak spots and destroyed their growth. The dragon sharply counterattacked, fiercely unleashed destructive power that hit Ryudo and threw him back. Ryudo rushed forward again, spinning through the blows until he landed right where the dragon had just rushed from. Explosions scattered everywhere, and Ryudo relentlessly continued the attack, ignoring the enemy's advantage and not intending to surrender. Avoiding devastating blows, Ryudo suddenly realized the value of the dragon's battle treasure. Continuous struggle forged greater power. Power Guardian squeezed Ryudo, pushing him far away, and demonstrated its terrifying might even stronger than expected. He was burning with excitement, and despite the deadly risk, he simultaneously activated Steel Body and Demon Gate. Next, relying on combined enhancement skills, Ryudo broke through limits and for a moment matched the dragon's power. Determination flared within him as soon as he activated the Peasant's Wrath and gathered everything together. Ryudo and the Guardian charged straight ahead together, releasing decisive blows that thunderously collided with the power. The clash ended abruptly. Ryudo stood before the Guardian, and uncertainty swirled in his mind. Ryudo lowered his weapon instead of attacking. He felt that the clash had a deeper meaning than victory. Lilith noticed his hesitation and questioned him. When Ryudo admitted that he could go no further, tears flowed down Lilith's face. Powerful emotions burst out as she had just witnessed her father. Ryudo explained her human heart, which resisted acceptance, so she helped Lilith better understand her painful feelings. Ryudo asked Lilith to accept her father's farewell and honor both sides of her heritage. Lilith was worried that the blessing of the divine dragon would go to someone else, but Ryudo simply brushed off this concern. Encouraged by his words, Lilith gathered her courage and prepared to meet her father. Lilith quietly approached the fallen dragon and placed her hand on his body, holding back the trembling inside. Tears stood in her eyes as Lilith sincerely thanked her father for raising, protecting, and caring for her. The farewell awakened a mighty energy, and the dragon's body flared with bright light, spreading through the space. Where the guardians remained, dissolved and peacefully vanish, leaving sacred traces behind, and Lilith quietly kneels down. There, overcome with grief and relief, Lilith pressed her face to Ryudo and cried without restraint. Ryudo gently calmed Lilith, allowing her to stay close and released long-held back emotions. Once calmer, Lilith quietly thanked him because the spirit of her father looked satisfied before disappearing. Ryudo checked his rewards and decided that the experience gained together was enough, despite not receiving the expected abilities. A notification blossomed with the blessing of the divine dragon, and Ryudo, not believing his own eyes, froze from the incredible power of skills. Suddenly, the Another reward appeared. It came out of nowhere, immediately giving protection and growth bonuses linked to the dragon's spirit. Lilith curiously asked what had happened, and Ryudo awkwardly laughed until the unexpected result exploded outward. Ryudo jokingly said that Lilith's father loved her very much, so he left a special gift behind. Ryudo assured Lilith her father is still near, and from these words, the sorrow that still flickered in her heart somewhat receded. He promised to be by Lilith's side, and despite her attempts to maintain composure, he still caused a shy reaction in her. While they rested together, they talked about plans for the future and about possibilities lurking beyond the labyrinth. Ryudo offered care and support, gently encouraging Lilith to follow the path she herself would choose. Then Ryudo invited Lilith to come with him, offering her companionship, not leaving her alone. Lilith gladly accepted Ryudo's invitation, so their joint journey set off right now. The story suddenly shifted back centuries and revealed memories of the distant past life of the Earth Dragon. Earth Dragon recalled the battle with the evil dragon and decided, defeat by force is only a manifestation of dragon pride which should be cherished. Guide, rejecting regret, the Earth Dragon silently pondered, and memories suggested thoughts returned to another figure. In these memories appeared an elderly man in front of a house. He began an important reenactment of past events. Pretending to be human, the Earth Dragon met a young woman and drank tea with her. The Earth Dragon understood her intentions, yet still could not comprehend why she saved him specifically. He could not grasp her logic and insisted on one thing: saving a defeated dragon would bring neither benefit nor reward. The woman answered simply, and the Earth Dragon was surprised. Her sincerity shattered all his assumptions. She revealed her own hardships and explained how she lost family happiness while the Earth Dragon listened. She apologized for her story, but the Earth Dragon still listened, although he considered it pointless. She spoke of difficulties, debts, illness, loneliness, and losses, but determination, despite everything, still held intent within her. Smiling brightly, she promised recovery in future travels, but all this sounded like hope despite the circumstances that squeezed her from all sides. Earth Dragon said directly, "Her ailment is incurable," and this struck the woman like an electric shock, for hope broke along with the air. He sincerely apologized and admitted, "Even the knowledge of dragons has no way that could cure this." Earth Dragon pondered human compassion and could not understand why that woman had not yet lost care, although death was already at the doorstep. Death, he realized, her love for her daughter weighs more than fear, and this revealed a power that dragons rarely can comprehend. Having learned the truth, Earth Dragon acknowledged his responsibility and regretted that he had forced her to go along with this lie. He could not forgive himself. Since then, he vowed to fulfill her greatest wish before her death. Hearing the name Lilith, Earth Dragon, who promised protection, immediately began searching for her. After several years, Lilith came to the grave with her father and wondered who the one buried there was. Learning the truth, Lilith begged her patron, let him find happiness beside her in another life. By the grave, Lilith sincerely thanked for the salvation and, watching with her eyes, closed the chapter of her childhood. Cordelia watched the noble writer and thought, idealized knights did not really exist beneath the mask of appearances and expectations, something else was hidden. Just arrived unexpected guests, villagers gathered in the room. In their eyes were red anxiety, curiosity, and uncertainty. Accidents, Cordelia spread out the documents, then imagined herself in armor and compared reality with the heroic images she had carried since childhood. Ceremonial figures gathered citizens, representing honored warriors, while the audience raised their hands in support. Cordelia carefully studied how the crowds went mad, catching hidden facial expressions, the same ones that hinted true motives differed from what was shown publicly. Ryudo's admission that he had become a hero frightened him, and Cordelia decided to face all the dangers awaiting anyone who found themselves there. Then he asked what Cordelia wanted. She wished to protect people but feared demons, dragons, and demon lords. Cordelia broke down and cried. It was unbearable for her to wear those cheerful masks that hid intentions she could neither grasp nor understand. Approaching her suffering, Ryudo immediately promised support, reached forward, and calmed Cordelia. Ryudo swore to overcome any threat that stood in the way, and Cordelia cherished his supportive promise. Cordelia warmly remembered childhood days and looked at Ryudo as if he were a reliable family, despite his unusual maturity. Over time, they were separated. Status, growth, and skills placed the hero and the villager at an ever greater distance. Later, others began to deny their connection, but Cordelia accepted everything without hesitation and found satisfaction despite criticism from all sides. In the 12th year of her life, reality shattered her expectations. Ryudo demonstrated a power that surpassed recognized heroes by far. Cordelia realized that perfect knights were just a fiction, yet she still unconditionally trusted Ryudo every time danger loomed over someone. Cordelia proudly declared that Ryudo remained her faithful companion, and she believes, together they can save countless lives. But the listeners laughed at her story, devaluing the words about how some peasant girl defeated heroes and challenged dragons. For several nights in a row, they teased her intellect, leading her to think that achievements against goblins hardly proved truly extraordinary strength. Cordelia recalled records that refuted Ryudo's deeds, insisting that confusion only distorted memories of that incident. Choking with disappointment and shame, Cordelia clenched her cheeks and tried to pull herself together as quickly as possible. The captain sternly reprimanded everyone, reminding them, Cordelia's sixth sense protects expeditions from danger. She quickly drank from the cup, and despite embarrassment and tension, she was still lost in thought. The discussion shifted to the expedition's achievements. Sponsors, monsters, and sandworms were defeated, all thanks to coordinated actions. Cordelia's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Anxious thoughts surfaced again, despite her stubborn effort to keep a calm face. As soon as she recognized the possible danger, the leaders immediately gave the order, "Everyone be on alert," and Cordelia quietly confirmed her own concern. Soldiers without delay gathered into defensive circles, trusting Cordelia's warning, although in the end they could not detect any threat. Alarm flared at the command. Cordelia ordered a retreat without hesitation, and the commanders moved back, not lowering their stern vigilance. A sudden strike ended the night in one gulp, stunning everyone and finally confirming Cordelia's fears. The invisible attacker pounced mockingly, watching the escape, laughing, boasting incredible speed and deadly confidence. A gloomy woman stepped into the light without any masks, promised total annihilation, and rejected even the thought of salvation. Cordelia recognized the attacker, evil dragon Amanta, and everything fell into place. The heroes disappeared because of her. Without panic, she ordered everyone immediately to encircle Amanda, believing that combined strength would overcome the danger. The soldiers froze for a moment. How everything unfolded confused them, but they closely watched every movement across the battlefield. Filled, one of Cordelia's companions, doubted her plan, but the others only relied on her intuition and unquestioningly followed the orders. The commanders quickly gathered together, deployed troops in positions, built formations, and declared that Amanta could be defeated with coordinated battle. Recalling Ryudo's promise, Cordelia also remembered his oath to support the heroes regardless of recognition or rewards. The knights launched coordinated attacks, activated defensive skills, and pressed on the Mantu from several directions simultaneously. Amanta counterattacked as if effortlessly, confidently cutting through space with attacks and driving fighters into positions that doomed them to death, right in the midst of battle. The unit prepared thoroughly for the fight. It used specialized abilities to compress the maneuvering space and limit Amanta's movement options. Despite severe wounds, the determined knight broke through Amanda, thereby proving their strategy worked only partially. Amanta was covered by continuous attacks, but she defended masterfully, and the knights in the encirclement continued to press forward without hesitation. Several warriors struck simultaneously, and for a moment forced her to recoil. Coordinated attacks surged from different sides. The battle quickly flared up, but Amanta dodged the strikes effortlessly and forcefully disrupted formations. She mocked their efforts so calmly, as if only restraint prevented her from finishing the job and annihilating everyone without exception. Teasing her opponents in a friendly manner, Amanda noticed movement behind while the soldiers prepared another attack. Amanda mercilessly cut down soldiers, mocked the survivors, and displayed the dead to further inflame despair. Then she harshly manipulated the corpses, pushing witnesses into hopelessness and mocking them by revealing grotesque sights. Seeing her target, Amanda suddenly ordered to desecrate the hero, and the tension soared even more dramatically. Along with this, Cordelia immediately charged forward, cutting through approaching enemies, ignoring fear and her own safety. Witnessing unbearable atrocities, she clenched her teeth tightly and fiercely continued to fight with unwavering determination. Cordelia gathered the frightened soldiers together, forcing them to hold formation, and at the same time showed that the enemies could still be defeated together. Amanta mocked their formation, launching powerful attacks and ridiculing the leadership for failing to maintain order. Rejecting intimidation, Cordelia sharply advanced, exchanging blows at close range while simultaneously withstanding the pressure from the Manta. Cordelia broke free and relentlessly unleashed repeated strikes, forcing Amanta to continuously defend against a barrage of attacks that came in waves. Exhaustion finally caught up with her during the fight, but she still stood firm. Her arms were already weak, and her breathing was disrupted. Cordelia's attacks finally hit, forcing the man to react every second. He barely dodged the corresponding blows. Amanta scattered shells across the entire battlefield, relentlessly pressing on Cordelia and restricting her movements throughout the arena. Noticing that Cordelia was left alone with herself, Amanta calmly approached and asked if loneliness tormented her so deeply. She gestured towards the corpses and orcs, insisting that camaraderie still remained possible despite the total destruction. Cordelia angrily rejected Amanta's twisted logic, refusing to be happy in suffering and death. Amanta proudly described the horrific tortures, how the victims later begged for death and the orcs devoured them. She celebrated endless suffering further, praising restorative magic for stretching agony without relief. Amanta was delighted, reflecting on despair, and self-forgetfully admired expressions born only through pain and hopelessness. Ruthlessly mocking Cordelia, Amanta laughed loudly and declared that humiliation is an unparalleled amusement. Without warning, she suddenly lunged forward, grabbed Cordelia directly, and pressed her closer. She insulted and ridiculed Cordelia, insisting that heroes surrender too easily and abandon their convictions under pressure. Here Cordelia demonstrated activation of psychological mastery, breaking manipulations while Amanta questioned her resolve. Amanta struggled with mental influence, feeling that the hero's ability was weakening her strength. Exhausted by resistance, Amanda openly complained, admitting that Cordelia proved extremely difficult to break. Slowly losing interest, she waved off Cordelia as Borengand immediately prepared for a new attack. Amanta boldly launched another attack, confidently expecting victory, while Cordelia fought against overwhelming pressure. Pressuria's sharp blow cut everything off in Amanda, threw her aside, knocked her down, and shocked the fighters nearby. Cordelia sharply turned around. She was paralyzed by what she saw. A figure appeared on the battlefield, crossing it with impossible speed. She recognized him immediately. She remembered the defender whom she always trusted more than any hero. Ryudo finally arrived calmly, briefly apologized, and stood before everyone like their salvation. Ryudo explained that he heard Cordelia faced an evil dragon and he arrived at a gallop despite not having all the necessary information. Noticing her trembling hand, Ryudo gently supported Cordelia, reading the exhaustion hidden beneath determination and the same emotional burden that remained. Tension, Cordelia embraced him through tears, reminding Ryudo of promises and at the same time venting frustration over his absence. Ryudo sincerely apologized, calmed Cordelia, and immediately felt hostility around, so he shifted his gaze to the danger. Amanda attacked again, interrogated Ryudo about his identity, while Cordelia proudly stood up to defend his usual status and firm, unbreakable character. Later declaring that he was a commoner, Ryudo confidently confronted Amanda, standing next to Cordelia without hesitation and without fear. Ryudo held Cordelia firmly while Amanda interrogated what a villager was capable of, showing strange interest. Ryudo easily replied that evil dragons seemed insurmountable but not so impressive, so Amanda laughed more from amusement than offense. Seeing how Ryudo challenges and victims fall before their eyes, Amanda condemns the senseless slaughter by her actions while Cordelia silently observes. The man gladly compares the victims to insects and insists that her cruel killings entertained him without any pangs of conscience. Furious Ryudo attacks immediately and unleashes rapid strikes while Cordelia joins the fight against Amanda. Amanda flawlessly dodges the attacks and, fighting, notices the rare sword of Ryudo, raising questions about its origin right during the clash. She mocks Ryudo's choice of weapon and says that this sword would suit someone else much better. Instead, Ryudo ignores the obstacles, entrusts other enemies to others, then personally challenges Amanda, relying solely on his own confidence. Excited by the resistance, Amanda greedily pursues Ryudo, declaring that he has fully earned her attention. Ryudo activates powerful skills right in the middle of charging, prepares a response with actions, and rapidly closes the distance. Finally, Ryudo suddenly lands a devastating blow and the man is sent flying even before she can properly react and go on the defense. Maintaining the pressure, he releases colossal power and gives no one any chance to fully regain momentum. Amanda crashes to the ground and hits so hard that the bones shake, while Ryudo approaches steadily step by step, carefully watching her condition. Successfully, quickly recovering, Amanda shows not fear but delight, sincerely praises Ryudo for the successful surprise attack. She snarls fiercely and admits defeat, saying there was no defeat, and she took the duel as entertainment. Ryudo unleashes relentless attacks, forcing Amanda to retreat, and powerful strikes repeatedly cut through everything around. Amanda acknowledges Ryudo's strength, but still believes that such attacks are not enough to break her completely. Continuous strikes overwhelm Amanda, throwing her into confusion as she desperately defends against every blow flying at her. Amanda confidently reveals the power of the dragon, and Ryudo immediately activates the same ability himself. Distressed by the revelation, she learns about Ryudo, the one who once earned the right to dragon kingship through extraordinary achievements. Amanda accuses Ryudo of stealing the dragon authority, refusing to believe that some peasant could have earned it. Then Ryudo shows another skill, Dragon Reward, and calmly invites Amanda to fully demonstrate her power. Finally, seeing the repeated dragon abilities, Amanda shudders and realizes Ryudo already possesses true extraordinary capabilities. Doubt overwhelms Amanda and fear emerges, and she cannot accept what she sees before her. Amanda suddenly notices, in battle, Ryudo relies only on physical strength and not once calls upon magic. Amanda mocks how Ryudo clings to his equipment. She seals enhancements in advance, then confidently demonstrates much greater power. After that, she reveals countless demonic eyes, fully showing twisted abilities and colossal magical potential. Finally, talking about her magical power, she boasts that no one can resist her, and Ryudo remains noticeably unshaken. Amanda sneaks closer, trying to conquer Ryudo with charms and hopes that he will surrender without resistance. Unflinching, Ryudo sharply breaks away and forcefully pushes back her attempt immediately, with disgust, completely hating her behavior and intentions. Clearly, Ryudo reminds Amanda that her strongest skills have completely failed, exposing weaknesses she had not even acknowledged before. Thanking her sincerely, Ryudo explains, their clash helped him grow even stronger personally. Angry, she boasts about her unparalleled position and power and, strangely, refuses to acknowledge Ryudo's complete superiority. Despite the anger, Amanta suddenly agrees to Ryudo's demand. She smiles strangely and seems to give herself up completely. She herself explains that the evil dragons come back to life again and again, treating death lightly, and promises another meeting someday. Ryudo completely rejects Amanta's promise and, raising his sword, declares that her return is impossible forever. But Amanta panics as soon as she realizes Ryudo's weapon was made precisely to destroy evil dragons forever. Cordelia arrives after having defeated the enemies and unknowingly creates a distraction, while Amanta immediately notices the suddenly appeared chance. Finally, before Amanta can act, Lilith appears and effortlessly disrupts her desperate move. Stunned and confused, Ryudo asks who Lilith is, but receives only a cold refusal in response. Amanda desperately insists that her death threatens the world balance, but Ryudo absolutely does not believe these excuses. Ignoring her warnings, Ryudo delivers a decisive blow. Amanda's resistance breaks even before any arguments can fully surface. Ryudo explains likewise, divine destruction does not allow resurrection, so Amanda's soul can never return again. Cordelia warmly welcomes Ryudo and sends him back, but honestly admits that she got confused by all the complicated explanations about the events. So Companion warns, Ryudo carries dangerous curses, and it is through his incredible power that hidden consequences are revealed. Cordelia learns Ryudo's immense power carries a curse, and every time the protective shackles disappear completely, it causes suffering. Completely, Ryudo sincerely reassures her, stating that he will endure any hardships just to stay by her side. She freezes at these words. Cordelia becomes embarrassed, trying with all her heart and mind to grasp Ryudo's sincere, resolute mindset. Cordelia, flashing a warm smile, gratefully thanks Ryudo, and he just as joyfully, without any hesitation, accepts her response. As soon as she asks who this mysterious girl in the hood Lilith is, the quiet moment cracks and shatters. Ryudo appeared in the days before the destruction of the evil dragon, and he already had that same determination. Lilith entered the boundless library, carefully gliding her gaze over the shelves and cautiously flipping through the records where knowledge was stored. She crossed the great chamber, reached the massive doors, and opened them toward the hidden section. Inside, a solitary book lay on a pedestal, carefully preserved under the radiant light that stretched through generations. She opened the volume and came across the fact that Dragon had created magical records. It contained collected research, secrets, and techniques that had accumulated and remained in memory. Served, Lilith learned how to make the tome readable. It was unlocked by one special person who granted access beyond the usual restrictions. 2 years ago, another candidate also tried to pass the trial, but the tome rejected his efforts. The leaders insisted. Permission requires unanimous approval, no exceptions, even if orders and discussions pull in another direction. Dragon King calmly dismissed objections, saying that power determines justice and authority, and collective consent is simply something that does not stop him. The man struck the protesting leader right in the face and with one move broke the resistance, thereby supporting Dragon King's position. Ada Lord acknowledged Ryudo's strength, and Ryudo only apologized, and the tension seemed to finally subside. Their conversation shifted to the tome, and Ryudo admitted its secrets amplified his power many times over. Ryudo was about to leave, but Lilith suddenly appeared and called out from the door. Lilith was worried about the separation, while Ryudo explained that her presence would interfere with his dangerous mission. He promised reunion after training, entrusting Lilith with a memorization task, while he continued to grow in rigorous training exercises. Ryudo memorized dragon spells but did not have his own dragon nature, so there was no practical application, although he gathered a lot of knowledge. Lilith patiently waited for years, believing Ryudo's promise, yet still feared that he would abandon their agreement. Ryudo finally returned and completely surprised Lilith with this, proving his devotion through actions. Lilith, trembling with relief, rushed forward and tightly embraced Ryudo, releasing feelings she had held for years. Through tears, Lilith reproached him for his lateness, and Ryudo sincerely apologized and calmly accepted her feelings. Ryudo explained how to master the knowledge of dragons. He gained magical understanding and was allowed to analyze, although he did not have true dragon abilities. He gently stroked her head, simultaneously acknowledging the efforts made over years of training. Ryudo raised the ring and explained his long absence. It was all because he was searching for Lilith's very gift. The gift is her ring. He extended it, and when putting it on Lilith's finger, encouraged her to accept this gesture. As soon as Lilith noticed where the ring was, she was overwhelmed by a wave. She read the hint and reacted with shock. But even after the duel, still stunned, Lilith frantically grabbed her things while Ryudo urged to leave immediately together. Ryudo revealed where the road leads them, to destroy the evil dragon, and Lilith froze in surprise, but was still ready to be by his side. A few hours after the victory, Cordelia quietly released the birds, slowly surveying the ruins while Ryudo watched. To strengthen Ryuto under Cordelia's instructions, it took another 2 hours, and thus their vulnerable situation surfaced. Ryuto asked if Cordelia should abandon her heroic duties and flee, prioritizing survival over self-sacrifice. Vice Cordelia picked up this idea, jokingly proposing fabricated excuses and suggesting they leave together as a farewell, although it was clear she was still torn between duty and this. Rejecting retreat, Cordelia declared herself a heroine, restoring determination, while Ryudo acknowledged her unbreakable devotion. Resolve, Cordelia refused to flee, steadfast, stubborn, and promised future growth to surpass Ryudo's abilities. Ryudo walked away, vowing to protect everyone by his own methods, while Lilith silently observed. Cordelia quietly watched Ryudo depart, and Lilith understood. Questions about the mysterious events remained unanswered. So, traveling together, Ryudo endured Lilith's sticky clinging while she grumbled and completely misunderstood Cordelia's decision. Ryudo realized Cordelia's struggle was now completely different, and the decisive circumstances changed depending on how he acted. Lilith neglected humanity's fate, proudly showing Ryudo's ring, while he meanwhile told about its incredible abilities and cost. The description of the ring revealed an unusual power. Lilith was deeply surprised as soon as she examined the valuable trophy. Ryudo and Lilith were riding alongside the noble caravan, discussing appearances on the go while simultaneously watching closely. Ryudo preferred to avoid unnecessary clashes at any cost, but hunger and armed guards suddenly blocked the passage and behaved boldly and aggressively. The disturbance reached the carriage. Orders to stop were heard, while concerned servants prepared themselves. Noble carefully examined Lilith and ordered her to remove the hood. The detector reacted sharply. It showed that Lilith held a slave mark, so the nobleman immediately became interested. The nobleman, claiming ownership rights, ordered Lilith to immediately hand over and give everything away, and Ryujudo quickly realized something very serious was happening. Ryujudo tried to reason and proved that slavery meant almost nothing to him, but the negotiations completely failed with everyone. Using slave orders, the nobleman forcefully drove Lilith forward, and Ryujudo desperately tried to stop her. Ryudo suddenly struck the knight so sharply that it shocked everyone nearby, while Lilith was still held under forced control. Control fell instantly. Chaos broke out as the guards rushed to attack, and the furious nobleman demanded Ryudo's execution without any hesitation. Ryudo calmly treated the wounded horses, leaving the knights confused, and forced the nobleman to struggle with his own misunderstanding to comprehend what was happening. A gladiatrix named Marissa arrived and received orders to judge Ryudo, while the noblewoman regained confidence. Marissa's appearance forced Ryudo to push Lilith back. He immediately realized the circumstances had become worse than he expected. Marissa began merciless attacks, pressing Ryudo into defense while closely watching his reaction. Instead of spectators, praises of Marissa's terrible reputation echoed. Stories of numerous victories were told, and everyone awaited another easy triumph over Ryudo. The crowd mocked Ryudo's chances, confident Marissa would completely crush him before his resistance became even somewhat significant. Staring intently, Ryudo assessed Marissa's strength as a disappointment and understood. The one feared surprisingly turned out to be weak. Marissa cautiously analyzed Ryudo, restraining deadly power, but noticed unusual reactions that went beyond expectations for ordinary people. Ryudo suddenly struck. Marissa was twisted by shock. She froze without a word, and the fearful gladiator did not manage to move. Marissa fell to the ground, shocking the spectators, while Ryudo played relaxed as if the entire victory happened only by pure chance. The close associate ordered immediate treatment and dismissed the fight. Ryudo's unexpected victory shattered the opponent's faith in their own strength. Ryudo openly overwhelmed Lilith and warned everyone, no one should touch his precious companion anymore and for any reason. Chances. While they traveled together, Lilith happily held onto Ryudo as he noticed. Her attachment was growing stronger and stronger. Ryudo understood. Lilith completely misunderstood her slave duties, imagining humiliating scenarios while he simply ignored her strange assumptions. Arriving at the seaside town, Ryudo admired the views and Lilith joyfully shared his excitement. Ryudo outlined the key goals: remove Lilith's seal, establish a base, and regain strength. At the Slave Association, Ryudo learned that expensive procedures were required for higher seals, and he was overwhelmed by irritated helplessness. There were also restrictions. Without proper guarantees, the purchase was blocked, so Ryudo's plans hung in the air. He failed to move Lilith's seal. Ryudo froze in despair while the association staff mocked their difficult circumstances. In the tavern, Ryudo found out that money was insufficient, and suspicious gold coins still could not be put into use. Learning local conditions, Ryudo noticed lack of money threatened progress, so he had to immediately seek practical solutions. Nearby, visitors discussed killed runaway slaves, and as soon as identification details surfaced, Ryudo was immediately drawn to it. Merged, involving the seal would mean madness. Ryudo urgently demanded information, suspecting a connection to Lilith's situation. At the end, Ryudo dug once more into slave seals and immediately realized Lilith's situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. They found out that neglected seals had deteriorated over time, and when visible symptoms finally appeared, it caused severe consequences. Historical records showed runaway slaves died in terrible torment, so current incidents were linked to ancient criminal actions. Studies examining Lilith's seal, Ryudo assessed, little time remained. Deterioration had already gone far. In Ryudo's mind swayed a desperate need for answers. He thought to confront the slave trader and try through mana to force a re-registration of ownership rights. Lilith pushed Ryudo, reminding him that there was still time, and helped turn despair into new determination and purpose. Ryudo recharged with motivation again and headed to the guild, firmly resolved to work hard to gather the necessary funds. His proposal was rejected by the guild staff. Ryudo broke down in despair. Usual methods seemed not to work. Later it turned out strict registration rules only complicated recruitment, despite Ryudo's urgent financial needs. Lilith publicly advertised her rare talent, hoping skilled travelers would willingly join her team. Finally, Lilith's recruitment announcement gathered silence. Observers hesitated, while Ryudo impatiently awaited a response. Two adventurers unexpectedly volunteered to help, giving Ryudo hope to move forward toward his goals. The newcomers recognized Lilith and linked her to investigations, revealing suspicious knowledge about recent events. Their true intentions were quickly exposed as soon as they demanded that Lilith accompany them, not go voluntarily. Angry, Lilith unleashed powerful magic inside the guild, unstoppable aggressors, and a shock for everyone. Ryudo realized Lilith's catastrophe uncontrolled, filled with anger and threats, and the guild's punishment can completely wipe out their plans. Suddenly, Lilith noticed that her magic began to weaken unexpectedly and without any explanation, which confused her as she felt a strange unevenness in her own powers. Ryudo watched as confusion spread in the guild hall while Lilith stood in plain sight. The enraged traveler rushed straight at Lilith and accused her of the magic failure, but she managed to stop his attack. Ryudo calmly stepped forward and instantly pressed the swordsman with his hand, preventing the trouble from escalating. A mysterious man with a covered eye called Ryudo and, revealing knowledge about hidden power, explained how it can destroy spells. The stranger introduced himself as Sage Gilminas, acknowledged their achievements, and then granted them recognition. Ryudo thanked Gilminas, then paused in thought. Could this famous sage somewhere in his own memories have something in common with him, due to the circumstances of reincarnation? Gilminas left, confident that they would meet again someday, while the guild members repeatedly praised the newly gained recognition of Ryudo. Ryudo quietly studied the project boards, weighing future opportunities, while Lilith accompanied him during guild activities. He explained to Lilith universal supportive magic, emphasizing not battles but protection, resilience, and practical experience. Browsing the guild rules, Ryudo chose subjugation quests of rank B for higher earnings, despite all established restrictions. Root took a gathering task, rainbow fruits and priceless treasures that cannot be grown by ordinary means. He revealed the hidden skill of a peasant and explained the strange chances of a harvest, even when the fruit is so rare. Approaching the outskirts of the mountain, Ryudo and Lilith prepared supplies and restored their strength after a hard journey. Lilith found moldy black bread in the pantry and immediately realized the supplies had spoiled. Ryudo accepted the inconvenience and suggested replacing the food supplies, saving money for future needs. Ryudo containers were filled with water. They decided to postpone rest for the priority of rainbow fruits and one more important goal. Active, he turned on cultivation skills, quickly surveyed everything around, and then began searching for traces hidden underground. Enhanced senses pushed Ryudo forward. He found the required area and confirmed that valuable resources were there. He came across animals eating the rainbow fruits that were still ripening, and explained why adult specimens remained incredibly rare. While 2 hours passed gathering fruits, Ryudo still obtained only a limited amount, and this again confirmed that they were rare. Ryudo counted the gathered fruits but still kept searching for one more goal before leaving the territory. Sudden loud noises tore through the field as goblin monsters emerged and surrounded Ryudo and Lilith. Ryudo calmly assessed the situation, ordered Lilith to deal with the approaching monsters, and watched himself. Lilith accepted the challenge and unleashed powerful magical attacks. The strikes hit the enemies precisely and disrupted their advance. One goblin rushed forward, aggressively swinging axes, and despite devastating resistance, launched a desperate attack. Lilith exhausted her magic defeating the monsters, and Ryudo immediately noticed her condition and asked where her strength had gone. Ryudo handed over equipment that restores magical power, then reminded Lilith, excessive use of spells has serious consequences. He explained, careless casting drains magical reserves, and this creates dangerous situations during prolonged battles. Ryudo emphasized that she was low-level and warned, some threats are not overcome by despair, they must be prepared for. He pushed for further growth through practice, convinced that stronger magic control would develop over time. Ryudo urged Lilith to rely on her own abilities, and her senses moved toward where something was hidden. Lilith reacted sharply, and Ryudo recognized her find and immediately realized they had come across valuable loot. A giant insect-like creature emerged through the water, thereby revealing who exactly was behind their pursuit. Lilith came across mutant insects hiding thanks to camouflage and immediately explained why ordinary observation does not notice them. She spotted them and calculated the pattern. Ryudo warned, their goals are powerful, so one must act carefully because any thoughtlessness will quickly bring danger. Holy swords did not break through the protective barriers, and this confirmed the worst. Mutant insects had formidable defense against attacks. Ryudo calmly revealed his strategy, a thoughtful and effective destruction without direct confrontation. The pair rushed through the uneven terrain, carefully took positions, and only then executed the prepared hunting method. By Ryudo's order, Lilith expanded her storage ability and released the accumulated soapy water all over the place. The flooded insect immediately lost balance, weak spots were exposed, and a passage appeared for capture attempts. Ryudo gave the signal to attack, and Lilith simultaneously struck with lightning magic at every insect that remained vulnerable. The strategy worked perfectly. The soapy water washed away protective barriers and cleared the way for magical attacks. Ryudo reviewed Lilith's status and concluded, her successful fighting work justifies noticeable growth. They savored the meal while counting rewards, satisfied with the profit earned from materials and quests. Suddenly guests appeared. Gilmanas like a bolt from the blue. Lilith reported that fruit gathering was completed, and Ryudo told about the recognition target. Gulman approaches Ryudo and explains, he easily sensed the mighty and just as easily put them under surveillance. He casually talked about restorative magic, teased his comrades, and simultaneously observed Ryudo's condition and reactions. Gilman issued a challenge, summoned the desired fighter, and insisted that Ryudo participate despite warnings and visible hesitation. Suddenly, Marissa Gladiator stepped onto the stage, proudly introduced herself, and demonstrated unmistakable strength. The fight ended in a moment. Marissa was defeated and apologized while the stunned spectators watched silently. Recently, Marissa sincerely thanked Ryudo, and his companions offered monetary compensation and expressed gratitude for his restraint. He fiercely rejected payment, punished offenders personally, and declared that dignity cannot be bought. Walking alongside, Ryudo pondered karma. He believed that actions form chains and eventually everything inevitably returns to people. The next day, a mysterious witch approached Ryudo, noticed unusual traits in him, and suggested talking. She made a request for a meeting involving Mandragora, promised rewards, and immediately sparked Ryudo's interest. The witch showed the immense value of Mandragora, and Ryudo realized This request opens exceptional opportunities and brings incredible rewards. Summarizing, she relayed rumors about Ryujudo's achievements, confirming that his reputation is growing stronger even among influential people. Explaining further, the witch revealed the university's involvement and entrusted Ryudo with a mission that required expertise. The witch promised help with the payment for Lilith's freedom, and Ryudo's motivation to accept everything immediately became even stronger. Ryudo talked about Mandragora's demands, acknowledging, "For medicine, this is really important," and finally understood why it is constantly lacking. The witch explained that the abnormal growth of Mandragora is a warning of danger, and unusual powers are already exerting influence on the surrounding lands. She added Mandragoras grew near the volcano Arrakis, where deadly basilisks lived in the forests and ambushed travelers. To achieve success, experienced travelers from Hakufakeland joined Ryudo's expedition, preparing for dangerous encounters ahead. Ryudo's group entered the territory of basilisk and immediately encountered giant monsters. There were more of them than they had expected. Amid the echo of future danger, Ryudo carefully examined strange tracks, keeping a vigilant eye on hidden threats. He briefly stepped away from Lilith, wanting to investigate the stronger presence and personally confirm his suspicions. Deep in the forest, Ryudo came across a manticore. Inside, it hid the valuable core of Mandragora. Ryudo disappeared and the next moment rushed after the target, leaving the travelers in a confused stupor and forcing them to react convulsively. Panic overwhelms the travelers. Their leader pressures for a decision and suggests leaving Ryudo, and this shocks Lilith, along with everyone else. Dissatisfaction explodes right at the moment. The participants do not support the words of their leader and openly question his judgment. Lilith herself confronts the monster and quickly realizes her attacks leave almost no noticeable damage. The beast suddenly launches a fierce attack, forcing the adventurers to hold the defense, tearing them out of despair under relentless pressure, endlessly. One warrior breaks from his place and decides to delay the monster. He urges his comrades, shouting to Lilith, "Run immediately." Lilith refused to retreat and firmly declared that she would not surrender. She would fight to the end, and her allies still resisted the monster's pressure. Encouraged by Lilith's determination, Bernard boldly moved forward, confidently believing that joint action could overcome this dangerous creature. The monster struck wildly. Bernard was stunned as if by an electric shock, and he flew backward from the sheer force of the blow. Watching defeat cover her again and again, Lilith questioned herself. Why is she so weak when she has to fight both fear and harsh reality? Feeling the inevitable threat, Ryudo immediately intervened and stood before Lilith as the beast approached. Ryudo successfully defended Lilith, assured her that she was safe, and acknowledged her efforts despite the pressure suffocating the situation from all sides. Bernard questioned Ryudo's person, was genuinely surprised by his abilities, and did not hide his concern for Lilith. In the tavern, recovering, Ryudo listened as the veteran told stories about travelers and derived a hidden subtext from this conversation that could not be missed. Bernard boasted his own eye proudly, without any embellishments, and even offered help and to share the experience he had gathered in many travels. Before leaving, he warned Ryudo and Lilith not to get into unnecessary trouble, and did so with honest concern. Ryudo clearly revealed his plan to prepare Lilith for intensive training that was supposed to ensure rapid growth. He repeatedly ordered Lilith to release powerful magic, while he himself became a sturdy target for training. Lilith continuously stormed Ryudo with lightning-fast spells, and Ryudo endured, relying on skills and incredible endurance. The relentless training continued while Lilith fiercely complained, and Ryudo remained focused on the goals. Despite protests, Lilith repeatedly continued to cast thunder magic, gradually gaining experience through prolonged practice. Lilith completely exhausted her magical reserves. She collapsed weakly and still remained conscious. Lilith recovered enough that she was supported by repeated spells and amazing companions. The pain still echoed, but she demonstrated impressive growth. Ryudo's party reached the Mandragora location, and barren spaces stretched around, no visible traces. Bernard carefully examined the crumbling soil, doubting that Mandragora had survived where dryness had destroyed conditions to the limit. Diving his gaze into life underground, Ryudo confidently reassured his companions, sent the elder away, and only then proceeded further to investigate. Next, 2 weeks later, the witch brought the requested Mandragora and, wasting no time, asked about the soil. Ryudo revealed that only the seeds remained, and he grew rewards thanks to the peasant's skills, then soberly realized, buying absolutely everything was beyond his power. He, examining one closely, looked carefully, while the witch trembled and insisted that it was not mandragora, so Ryudo remained deeply embarrassed. The witch excitedly identified the rare breed, praising Ryudo's contribution, and promised long recognition. Assessing its price, Ryudo agreed on payments, planning sales and immediately squeezing additional profit from future deals. The witch explained why this thing was so rare, subtly hinting at niche buyers, and Ryudo doubted, relying only on these words. Finally, an elder man arrived. Excited, on the verge of exhaustion, he found Ryudo and interrupted the conversation before they could finish the business arrangements. He immediately distributed rewards, exchanging prize money, and simultaneously pressed that urgent matters regarding already completed requests could not be postponed. Laying everything out clearly, he told about the defeated lake monsters and believed that Ryudo deserved sincere recognition. The man sincerely apologized, admitting he had previously claimed others' merits, then gave the achievements and glory as was proper. Ryudo quietly approached the elder, offering profitable opportunities and ensuring that attention remained focused on him at all times. August, meanwhile, another report stated, Ryudo bought Lilith's slave collar and long doubts finally disappeared. Their road led to Vismal, a border town, where wealth allowed for almost any whim. In the arena, the crowd celebrated the champion ascending the pedestal, boldly challenging the current title holder. Then a roar rose from the sea of fans. Observers praised strong contenders, compared achievements, and awaited fierce confrontations capable of reshaping the rankings. The fight in the arena began. The champion leaned back on the cushion and sprawled so relaxed that the spectators were completely confused. Outwardly openly despising his own limitations, the champion confidently invited strikes, asserting, all these restrictions are only needed because victory is already guaranteed. The challenger struck decisively and his weapon cut only empty air. It immediately became clear, the target vanished. She continuously counterattacked, again and again, spinning her superior speed and accurately landing precise blows. Disgraced and exhausted, the challenger helplessly collapsed to the ground while the champion mocked the hopes still resting on his reputation. The championess accepted the surrender and was sincerely surprised by the opponent's gesture, while she herself could not hold back reproaches for his reckless behavior. A mystical forbidden mage appeared. He asked for pardon for the hero and, besides that, revealed an unexpected interest in what was happening. After the victory, the championess rejected all subsequent challenges. Recalling the amazing peasant, her future suddenly became incredibly intriguing. She learned that Ryudo was heading to Sunrise Tower, where heroes underwent sacred trials, protecting legends and ancient relics. Alex the mage explained, his mission went beyond the holy swords, he aimed at what was hidden beyond. She smiled confidently, preparing a greeting, and awaited the arrival of Ryudo and the imminent important meeting that awaited them both. Cordelia remained inside the frozen settlement, while heavy snow covered roofs and streets with a continuous blanket. Cordelia squatted in the cave, surrounded by candles, and quietly meditated. Beneath the tangled roots, she tried to control mana and growth. A strange energy gathered near her closed eyes. Cordelia felt a disruption and tensed even more, hoping to direct the flow. Although the attempt failed again, Cordelia lowered her hand and pondered her own limits. Again and again, her thoughts returned to the futile passing time and the prolonged isolation in darkness. Cordelia remained sitting in the cave. She saw two reasons not to leave. First, she needed clarity about herself and her true purpose. Cordelia repeatedly recalled her failures as a hero, although others expected something completely different from her, and Ryudo saved her life again and again. She blamed the blockage on her own insufficient decisiveness. Comparing herself to famous heroes, Cordelia felt inadequate. Their achievements grew rapidly, while she was still a rank B adventurer. Memories surfaced again. Ryudo saved her from deadly situations. When she realized she had become dependent on him, it embarrassed her. She sought strength not in comfort nor in attachment. The elder explained the devil's transformation through mana berserk. Cordelia could exceed usual limits, but society viewed such power with fear. The elder explained, mana berserk is a survival instinct that burst out without any restraints. Cordelia listened carefully, seeking not only combat utility but hidden potential. Olden warned Cordelia, to master mana and enter berserk, one must abandon hesitation. She needed balancito, keep her mind while cautiously approaching dangerous madness. Fortunately, Cordelia studied her own mind and noticed hidden sides within herself. She accepted all emotions and desires instead of denying them. Terrifying characters surfaced from her subconscious. Several versions fixated on Ryudo, money, and selfish desires, thus exposing impulses she usually suppressed. Seeing these manifestations, Cordelia felt disgust, but still, despite their shame, she understood they grew from herself and would not disappear anywhere. Cordelia decided to confront every aspect directly, declared her determination, challenged rebellious characters, and began to establish control. Cordelia accepted direct confrontation as the only solution, even despite the shame that she caused. Violence moved against its manifestations, not retreating another step. Moreover, her determination exploded into action. Cordelia struck fiercely, allowing no defeat and crushing several stubborn, rebellious characters who challenged her persistence. The last manifestation for a moment cast doubt on her sincerity and revealed hidden darkness. Her words confused Cordelia, making her think more deeply beyond anger. She completely rejected weakness and attacked the ingrained I that still hesitated. Cordelia declared that she would never return to her former dependent thinking. She said this and woke up from a mental trial before the elder, freeing herself from her own desires. She successfully completed the Devil's Transformation training. After completing the test, Cordelia received orders to reach Hazro Tower. She accepted the challenge and prepared to prove what she was capable of. Far from the cave, under the open sky, stretched a mountain landscape, and a small figure quietly gazed into the wild expanses below. And just then everything stopped for a moment. The fierce wyvern suddenly appeared and boldly lunged forward. Its gigantic body, stirring the space, surged across the arena in search of prey. The wyvern opened its jaws and dashed forward. A swift attack flashed along its trajectory even before the strike occurred. Ryudo effortlessly defeated the wyvern and celebrated lunch. Nearby, Lilith was worried. Her progress in leveling had almost completely stopped. Ryudo checked Lilith's status and noticed a strange increase. Her experience began to grow, not because of the human territory, but due to the conditions of the monster continent. He reviewed their remaining objectives within the city. He planned to remove Lilith's slave mark and continue training. While Lilith eagerly ate grilled meat, she suddenly heard a mention of Kajuro Tower. The unknown location instantly captured her full attention. Quickly, Ryudo explained Kajuro Tower and its sacred surroundings. Despite concerns for Cordelia, he believed, for their goal, they needed to move forward. With confidence in future opportunities, Ryudo proposed training at Kajuro Tower. A hidden area beyond the sacred boundaries suited them perfectly. Ryudo explained their business in the city was already finished, the money collected, and the remaining details left to Lilith. Walking the city streets, he sensed suspicious figures watching him. Detecting hostile intent, he focused on those who were hiding and observing. Ryudo suddenly dashed away and ordered Lilith to return to the inn. He himself quickly headed to the place where the trouble had started. Left alone, Lilith calmed herself and moved on. One particular spot in the city had already stirred her curiosity. In the crowded market, Lilith looked around carefully. She wandered freely among the merchants and passers-by, considering where to turn next. So, alone in the bookstore, Lilith feverishly rummaged among the shelves. The fake books only disappointed, but as soon as she touched a binding, it still felt cozy. She quietly flipped through the pages and thought about real grimoires, which were so lacking. The collection did not impress with authenticity, but reading pleasantly warmed the soul. Two suspicious men approached Lilith and offered help. Their behavior looked like a cover for evil intentions, though they acted as if they were just friendly strangers. Rangers, one of them reached out to her but immediately met an instant repulse. Lilith struck without hesitation, and both scoundrels were thrown far across the entire area. The area, stunned by her own reaction, suddenly made Lilith realize prolonged safety had changed her. Hidden instincts burst out even before she managed to comprehend what exactly had happened. Lilith suddenly found herself surrounded by numerous pursuers. She felt that their magic did not work, calmly assessed the opponents, and prepared to resist. Facing ordinary enemies, Lilith relied on taijutsu, not magic. With a jerk, she lunged forward and easily knocked down several attackers. Very much so, even stronger opponents burst into the fight and blocked her path. Their strikes, coordinated to the smallest detail, pressed Lilith under pressure much stronger than she expected. A ruthless, powerful enemy grabbed Lilith and mocked her recklessness, trapping and exhausting her. She struggled, searching for any way out. Lilith finally realized her overconfidence had turned into weakness. and even growing stronger, she still could not cope with this on her own. Cornered by enemies, Lilith desperately threw herself into battle, wildly jerked, broke free from control, and openly unleashed rage, defending, fleeing capture, and silencing their threats. Rage finally scorched her hesitation. Lilith screamed fiercely, breaking free from captivity even more violently, and unexpectedly for the opponents, decided to survive at all costs. Rijudo appeared on time and immediately neutralized the attackers. By loosening the vines, he shook them and forced the enemies to move in such a way that they lost their footing, left helpless and frightened. Guidance safe again, Lilith apologized for causing unnecessary trouble. She blamed everything on her own reckless decisions, and Ryudo listened to her attentively without moralizing and without unnecessary words. Probably, he calmed Lilith and soothed her anxieties. Their conversation smoothly shifted to Cadro Tower while they prepared to move forward together. Ryudo warned Lilith future growth depends only on her determination. If she fails, she will be sent back to Dragon Village. Touched by these words, Lilith begged desperately. Deciding not to leave Ryudo, she vowed to become much stronger. The city rumor quickly spread. Cordelia will challenge Cadro Tower. Entrepreneurs immediately realized what an opportunity this was and expected even more attention to be drawn to their shops. Ryudo arrived at the crowded festival where merchants had already gathered, and spectators eagerly awaited the heroes' tournament. The public announcement informed about the heroes' fight against the Holy Sword, and Lilith happily tasted the food, carefully watching how everything was prepared. She sat in the stands, chewing snacks and carefully observing the participants, while rumors about attacks involving important figures spread through the city. Ryudo explained, once the tower created for heroes was made accessible thanks to trials, they were specially designed to attract visitors from many regions seeking opportunities for growth. Leading Lilith, Ryudo chose a path through the tower instead of the cramped festive crowd, sticking to his goal while she weighed the risks and possible benefits. Ryudo and Lilith used a long-distance viewing device to examine a distant building, focusing on a lit balcony room. Ryudo looked through the device at several rooms. He came across decorations and plush toys, while Lilith sadly tried to understand what this unfamiliar equipment was. He explained that strength mostly depends on level and position, so persistent people can constantly increase physical abilities while gaining experience. Ryudo talked about effort-based training and added, locals ignored them because victories over enemies gave faster advancement and rewards. Because of this, traditional exercises seemed generally ineffective. Looking around once more, they noticed a distressed woman who was alone. Ryudo recognized a dangerous transformation process and corrected Lilith's misunderstanding about what was happening. Ryudo explained, the woman's strange behavior is disciplinary training that helps her maintain mental clarity while her dangerous berserker status gradually strengthens. Cordelia faced an imaginary version of herself, reliving painful memories and accusations related to fallen comrades and all her failures. Accepting responsibility, Cordelia confronted the vision head-on. Instead of dismissing the guilt, she honestly acknowledged her own mistakes and endured the emotional burden weighing from within. The memories would not let go. Dead soldiers kept appearing before her. Their memories carried loyalty, sacrifice, and helplessness. They could not protect everyone affected by this story. Beside the grim figures, Cordelia sensed their final regret. Nothing remained of their remains, only a melancholic echo of sorrow that washed over like a wave. From tomorrow, Cordelia sank even deeper into despair, blaming herself for fallen comrades, and was convinced their deaths were proof of her failure. She sought punishment. Silence. Looking through the device, Lilith remained silent. Cordelia's condition looked critical, and the emotional trial turned out to be much harsher than they expected. Ryudo explained that Cordelia suffered from headaches and slow progress despite continuous efforts. And he concluded, real improvement requires persistence, not just numbers and statistics. In 2006, he compared Cordelia's struggle to Lilith's situation, hoping that her determination would push Lilith to train even harder and strive for greater strength. Having examined Cordelia once again, Ryudo concluded that she was still shackled by self-destructive thoughts. Training had advanced, but important abilities remained unfinished. Suddenly, Lilith asked what Cordelia really meant to Ryudo. Her direct question confused him and made him consider everything very carefully before answering. Ryudo hesitated for a moment before answering. Watching Cordelia struggle, he chose words that could honestly and clearly convey his feelings. The tournament started with voice and fire. In front of the spectators, Cordelia and the holder of the holy sword were presented. Lilith listened and closely watched how Ryuto reacted. The fight began instantly. Cordelia rushed in to attack. The fierce clash stunned the audience and immediately showed how determined she was. An official announced the start of the match. The crowd held their breath, watching the arena and waiting to see who would put an end to it. Two fighters without hesitation, one against the other. Cordelia and the holder of the holy sword, restrained, raised their weapons. No one rushed forward. Everyone watched the movements before making the first step toward attack. Back Cordelia struck first. She unleashed rapid attacks from several angles, making the space tremble. Her opponent remained calm, deflecting every blow and never yielding a single step. But the exchange of blows only intensified as the fighters repeatedly clashed blades. Lilith nervously watched while Cordelia pressed harder through the unbreakable defense. Despite the continuous pressure, the holder of the holy sword precisely deflected every attack each time. Cordelia clearly saw a chasm was increasingly opening between their strengths. Bodies no retreat. Cordelia straightened her stance and charged into attack again. Determination washed away all hesitation as she searched for a breach in the defense. Planning, Cordelia praised the power of the Lord of the Holy Sword, recognizing in it a decisive gap. She honestly said she was not sure of victory, but did not forget to give credit to his incredible skill. The warrior with the holy sword encouraged Cordelia. "Keep training," he said, "because over time experience and persistence will make her even stronger." She rejected defeat. Cordelia deliberately activated her frenzy state to gather herself and surpass stronger opponents and unleashed greater power. Frightened spectators nervously watched as Cordelia's appearance changed. Her piercing presence unsettled everyone, while the knight with the holy sword remained focused. Cordelia sprang from her place and delivered a devastating blow to the opponent. The arena shook from the collision. The destructive power of her transformation could not be ignored. Cordelia's decisive strike hit precisely. The small creature sharply trembled, and it became clear that the brutal clash had finally come to an end. The Lord of the Holy Sword raised his hands and accepted defeat. The stadium froze in amazement as Cordelia, thanks to determination, snatched victory. Officials declared Cordelia the winner. The crowd erupted in applause, supporting both fighters and celebrating the spectacular duel together. Salutes roared all around, and the spectators buzzed about the fight. Lilith quietly focused on her thoughts but could not fully grasp the last exchange. Watching Cordelia's achievement, Lilith suddenly realized her assumptions were wrong. She acknowledged extraordinary talent and relentless effort can coexist. Watching Cordelia's victory with her gaze, Lilith realized their abilities lie on different levels. She accepted the colossal chasm that irreversibly separated them from each other. Falling on her shoulder, Cordelia passed through her heart and she choked with tears. She confessed aloud, "Cordelia cannot be overcome by ordinary efforts alone." Returning to her dwelling, Lilith remained in a turbulent state, the realization pressing and forcing her to repeatedly confront her own limits. Ryuto entered the room with food, looked around to see how she was feeling. Lilith answered honestly and immediately showed that she was still awake. Their conversation shifted to Keijiro Tower. Ryuto revealed important details about the location, and this immediately caught Lilith, sparking her attention and curiosity. Caught by self-doubt, Lilith decided to return to the village of dragons. Ryuto respected her choice. He left the food and quietly left. Ryuto walked alone, replaying his relationships in his mind. Lilith relied heavily on him, and he had no idea how his own actions and indulgence fueled this dependence. About Cordelia, when Ryuto thought about her, he called her someone dear to him, and as soon as he realized how personal that sounded, he immediately felt ashamed. Bernard eagerly bought tokens for himself and his 2 children for the research. Ryuto walked quietly beside them while they prepared for the expedition to the tower. The group entered Keijiro Tower for the family package. Lilith looked depressed, and Ryuto silently watched and moved on. In Bernard's tower, he laid out the route for them floor by floor. He remained steadfast was to lead Lilith to where everything would succeed. Successfully, Bernard shared information he received from an experienced grandfather, exactly where the traps are and what risks threaten them, and Ryuto finally managed to relax. Ryuto listened carefully to the traveler's hints all the way. He accepted his efforts and support without any hesitation and sincerely thanked him for the help. Bernard explained what awaited at the entrance, relying on the advice of his guide. Believing in the recorded route, he ordered Ryudo and Lilith to move cautiously. Fortunately, as soon as they stepped over the threshold, arrows unexpectedly flew out from several directions. Lilith reacted instantly. She covered the group, and Bernard froze for a moment. Fortunately, Ryudo noticed the arrows did not match the description in the instructions. Using the erase magic, he removed the threat and simultaneously began to inquire about outdated information. The hidden floor trap triggered under Bernard's sharp spikes instantly pierced his body, and Ryudo and Lilith froze, silently staring at the same spot. Lilith watched how Ryudo's facial expression changed after the accident, and noticing his reaction, she wondered, was anger growing inside him? Ryudo studied the deadly trap and activated the detection skill. Carefully comparing the circumstances, he suspected a connection with Cordelia's dangerous trial. Begging for the map, Ryudo carefully passed through each marked section, searching for contradictions and refusing to fully trust previous assumptions. Recently, he found out most traps matched the guide. When it became clear that only certain details diverged, Ryudo made an important conclusion. Confident in his guess, Ryudo confidently touched the floor. He was going to expose the hidden mechanism behind the trial. Activating another skill, he unleashed merciless power through the hall. Hidden traps and structures cracked, and the room revealed its secrets. Ryudo waved off the destroyed traps, calling them minor obstacles that only delayed movement for a moment. Everyone, forward immediately. Finally reaching the next zone, the group found that their path was blocked by a giant golem. The trial required overcoming an extremely difficult guardian. Ignoring the warnings, Ryudo suggested bypassing the trials altogether. He struck the surrounding structures directly, causing a colossal destructive shockwave. Bernard prepared to distract the mighty golem while Ryudo advanced. Quickly reading its defense, Ryudo searched for weak spots. The heavy doors suddenly locked the entrance to the chamber. Bernard screamed from inside in surprise and realized the path to retreat had vanished. In the distance, a mysterious woman in a mask announced that she had changed the dungeon's settings. Awaiting Ryudo's confrontation, she watched the events with confidence. Suddenly, a colossal blow echoed through the tower. The destruction spread across the structures, breaking plans and immediately drawing the woman's attention. Looking around the room, the woman saw passages that had opened unnaturally. The damaged environment suggested someone had directly bypassed the intended trials. Catching her gaze, Ryudo immediately identified the person who had increased the dungeon's difficulty. He accused her, moving forward without hesitation. The woman questioned Ryudo distrustfully, explaining he had created bypass routes and removed traps. Ryudo shocked everyone nearby. Presently, the woman explained, Kajiro Tower existed beyond ordinary dimensions, preserved through the ages. It served heroes but concealed another purpose. She revealed that the tower hid the legendary Devil's Sword, a longtime companion of heroic trials, whose history stretches far into the past. According to her explanation, the colossal magical power from that weapon had built the tower. Kajiro Tower existed as its shadow. The woman cut off the conversation about history and immediately addressed Ryudo. She admitted, behind the sealed doors, another person was already waiting. As soon as the door opened, the woman sharply pushed Ryudo forward, but suddenly he was bound and he immediately realized the knife was controlling his movements. Ryudo glanced at the knife controlling his body and understood additional spells had bound him. He recognized the handwriting the woman had prepared extremely thoroughly. While Bernard and Lilith remained motionless, Ryudo calmly focused. He did not panic, carefully calculated his situation. Determined to continue, Ryudo moved forward straight to the center of the chamber. Ahead awaited a mysterious woman next to a dark weapon. The woman admitted, despite everything, 2 opponents still remained in the process. Ryudo recognized the legendary Devil Sword and questioned the very fact of its appearance. A familiar silhouette with a sword in hand entered the room, and Ryudo immediately recognized Lilith, although her appearance was too serious. The worried woman in the mask rushed straight at Ryudo, and while talking about the power of the Devil Sword, intended to take its might through sacrifice. Ryudo parried a series of blows, simultaneously analyzing his own movements. Noticing that she teleported often, he carefully searched for a vulnerability. The woman introduced herself as Eslin and declared hostile intentions next to Ryudo. Lilith silently listened to the threat. Despite Es Lens's confidence, Ret and Ryudo remained calm, trusted their plan, and ordered Lilith to continue preparing the planned response. Eslin immediately launched another attack toward Ryudo. Before reaching him, Lilith intercepted the blow and swiftly rushed against her. Exactly so, Lilith and Eslin exchanged a barrage of fast sword strikes across the hall. Ryudo watched closely, and their fierce clash revealed valuable information. Looking more closely, Ryudo noticed that Eslin was holding back her abilities. He concluded that her threatening statements far exceeded the actual power she demonstrated. Ryudo showed his move with an unexpected handstand, and Lilith and Eslin froze, baffled by his behavior. Ryudo narrowed Eslin's possibilities. He discarded unlikely options and focused on practical combat evidence. Taking into account all observations, Ryudo concluded the unusual movements of Eslin did not come from teleportation, but from super-fast acceleration. Ryudo identified the weak spot in Eslin's acceleration, maintaining proper distance. He prepared a method to stop its movement. Eslin confidently raised her weapon and questioned his guess. Believing her advantage was still intact, she mercilessly pressed the attack. Caution anticipating her approach, Ryudo precisely adjusted his position and timing. Eslin lunged forward but missed her planned strike. Strike was initiated by Lilith, and she also launched the coordinated attack. Working in tandem, they managed to push Eslin out of the fight. That is, rolling over after the blow, Eslin immediately realized she had been tricked. Such a simple trick threw her off balance. She began to interrogate where it all started. Then Eslin straightened up after the coordinated push. Understanding that Ryudo had calculated her moves, she carefully reassembled the entire skirmish in her mind. Successfully, Ryudo explained how scattered weeds revealed the movement of Eslin. Combining observation and skills, he confidently predicted her route. Understanding his logic, Eslin admitted the deception. Her former confidence melted each time Ryudo showed the preparation behind it all. Eslin took revenge immediately, struck Ryudo despite all his precautions. When he, wounded from her attack, was still standing, it became clear she was still extremely dangerous. Standing over Ryudo, Eslin completely lost her restraint. Declaring serious intentions, she prepared to unleash all her power. Ryudo endured the merciless assault of Eslin. Several weapons pierced his body, yet he still stood firmly, gripping his sword despite severe wounds. Eslin prepared another attack and confidently raised the curved blade. Fierce strikes flared across the entire battlefield, and their resistance sharpened even more. Then Ryudo broke through the gunfire and swung decisively. His blade cut through Eslin's position, knocking her back, but the pressure did not cease for a moment. Eslin understood Ryudo broke the technique considered impossible to quickly replicate. His unexpected move threw her off balance right in the middle of the fight. Eslin was breathing heavily and glanced at Ryudo, stubborn, it seemed, but despite exhaustion and wounds, none of them intended to give up. Ryudo withstood the pressure and analyzed the capabilities of the Eslins. He immediately recognized the patterns of instantaneous teleportation and, relying on experience and his own forecasts, made decisions with maximum accuracy. Eslin noticed that Ryudo kept pressing forward even though she was still preparing her spell. His behavior seemed strange to her, making her doubt whether he intended to foil her attempt. At Eslin grew a sense of anxiety. She stopped and looked again into the fight, as if snooping to find which hidden goal was concealed in her opponent's actions. Eslin launched another attack, but as soon as strange objects appeared around her position, she immediately lost her bearings, and right after that, a sudden strike hit. Ryudo released poisonous gas hidden in objects, but the resistance did not allow him to completely immobilize the target. Despite this, his plan managed to significantly weaken Eslin. Ryudo had already foreseen this. Watching her condition steadily worsen, he concluded she would make one single decisive offensive to determine victory. He patiently took the blows on purpose, gathering information. Each exchange showed him her movements and helped find the fastest reaction. Ryudo confidently moved forward toward Eslin. He believed that if he blocked her path to the destination point, the advantage of instant teleportation would disappear, and then he could maintain control. Eslin smiled under the mask when she was struck by inspiration. Ryudo immediately sensed danger. She was still hiding a plan. Mocking his confidence, Eslin unleashed her final strike. Weapons emerged from everywhere, trapping Ryudo in a merciless avalanche of attacks. Lislin activated her ultimate technique, surrounding Ryudo with countless blades. The strike landed simultaneously, almost no way to escape. While the barrage had not yet ceased, terrible spirits burst out of Ryudo's body like a whirlwind. Their sudden appearance stunned Lin and completely shattered all expectations. Recently, the spirits cruelly attacked Ryudo instead of protecting him. Their claws and fangs tore him apart as he desperately resisted. Aslan realized those spirits remained unstable and dangerous. When she saw Ryudo choking under the pressure, she was already about to intervene even though they were rivals. The opponent, Lilith, stepped forward and immediately stopped Aslan. She was firmly determined to save Ryudo herself, so she insisted to carry out her plan. Ryudo revealed the secret of the hidden tower. To fulfill a wish, one had to sacrifice half of their own life, and the reward came at too high a cost. Lilith listened quietly and came to a conclusion. One single wish weighed so much that giving up one's entire life was quite acceptable. Decided to help Ryudo and activated a powerful dragon skill. Without hesitation, she gave half of her life. The mastery transformed its user into a dragon. Lin immediately realized Lilith intended to change herself for Ryudo. So Ryudo apologized for making everyone take risks, and despite the concern, Lilith stubbornly pushed Lin to stick to the plan. Lilith revealed the dragon's power and unleashed a mighty golden roar, the very one that spawned a gigantic attack and hit Lin, while she shielded Ryudo from danger. Aslan survived the explosion but immediately understood its limits. The technique consumed colossal energy and was impossible to repeat. Ryudo stood beside Lilith and dismissed thoughts of victory, believing the fight was not over yet, although their counterattack had already started working and the pressure did not weaken. Lin showed the Nocturne Ring, an artifact that absorbs magical power and exhausts Ryudo's reserves to replenish Lilith's depleted energy. Recharged again, Ryudo and Lilith charged together. Lilith released another golden roar and Lin was forced to go on the defensive. After the defeat, Lilith anxiously approached Ryudo. Sighing with relief for survival, she asked if her efforts were truly useful. Ryudo sincerely thanked Lilith, then quietly listened. She felt uncomfortable but still dared and cautiously asked him something personal. But instead, Lilith asked for an honest answer about her feelings. Ryudo softly tapped his paws on her head and encouraged her to continue speaking. Gaining courage, Lilith directly asked what place she holds in Ryudo's heart. The unexpected question momentarily threw him off and made him think. He finally answered without hesitation, declaring that Lilith belonged to him. Shocked by his words, she silently froze, unable to believe what she heard. Relief, Ryudo admitted Lilith had become someone incredible. Seeing her courage and development, he confessed that she inspired him much more deeply. Catching Lilith in his arms, he sincerely thanked her. He attributed her stubbornness to the fact that his perspective and future path had changed. Lilith joyfully accepted his feelings and hugged him tightly, pressing him to herself so sincerely. The long-dreamed moment finally came true and she felt released, as if a stone had been lifted from her chest. Their intimate moment was cut off mid-word. Just then a strange woman crashed into their field of vision, her arrival direct and dramatic. Her sudden appearance equally confused both Ryudo and Lilith. The unusual newcomer loudly greeted them, ambiguously teasing their relationship, and seemed to be enjoying the situation. She playfully mocked their behavior, unashamed of tone or pauses. Ryudo suspected that the masked newcomer guarded the secret of the tower. He proposed sacrificing Lilith's lifespan, hoping to get answers at that very moment. Only a little time passed and the woman immediately rejected his offer. She agreed to return Lilith's lifespan but insisted the sacrifice benefits no one in her current state. Miss did not worry about how Ryudo felt about this. She only lightly laughed, and this reaction revealed her. She was already used to strange requests and deals that visitors had offered her many times. Without a word of warning, she unleashed a powerful attack into the distance, and Ryudo and Lilith froze, stunned by what they saw. Lilith froze with wide-open eyes as Ryudo's head was shattered, and the masked observer silently watched, interested in what he saw. Lilith stood by the fallen figures and, puzzled, stared at the scene, trying to piece together what was happening, while the distant woman remained under the arch. To understand the events, Lilith leaned closer and gently called Ryudo, hoping he would respond and explain the strange situation to her. She did not wait for an answer. Lilith climbed onto him and shook him incessantly, becoming increasingly irritated, but in vain. She could not wake Ryudo from his state. The masked woman suddenly realized what Lilith was doing, and she was overwhelmed by a colossal shock. She pressed her cheeks as if she could not believe what she saw. Several weeks passed. The masked woman mocked her defeat, declared that Ryudo's victory was a coincidence, and tried to incite him while Lilith remained unconscious. Ryudo suddenly stood up and struck the woman, demanding that she fulfill her promise to restore Lilith's lifespan, and made her completely confused. The world cleared again. The woman quickly came to her senses and admitted her deadly embrace did not work on someone familiar with death, so she recognized Ryudo as a reincarnated person. Not hostile, rather interested, she approached Ryudo and asked for a discussion, shocking him with her impossibly unexpected manner. She praised Ryudo's devotion to Lilith, emphasizing he rejected memory restoration and accepted sacrifice, so he still remained an ordinary peasant. Roger, interrogating who she really was, listened carefully as the mysterious woman called herself Lucifer, and this touched Ryudo. Knowledge from that previous world was reached. Lucifer explained to her how she was connected to hell. Part of her existence lives in a sword, so it entertained many visitors for centuries throughout all eras. Remembering their previous conversation, Ryudo raised the issue of compensation and asked to clarify the conditions under which wishes are fulfilled. Lucifer confirmed payments for lifespan. These financed the fulfillment of wishes, and her words about the fleetingness of human existence enchanted her, fueling a desire to watch people live life to the fullest. Ryudo first demanded the restoration of Lilith, and only then asked for additional explanations. Lucifer reacted with surprise to the fact that he unwaveringly held on to his priorities and confidence. Ryudo offered one more wish without any compensation, promising more entertainment later, but Lucifer questioned his confidence and demanded a proper explanation. Without any warning, Ryudo rushed forward and launched an attack, directly testing Lucifer instead of continuing negotiations, and dragged the conversation into a fight. Lucifer avoided the attack effortlessly. He had no idea whether an ordinary peasant could even provide the incredible entertainment promised by Ryuzumo. Activation of Villager's Rage. Ryudo released greater power and sharply accelerated, turning his reckless throw into a real attack. Lucifer calmly watched as the enhanced strike approached. A smile hid behind her mask, and he assessed his own limits. Ryudo's enhanced form strike collided directly. It smashed Lucifer's face, and she was thrown away so fiercely that the force broke his own arm, damaging it. Pain spread through Ryudo's wounded arm as Lilith regained consciousness. She rushed to him and anxiously asked how he managed to remain so recklessly in that state. Refusing to accept defeat, Lucifer's voice emerged from the deep crater. A sign. She survived despite the devastating blow that buried her under the rubble. Stuck in the crater, Lucifer was distracted by the huge moon overhead and, unexpectedly for himself, was captivated by its beauty. Ryudo's gaze and display satisfied Lucifer, and he agreed to restore Lilith's lifespan without any payment, which shocked both partners. Lucifer explained Lilith had already gained power thanks to Ryudo's wish, and then asked why he was still seeking another reward. Ryudo said that their souls are tightly connected, and revealed the ability to transform the one tied to the title Dragon King, hidden within Ryudo. Lucifer recounted an ancient legend about a giant wolf that devoured God, gaining boundless power and eternal fame. Understanding the hint, Ryudo realized Lucifer was demonstrating the chance to devour a god and take divine abilities for oneself. Lucifer casually passed Ryudo the God-Eater ability. He froze in shock, and she, slyly joking, added, "What if he gets eaten?" Ryudo, still in a joking tone, asked Lucifer not to tempt him with the new skill, but Lucifer immediately reminded him, later he must deliver the promised entertainment. A little later, Lucifer recalled an ancient god of agriculture who was devoured by her own descendants, and wondered what fate awaited Ryudo after he acquired God-Eater. The next day, attention shifted to another matter. Princess Cordelia, the northern heroine, was preparing to undertake a serious trial. Cordelia entered the ruined structure, pushed through deeper passages, and approached the place where the legendary Sword of Selection awaited her. Bernard, assigned to Ryudo, warmly greeted Cordelia, and despite the greeting, he himself was preparing to witness her attempt to seize the sword. Cordelia successfully completed the Keijiro Tower trial, yet dissatisfaction still lingered on her face. The outcome did not meet her expectations. A year passed and events moved at Altena Academy of Magic, where new students gathered under prestigious buildings and new opportunities unfolded. Inside the academy, Cordelia noticed something unusual and abruptly stopped. her gaze was involuntarily drawn to an unexpected sight beyond view. Night. Against the background of that commotion, Cordelia learned that the entrance exams were already underway, and Moses was dismissively waving off and calling many candidates wealthy newcomers. Cordelia criticized Moses's harsh opinion, and the narrative immediately suggested both heroes had already attended special classes at the academy and received support from the night rulers. Watching the candidates below, Cordelia quietly noticed their excitement, and in her memory stirred familiar feelings were slowly returning to her. Moses rejected the newcomers as talentless weaklings, but Cordelia's attention suddenly snapped to someone in the crowd, and recognition involuntarily triggered in her. As soon as she realized whom she had noticed, Cordelia dashed forward with excitement so unexpectedly that Moses flinched at her reaction and haste. Unable to hold back, Cordelia proudly announced that the newcomer was named Ryudo McLean. He had just entered the academy. Moses froze in place upon hearing the name Ryudo and coldly reacted, unleashing the resentment still living in him from that previous encounter. A few weeks before the exam at the institute, Ryudo was about to leave together with Lilith. She confirmed that she was ready, and they both set off. Outside the village, the Dragon King and Uncle Bernard suddenly appeared. They stopped Ryudo and Lilith because they were already about to leave. Disappointment in their voices was obvious. Immediately recognizing them, Ryudo called out to Uncle Bernard. Ryudo and Lilith stood nearby and calmly waited for them to explain why they had appeared. The Dragon King asked Ryudo about the slave crest. Ryudo explained that he had received permission, and Bernard scolded him for his careless attitude. Bernard showed the village bracelets. He suppressed diseases and curses and activated the crest, and only then did Ryudo realize how important this was, as well as information he had not asked about at all. The Dragon King explained, the dragon people ignore human affairs. Yet despite everything, he promised acceptance, preparing in advance Ryudo's future role among the dragons. One day, Ryudo respectfully declined the offer. He said that his power must serve the hero, and another obligation still remains unfinished. Having finished, he returned to Lilith. The Dragon King cut through her weakness with a dry remark, recalled her exile, and asked if she remembered those ancient words. Even despite the criticism, he praised Lilith's determination. She defended Ryudo, noted her growth and efforts. He was proud that she was his family. Finally, when the farewells ended, Uncle Bernard raised both hands and blessed their journey. The Dragon King silently watched as they set off. Bernard asked if Ryudo already knew about the Shuanglong Gate. The Dragon King assured that they had supposedly already reached it. Now the ancient Shuanglong Gate stood eaten away by centuries. Once held by magic, through the years only their stone physical structure survived. The Dragon King revealed yet another trial. One must pass through these ancient gates. Everyone who dared was defeated and returned defeated, failing the task. But suddenly from the side of the gates burst a grand explosive wave, scattering the air with a shockwave in all directions, shocking both with its uncontrollable power. Realizing what happened, they immediately suspected Ryudo had blown up the gates. Uncle Bernard considered such a possibility absurd. Third, the Dragon King pondered Ryudo's words to equal him and even surpass him. He was sure this decision had already reshuffled countless future paths. Assessing his qualities, the Dragon King predicted that Ryudo would continue to grow stronger without limits. Such growth could accelerate the approach of catastrophes and reshape the fate of the world. And instead of being afraid of these consequences, the Dragon King only smiled. He was eager to find out how strong an ordinary peasant could become. The conversation died down, and the camera turned to the Magic Institute, Grand Academy, where candidates were waiting, preparing to challenge his entrance exam. During registration, Ryudo submitted his data. The examiner noted his profession as a peasant and limited magic, after which he immediately gave a failing result. The examiner immediately rejected Ryudo, stating that everyday magic would never pass this exam. He pointed to a protected target one that required exceptional power. While Ryudo was pondering the situation, someone suddenly called out towards Lilith. The interruption shifted attention away from the senseless refusal. A confident nobleman approached and completely ignored Ryudo. He offered Lilith help and claimed that his influence guaranteed success on the exam. The noble proudly introduced himself. He was the younger brother of the royal family. Calm, confident, almost sour with self-satisfaction, and expected everyone around to admire him. The noble boasted about his status, wealth, appearance, origin, and power. Preparation for the first trial was complete and he struck confidently. The noble's attack finally cleared the target. Everything went smoothly, without any hesitation. Convinced of success, he immediately decided the expert officials would only have to approve him. When Ryudo said Galeblade, the noble reacted with disbelief. He could not accept the idea that some village girl could wield such magic. The officials stopped the first trial as soon as another participant fainted. While assistants arrived, candidates were allowed to continue, adhering to the rules. In the second test, magical potential was measured using a special sphere. Ryudo doubted the method and Lilith examined it carefully. The nobleman proudly held a bright flame in the sphere. Lilith was seeking attention again and boasting about her incredible talent. Lilith's sphere spat out an excessive wave of power and Ryudo flinched. He was already afraid it might tear her apart. Secretly, he reduced the power with his senjutsu. Uniqueness, and the crystal exploded with energy, instantly throwing the examinees into panic. Ryudo remained calm while everyone else was rushing, trying to stop the chaos. Confident in his own results, Lilith praised Ryudo's performance, and he only noted that restraining her incredible power was extremely difficult. The arrogantly minded nobleman suddenly accused Ryudo of failing the exam, aggressively pointed a finger and called him a dangerous troublemaker. His accusation immediately collapsed as soon as the officials announced Ryudo had already passed. The nobleman fiercely resisted, while others simply ignored his complaints. The officials explained Ryudo advanced because he ignited the fire on the protected crystal, and the nobleman angrily grumbled, but his objections were rejected. Missed, the examiner revealed there was one last test remaining. Calmly smiling, he proposed a noble sparring match against Ryudo to put an end to everything. His matter moved and he immediately accepted the offer. He was already imagining how he would personally punish Ryudo and boast about his power and status. The third test began unexpectedly. In a moment, the nobleman lay broken on the ground, only smoke and silence remained. While the servants rushed to the fallen nobleman, Princess Cordelia finally found Ryudo, urgently called him and demanded explanations. Cordelia reached Ryudo only after a long search and saw him again. Ryudo sincerely said that she was incredibly beautiful, so Cordelia was completely stunned, utterly overwhelmed. Stunned, Ryudo nevertheless remained calm, closely watching Cordelia, who loudly dismissed his unexpected words and with obvious embarrassment. Lilith immediately stood between them and confronted Cordelia face to face. The two girls fiercely argued over Ryudo, not backing down an inch. The students thundered through the academy corridors, retelling Cordelia's playful battle, and their words increasingly drew attention to the contender with extraordinary magical power, the one that manifested during reading. The worried girl secretly watched as the students headed to the fifth training ground, unable to shake the fear that they would miss the anticipated confrontation. Two participants faced each other and simultaneously called their weapons synchronously, sharply, as if only serious intent lay ahead, while the spectators closely watched the match start. The fight erupted as soon as the mighty magic shattered the silence of the entire arena. Explosive energy burst outward, and the stunned spectators barely had time to recover. Destructive blows mercilessly tore the field again and again, and the witnesses trembled with anxiety until the duel exceeded expectations and destroyed everything around. While the spectators feverishly analyzed the duel, Lilith hovered in flight and incessantly fired magical attacks, causing the elders to begin doubting both her strange growth and her behavior. Ryudo noticed and understood. Cordelia's holy sword neutralized the offensive spells, so without normal conditions, Lilith's relentless barrage seemed simply impossible. Cordelia dropped her defense and surged forward aggressively, waving through the magical pressure as she closed the distance, firmly resolved to achieve direct confrontation. Lilith acknowledged Cordelia's striking holy weapon, then mocked her attempts, remaining airborne and provoking Cordelia to change her approach. She proposed a physical contest and drew an electrified weapon, unexpectedly throwing Ryudo off guard while preparing a surprise tactic against Cordelia. Cordelia stood ready with her sword while Lilith hovered high above her, keeping her distance. Calmly, Lilith declared, "Cordelia's chances of victory are 0. Cordelia froze for a moment and swallowed her surprise. Where did she get such confidence? A moment later, a blast of insane power sounded. Cordelia was thrown back across the arena, and a wave of shock spread among the spectators who saw the unexpected strike still hit. and Lilith surged forward, unleashing several electrified attacks, clacking Cordelia with relentless pressure and leaving her no effective defense from any side. Cordelia tried with all her might to stop the assault. Despite her holy sword, the attack still remained partially effective, and numbness slowly spread through her body. Cordelia noticed that Lilith was moving within a limited pike, so she immediately surged forward, choosing to fence rather than remain trapped under pressure. Lilith responded with a sharp acceleration of her attack pattern. She summoned many more pikes and directed them to where Cordelia, advancing forward, was about to break through. Cordelia wove through the barrage and continued the advance, stubbornly ignoring the danger and keeping the pace. She decided to reach Lilith before the next attack. Lilith flinched as Cordelia closed the distance in seconds, and it became clear she could approach directly without slowing down, without any preparation. Cordelia surged forward to Lilith with her sword ready, but the summoned pikes were late. There simply wasn't enough time to intercept her move. Lilith awaited Cordelia's attack and prepared to dodge calmly, believing her aerial position still gave her full control over the clash. Cordelia shocked Lilith. She used the summoned spear as support, instantly changed direction, and relentlessly continued the chase in the air. Lilith was torn by panic as soon as Cordelia suddenly approached. She immediately realized that her emotions had disrupted her concentration and weakened control over the magic she had been so carefully maintaining. The collision pulled both girls down, and the fight ended with a harsh blow that exploded, scattering debris across the entire battlefield. Lilith landed on top of Cordelia after the crash and immediately declared victory, confident that she had won the duel even before the circumstances had a chance to shift. Ryudo intervened before Lilith could continue. He released an oppressive pressure that immediately frightened her, and the dangerous confrontation had to be stopped. Confused by his warning, Lilith immediately surrendered, bringing the dispute to an official end, and the spectators erupted with delight. While others celebrated the duel, Ryudo noticed how Lilith appeared, disappointed, silently digesting the result, although praise was already pouring in all around. Cordelia rejected any claims of her own victory and credited Lilith, explaining that the fight only changed because Lilith suddenly stopped her attack. She extended her hand warm, humanly, and both girls agreed to restore their friendship, finally washing away the conflict with mutual respect. Lilith accepted the handshake offered by Cordelia, but a moment of hesitation flashed across her face when Lilith unexpectedly reached for her neck. Turning around, she showed a mark associated with Ryudo and proudly explained what it meant, while Cordelia struggled to process what she had just heard. Lilith joyfully announced her kinship with Ryudo. She placed her hands over her heart and demonstrated exactly how they were connected. Cordelia froze completely as the words reached her. Her face went blank, and beneath the surface, annoyance slowly grew. Ryudo noticed her reaction and called out, but she suddenly dashed away at full speed. Ryudo was left confused. Lilith sharply froze in a triumphant pose next to Ryudo, celebrating excitedly, while he looked at her bewildered and did not understand why she did it. A week after the exams, Princess Cordelia appeared at the academy exhausted. Moses immediately noticed how she was holding on by strength. Cordelia answered weakly as Moaz accompanied her inside. He slipped that she would later become a savior for the common people. Cordelia asked about the date when someone first spoke about the first day of the month. Her reaction revealed confusion, and this alarmed everyone around. When the conversation ended, Cordelia left without any explanations. Moses silently watched her departure, confused by her exile and strange behavior during that brief meeting there. Left alone, Moses replayed the shocking discovery in his mind once more. Thoughts about Ryudo McLean troubled him. He could not come to terms with the fact that he survived despite everything they had believed until then. But 10 years later, Moses met Ryudo in a village. Immediately recognizing him, he approached and confirmed this was indeed the boy. Politely introducing himself, Moses talked about his recent move, extended a friendly hand to Ryudo, and hoped their age difference would encourage camaraderie. Ryudo refused the offer and walked away. Moses watched him go with disappointment, but behind polite behavior hid deeper thoughts. Later, alone with his thoughts, Moses showed a frightening side. Hatred burst out. He promised Ryudo even more opportunities to destroy him. Returning to the present time, Moses pondered carefully. He was still amazed Ryudo, once weak and unnoticed, had lived until now. For a long time, Moses carefully laid out the results of Ryudo's interrogation. Suspecting in them an echo of his own path, he wondered, what if Ryudo also keeps memories of reincarnation? Memories. Cordelia stood in the forest, replaying the recent events in her mind. New versions flared up in her thoughts, overriding the assumptions she had considered indisputable just a moment ago. Ryudo approached Cordelia and blocked her way. He confirmed that today was the first day of the month, and the surprise on her face flashed so clearly it seemed to stop time. Without hesitation, Ryudo extended the bouquet to Cordelia. She froze silently, looking at the flowers, the very ones he had unexpectedly just handed to her. Flowers. He spoke about the qualities of the flowers and the local rarity, smiling warmly and confidently. And every time the words "perfectly suited for Cordelia" sounded in his speech, her confusion only deepened. Ryudo noticed that Cordelia still wore her old jewelry. Realizing that she remembered their shared history, he gave her time and listened while he himself immersed in old memories. Then he shifted the conversation to Lilith and asked Cordelia to tell about her, while warning that the explanation would require very detailed information. Sitting together in the forest, they quietly exchanged information. Cordelia spoke everything in her head, trying to digest what she had learned. Ryudo immediately clarified the situation with the slave seal. He directly said that Lilith's seal was broken, so this mark remained only decorative. Cordelia was surprised, but hunger cut off the conversation. Ryudo teased her a little, and the serious talk quietly turned into playful jabs. Walking alongside, Ryudo remembered that he was preparing a bouquet for Lilith. Cordelia asked why, but he stubbornly brushed it off. Lilith would definitely appreciate it. Instructor Astern aggressively greeted the new student's ominous introduction, immediately imprinted on everyone, and promised strict rules. The instructor sharply and directly explained how they allocate seats in the class. Students had their skills, magic, and items cut, so they had to rely only on physical abilities. Dragging heavy backpacks, the students set off at the start of their trial. Acting on commands, they marched to the building of the old school deep in the woods. Their goal was Wellham Forest, a dangerous area. It was once ordinary land, but after a mysterious incident, it became forbidden territory. The students found out that their class was divided into groups. This was intended to explore the forest where the old school disappeared. Rudu was introduced to Arthur Malcolm, a friendly rural student. Arthur introduced Brian, who seemed completely uninterested in the conversation. Root pondered his own place in society. Even among the impoverished nobility, peasants were assigned a role they themselves perceived as insultingly lower. The hierarchy scheme laid everything out clearly. Peasants stayed at the bottom of the social ladder, while religious and political leaders completely monopolized power. It was further explained that peasants lacked suitable professions, and society measured their value by combat potential, equating many to a lower rank. The lesson continued to describe the peasants' plight. Society reduced them to expendable laborers. Survival was only possible through work without recognition and without any chances. While he was explaining, Ryudo noticed someone approaching him. Curious and at the same time cautious, he quietly turned to the stranger. A cheerful girl introduced herself as Sigusa Koharu and immediately began talking about her group international students. This instantly grabbed the attention of others. Lilith suddenly appeared and stopped Koharu. She declared that she felt tenderness toward Ryudo, then boldly and dramatically interrupted the conversation before the tension could escalate. She boldly declared that she intended to protect Ryudo. Her confidence stunned everyone, and classmates already began to question her strange behavior. 2 hours passed while the students reviewed written materials, and the prolonged instruction did not cease. It continuously prepared them for the harsh demands of the upcoming training. The instructor announced an extremely tough schedule. Magical shackles, limited abilities, and forced the students to rely on persistence and discipline. The students anxiously discussed the harsh program. The training focused on physical growth, mental endurance, and continuous improvement through relentless exercises. During practice, Ryudo met the limitations without any objections. Believing that his abilities already exceeded the usual, he perceived the training as beneficial. The next morning, training preparations began. Ryudo noticed Koharu standing alone and asked where Lilith was, why she was not in the group. Koharu noticed the situation was unusual when she spoke about Lilith's absence. Somewhere else, Lilith was fleeing from crowds, finding fragile peace in what was still felt in Ryudo's presence, as if he was still nearby. Students monitor the fortified lands around Wellham Forest. Inside the barrier, there were no monster attacks, so relative safety was maintained. Ryudo explained the historical significance of this area. It was once the last line of defense for humanity, so strong defenses preserved the location despite the wild expanses around. Lessons sharply shifted toward disasters and dangerous monsters. Instructors spoke about calamities that give birth to powerful creatures beyond ordinary classifications and expectations. Revealed records showed a disturbing pattern. After each such disaster, no survivors remained, only unexplained devastation and mysteries without answers. Instructors laid out clearly how rare monster tribes can trigger sudden evolution. They raise the threat to the entire species and unleash a wave of greater dangers. As an example, they took goblins a catastrophic evolution. They say ordinary monsters step by step advance through the ranks and eventually give rise to invincible rulers. And one such creature, Waltima, completely surpassed the goblin emperors. Her power equaled that of evil gods, so she could ravage states and command invincible hordes of monsters. The lesson deliberately struck at the decline of humanity. Disasters only accelerated destruction. Heroes could only offer temporary resistance against the looming threat. Hearing this, Ryudo did not lose composure and remained focused on his own priorities. He wanted to protect his village, Cordelia, Lilith, and also his companions, mentor and master, who had been nearby before. Before the training began, Koharu nervously approached Ryudo. She needed to discuss something important, and she honestly admitted that she was worried whether she could endure the trials ahead. Koharu said she did not feel confident in her endurance. Ryudo and their comrades listened attentively, trying to understand if she had enough strength to get through the exhausting lessons. Ryudo trained side by side with Arthur and Brian and Koharu. Together they toughened themselves in exercises that drained them to the limit. Ryudo noticed that Koharu was barely holding on, so he carried her on his back and preserved her strength while the training still continued and exhausted them relentlessly. The next morning at breakfast, meager portions were served in the dining hall. Brian, Arthur, and Koharu silently looked at each other. Each sat opposite limited food after exhausting training. Noticing their dissatisfaction, Ryudo offered his portion to Arthur and Koharu, but both refused. Arthur nevertheless admitted he was hungry, trying not to lose focus. Looking at the bowl of porridge, Koharu noticed Ryudo grew the crops himself. His practical skills impressed everyone. No one expected such ingenuity. Ryudo only admitted that they were forbidden any offensive tools. While Brian scolded Koharu for her mistake, Ryudo listened silently, and during breakfast, misunderstanding between them grew more and more. Koharu was worried about Ryudo and hesitated even when food was brought to her. Everyone insisted that he was fine, but it was still visible how the concern showed on her face. Ryudo served another bowl and made Koharu eat first, explaining later she could try again when hunger would no longer distract her. Koharu finally accepted his advice and ate the porridge with relief. Ryudo, observing, noted how warmly and complexly she did it while she confidently regained strength. In the extra lesson, the instructor gave the losing team a punishment. They had to climb the rope all the way to the ceiling to complete the penalty. Arthur asked if failure would worsen their punishment. The instructor waved it off, stating that the reduced food portions would remain unchanged. Not wanting to delay, Arthur confidently grabbed the rope, believing risk brings reward. He threw himself into the task with determination despite all the uncertainty. His grip broke before the top, and with a crash he fell hard down. The instructor calmly watched while Arthur painfully recovered. The instructor asked another opponent, Brian, reason. If Arthur lost, then neither he nor Koharu would practically have any chances left. Ryudo immediately rushed forward and grabbed the rope. While others below watched attentively, he climbed up steadily, under control. Ryudo methodically continued the ascent without magic, relying only on endurance. Arthur watched in shock. What was becoming a difficult test for others seemed to lose its sharpness for him. The teacher believed that the students would give up as soon as fatigue broke their determination. It was visible that Ryudo was trembling from exhaustion, but his persistence did not waver for a moment. During the climb, Ryudo suspected that this punishment existed to force losers to retreat and remove students. But even then, he still focused on one thing: breaking through higher. Wounded participants groaned somewhere else and blamed themselves, saying that it was they who had dragged the team into trouble. Their suffering clearly demonstrated how cruel the Academy's trials were. Ryudo continued to climb upward despite fatigue. Koharu and Brian shouted fervently from below, encouraging him as he approached the finish. During the ascent, Ryudo paused for a moment. His hands were bruised and trembling. The accumulated tension from relentless self-discipline was making itself felt. At first, everything went smoothly, but suddenly something cracked inside Ryudo's body. When he slipped, a strange wave of change overwhelmed him. Koharu watched, holding her breath, fearing that he had already reached his limit. Koharu nervously shouted about her fall. Brian immediately hit her on the head and ordered her to be silent while they observed. Refusing to accept defeat, Ryudo activated his Fortress of Spirit and, during a minute of increasing fatigue, continued to hold on, forcing his exhausted body to go further, relying solely on years of training. Koharu froze and stared upward stunned, and Ryudo gained speed again and soared higher, approaching the ceiling despite all the danger. The teacher, who was already reaching the summit, almost lost his grip, but the instructor immediately caught him. And as soon as the danger passed, the teacher immediately expressed genuine gratitude. Ryudo rested while Koharu, Brian, and Arthur gathered around. Arthur silently watched him, and his gaze became overly intense. Elsewhere, Moses observed everything through a magical device. He was interested in Ryudo's performance, so he carefully scrutinized every movement of the student. After Arthur responded, Ryudo's attitude toward him sharply changed. Hostility grew in his chest, but he could not understand why exactly. During combat practice, Arthur paired up with Ryudo and attacked for real. Ryudo was surprised at how fierce it was, so he sharply asked what could have caused it. Brian told that Arthur's father once led a famous knightly order. Ryudo quietly entered the room and listened attentively, not taking his eyes off. The former captain supported peasants who entered sword competitions. Defeat by a peasant forced him to resign, and it hurt his reputation and status deeply. Brian added, eventually the disgraced captain gave up and refused. Ryudo remained silent. He was weighing how much that incident could affect Arthur. Arthur despised his father who had fallen, and at the same time respected him greatly. These conflicting feelings shaped his views and fueled a stubborn resentment that did not fade. Experiment. Brian concluded that one of the peasants had already provoked everything. Ryudo pondered whether he himself should have better understood the consequences in advance. On the third day, the instructor completely reformatted the training. Students carried heavy backpacks and walked through the forest for 100 kilometers. March announced that this was an individual test. Anyone who could not cope with the load risked failure regardless of what happened to teammates and how successfully they acted. Yes, many students considered Brian and Koharu a burden. It was simply unrealistic for weaker participants inside to complete such an exhausting march. Ryudo perceived this test differently. He was confident that overcoming difficulties would eventually put him on equal footing with Cordelia. Looking at Brian and Koharu, Ryudo asked what motives kept them in the academy. He was interested whether attacking vulnerable students was just bullying. During the march through the forest, Ryudo covered Koharu when suddenly a mighty eastern oni appeared. The monster rushed straight at them. Jim, reliably holding Koharu, Ryudo struck the creature repeatedly. His usual weapon skills seemed ineffective, so he had to fight differently. He continued to attack, dodging danger. His blows maimed Oni, but Ryudo quickly realized that the situation was still incredibly dangerous. Monsters burst out from different sides. Understanding that they were deliberately lured, Ryudo realized it was a trap. The attack hit them with new force. He was hit hard and he was thrown away, while Koharu froze in shock, shouting his name. Ryudo survived the blow and miraculously slipped away from the approaching monster. Even with severe injuries, he remained conscious while the enemy prepared another attack. Several Oni rushed forward and took the offensive. Their coordinated attack cut everything around, driving Ryudo into an increasingly dangerous position. Trembling, Ryudo watched from among the trees. Koharu stood against the monster alone, and additional enemies were closing in from behind. Ryudo saw Koharu was frozen with fear. She could not even move. Exhausted and wounded, he desperately searched for any way out. When Ryudo finally realized that there would be no escape, he made a heavy decision. Doubts dissipated, and he was already preparing for decisive actions. In Ryudo's mind appeared a mysterious horned figure. The creature watched calmly while the hopeless scenario unfolded around them. The figure sat before a colossal demonic presence and looked at Ryudo with interest. Its gaze was fixed on him alone. Ryudo reached out to the giant creature, and the figure commented on the attractive scent. This contradictory interaction only intensified the tense atmosphere. The horned creature spoke as if about an ordinary family walk, standing among corpses. Ryudo listened and could not understand what it was aiming for. Reality sharply clicked and returned to its place. Ryudo stood among the defeated monsters and Koharu remained unharmed, as if the crisis had simply ended. Ryudo looked at his hand, which had changed, while simultaneously checking if Koharu was okay. After making sure she could walk, he encouraged her. The Dragon King condemned the senseless combination of God Eater and Beelzebub, and Ryu even broke it down, how one ability conflicts with the other. The Dragon King explained that gluttony and God Eater endlessly devour each other, and this is how energy is born, simultaneously keeping the unusual power stable and active. Root added that he almost did not understand where the energy went, but still concluded, the peasant's rage remains constantly active. Since the Dragon Kings assumed that Ryudo's transformed right hand could try to merge gluttony and God Eater into a part of the Dragon King. The Dragon King explained the excess energy of Ryudo kept his human form. He did not go into details. Instead, Ryudo rushed to become stronger quickly. Ryudo could not piece together everything he heard. The Dragon King directly and bluntly stated the goal, to defeat the Demon Lord and the God of Demons. The Dragon King warned, he lacks the strength to save the hero or change the world even despite his recent growth. Ryudo, instead of resisting despair, accepted the criticism. He realized that his confidence had grown too much, so he honestly acknowledged his current limitations. Even with new abilities, he reached a discouraging conclusion. He still lacks strength. Remembering what he said earlier, Ryudo prepared himself for even tougher trials. The Dragon King cautioned, Moses, the reincarnated sage, deeply understands this world, and unlike peasants, sages could rewrite reality. Ryudo accepted the challenge without hesitation. Deciding that Moisey had underestimated him, he straightened the plan and was cunningly going to control the sage through someone else's overconfidence. Their conversation ended and morning came. A new day began, and events at the academy continued to roll forward relentlessly. Brienne resolutely objected when the instructors spoke about expelling students. She insisted that Ryudo would become a great hero despite their decision. The instructor completely rejected Brian's claim. Irritation flared on his face. The warning was not taken seriously by anyone. As soon as the students noticed movement near the academy entrance, attention was instantly stirred. Someone pointed toward the unexpected newcomer, and he was approaching with a steady, restrained step. Ryudo reached the destination alone. On his shoulders were Koharu and several packages. His endurance amazed the spectators who witnessed the incredible finish. Finish declared victory for the two participants. He carried the exhausted Koharu across the finish line and completed the trial. Challenge, Brian asked where Ryudo's magical shackles had disappeared. He first requested medical assistance for Koharu and only then intended to explain everything. Nothing, Ryudo reported an Oni attack and destroyed his shackles. Even if the evidence was unclear, the traces of the fight suggested his story was true. The students were ordered to immediately relocate to the new academy building. The sudden command sowed confusion throughout the gathered group. During March, heated discussions erupted. The students weighed the recent ONI attacks and concluded that the old campus territory could no longer remain safe. Ryudo alone questioned the academy's intentions and tried to find out whether the recent events could be related to the possible expulsion of Koharu from the school. Based on the collected information, Ryudo laid out the enemy's movements according to the scheme. He noticed a large army advancing quickly and immediately thought of Cordelia. Remembering Cordelia's strength, he hesitated. Although he trusted her abilities, he still doubted whether he himself should intervene. While Ryudo was traveling, he was considering the next step. Lilith walked silently beside him as he carefully weighed Cordelia's situation. Having reached a decision, Ryudo declared that he would join Cordelia's team, and his determination only strengthened once he defined a clear goal. The fortress held the main forces of the academy. He planned a detour, and Lilith unexpectedly asked about changing the route. Ryudo approached Arthur and asked for help. Although Arthur was surprised, he still listened as Ryudo laid out his plans in detail. After resting a bit on the outskirts, Ryudo coordinated preparations with Lilith via telepathic communication. As soon as everything was ready, she immediately began observing the new school. Lilith used lethal magic to scout the area in advance. She noticed smoke and commotion, then instantly returned and warned everyone about the danger. The instructor confirmed the new school building was already surrounded by ogres, so when messages arrived, alarm quickly spread among the students. Lilith reported a huge prey rapidly approaching and, not knowing what it was hunting, advised to immediately change the route to avoid getting trapped. After additional observations, it was found that members of the academy had gathered near the fortress. The instructor took this into account and rebuilt the route to go exactly there. When the group began to worry about navigation in Wellham Forest, Lilith confidently took charge and created a magical guide for those walking ahead. Relying on her own strength, she paved the way through obstacles. The group followed and continued the advance toward their goal. Arthur and Brian raced along the torn path, fleeing from the pursuit, and loudly discussed how the ogre horde was approaching. Koharu suddenly felt the energy around change. Her face froze because an unexpected realization interrupted her concentration. Holding a protective spell, she confessed. She created copies to monitor the routes, and Ryudo was surprised by the scale of her abilities. Having ensured that the escort squad could handle the remaining threats, Ryudo decided to move on. He entrusted Koharu with security and went alone to the fortress to reach the target. At the western fortress, the fierce battle ended. The young warrior defeated the ogre general, and the soldiers immediately rushed into attack. Cordelia ordered everyone to rest and recover strength, but not to lose vigilance. She reminded the soldiers to collect arrows while preparations continued during the fortress defense. The reports mentioned repeated enemy attacks over 2 days. As a result, resources and people were exhausted, while Cordelia personally focused on finishing off the stronger ogres. Finally, as the fortress was gripped by mounting tension, Cordelia demanded an immediate counterattack, convinced that decisive actions could completely stop the enemy's pressure. Finally, the commander rejected her proposal and firmly cut off. Their duty was to defend the fortress, and if another general arrived, he warned, trouble could come even sooner. Cordelia insisted, heroes are soldiers too, but the order did not budge an inch. She continued to break out in irritation while the leaders prioritized defense above all. The fortress leaders concluded that the ogres were pushed to action and suspected powerful attacks coordinated by the king. Meanwhile, they delayed the defenders until reinforcements arrived. Cordelia proposed to strike deep into the enemy's rear to quickly eliminate their leader, but urgent reports interrupted the conversation. A decision had not yet been made. Outside the fortress, the ogre hordes were breaking forward side by side. The disciplined advance only confirmed suspicions. Stronger leadership directed the growing invasion. When the commanders saw the horde approaching, they immediately realized this huge force was hitting directly at their position, and it could not be stopped. The defense would be swept away by sheer numerical superiority. In the crowd of charging monsters, a furious mad giant ogre roared, rushing forward as if unquestionably certain of his own right, while the army advancing ahead prepared for battle. Cordelia noticed how the charging ogres suddenly retreated, and this gave her goosebumps. What were they trying to achieve? She assumed the attack had simply created a breach somewhere else. Lilith broke through the battlefield alone. She rushed through enemy ranks with incredible speed, disregarding danger, and immediately moved to meet the opposing forces. From afar, Cordelia immediately recognized Lilith as powerful strikes erupted across the battlefield. Ogres encountered on her path were scattered in all directions. Seeing reinforcements arriving, Cordelia seized the moment and gave the order for a coordinated counterattack, directing mages and soldiers against the retreating enemies. Artillery bombardments repeatedly fell on the battlefield until the cavalry, rolling up behind the explosions, charged into a fierce assault against the shaken ogre forces. Cordelia gave simultaneous orders to the archers, infantry, and cavalry, and herself rushed to the enemy headquarters, commanding the defenders to hold the fortress lines. Spears her advance tore through the battlefield with a devastating blow, scattering ogres and breaking formations that tried to stop her assault. The ogres watched as Lilith relentlessly pushed forward despite limited forces and were stunned. Her determination cut through the fierce resistance. Lilith suddenly stopped, and Cordelia immediately felt a change beyond the battlefield. Something unusual was crawling out and moving forward along with the advancing forces. Standing alone ahead, she faced a looming crowd. More and more terrifying creatures came forward, and it became clear danger was rapidly approaching. But as soon as Lilith spotted 2 ogre kings, they both simultaneously gave orders, commanding the battlefield, and she immediately understood. Their joint presence was a colossal threat to everyone. Meeting with the close rulers, Cordelia proposed to unite against the common threat, setting aside personal differences for survival and victory. Lilith admitted that she did not like Cordelia, and Cordelia responded in kind, but both quickly agreed going against two kings separately was foolish. Without unnecessary talk, the uneasy alliance started instantly. Both women moved together, preparing strikes and keeping vigilant. The Ogre King struck first with incredible force. The ground shattered completely, everything around shook wildly, and their clash set the battle in motion. Cordelia and Lilith instantly divided roles. Each chose an Ogre King as a target and, without hesitation, boldly moved toward the decisive battle. Their agreement had barely faded, and both girls confidently rushed forward, ready to challenge their rivals and find out how the fight would end. A horned monster emerged from the wild darkness and fixed its gaze ahead. Around its body flared a fierce, boiling energy. Cordelia and Lilith together charged into battle, tightly gripping their weapons. They moved forward without hesitation, preparing for the threatening creature. The monster struck them sharply, harshly, and without warning. Cordelia reacted instantly. She rushed across the battlefield while Lilith carefully watched everything, confused. Powerful magic struck the ground across the entire area, releasing waves of force. Explosions raged again and again, covering the surroundings with destruction and debris. The monster stayed on its feet even after the blows. Cordelia criticized Lilith's reckless method, and another voice asked how long their game would last. Ryudo ended up behind the monster and crushed part of its head without unnecessary movements. Cordelia smiled confidently. Lilith only watched. That night, the leaders gathered inside Sokuma's castle to discuss the war. The reports were relentless. Every fortress had fallen except the western stronghold. One commander accused the fleeing mercenaries of the collapse of the southern fortress. Another dismissed his claims, and the conversation immediately shifted to which defensive forces were still holding. Several knights explained, the western fortress still stands because it was defended by Hirosama. The northern fortress disappeared. Completo survivors remained. During the meeting, Lilith corrected her own assumptions. She revealed that Eastern Oni support ogres, thereby proving that the enemy forces exceeded expectations. The vice captain reported the Eastern monsters possess advanced magic that surpasses Western methods. Moreover, the scouts encountered a giant Oni, whom they believe is used as the commander of the troops. The report was terrible. It stunned everyone standing in the hall. One of the elders immediately realized the situation had sharply worsened, and he was already afraid that the defenses would soon completely collapse. The nobleman stood up and accused the Eastern girl. He said she was inviting trouble. He insisted that the Oni were moving through Harand by that, bringing danger directly to them. Cordelia dismissed the emotional accusations and ordered to gather the evidence together. She reminded, no one still knows the enemy's identity. Lieutenant Colonel explained, enemy movements suddenly slowed down. Small detachments gathered around Sakamas as if a major encirclement operation was about to start very soon. Cordelia asked for permission to speak and proposed to open all city gates. She demanded an immediate battle against the Oni before conditions worsened. She explained that the barrier provided minimal protection against Eastern monsters. Her plan focused on the enemy leaders near the gates to ensure organized defense. Cordelia argued that reinforcements would not come. Other states ignored the warnings. So staying inside the city would mean inevitable defeat without any meaningful resistance. Another commander confirmed that attacks raged in neighboring lands as well. Lost scouts and silence in reports showed that the crisis had spread across the entire territory. The commanders accepted Cordelia's strategy after careful consideration. Responsible persons were assigned to each gate, and the meeting concluded. When everyone dispersed, the Lord announced that the meeting room would no longer be used. Ryudo quietly entered while others carried out orders. Several officers questioned why a peasant was allowed to be present at military discussions. They believed that Cordelia's strange proposal was influenced by someone capable of affecting her decisions. The Lord admitted that his curiosity about that mysterious advisor gnawed at him. He continued to monitor recent events, convinced that the unknown figure required attention. Looking at Ryudo, the Lord recalled an acquaintance he had once crossed paths with. Shared traits between them stirred memories and further fueled his curiosity. Ryudo stepped forward before Cordelia and Lilith, calmly stated that the situation remained under control and insisted that this crisis was different. Ryudo explained that the enemy was unlike an ordinary disaster. Their generals appeared weaker than they should be, as if the events were driven by unnatural interference. He suggested that the monsters were forcibly evolved by artificial methods. Koharu listened silently while Ryudo firmly laid out his theory step by step. According to the strength rating, Ryudo arranged the defenders between the 4 gates and identified the western ones as the main threat. Ryudo ordered Koharu to guard the western gate. He insisted, if necessary, retreat because he believed her strength surpassed opponents of the king class. Leaving the western gate entirely in Koharu's hands, Ryudo prepared for battle somewhere else. He gave her a proud order to protect her classmates. Ryudo completed the defense plan and confidently encouraged everyone. He ordered Cordelia and Lilith to fight freely, without any restraints. 2 days passed until the expected attack. The enemy's dark forces gathered outside Tsuchimasa, tightening a ring around the northern gate and remaining silent. Cordelia carefully watched the enemy positions from the walls. The greatest forces were concentrated in the east, just as Ryudo had previously predicted. The senior knight approached Cordelia and immediately recognized her. Recalling past battles, he noted her calm confidence. Cordelia explained without hesitation how she maintained composure. Beside her was a powerful ally, and trusting him, she awaited the battle that was already approaching. Cordelia expressed firm confidence in that mysterious female mage. The experienced knight trusted her decision unconditionally and still held faith in victory. The knight apologized for treating Cordelia like a child. Instead, on the battlefield, he already saw her as a capable soldier. The soldiers around openly pledged allegiance to Cordelia. They promised unwavering support, and this noticeably strengthened her resolve before the approaching clash. Warning signals echoed through the fortress walls. The enemy finally advanced, and from that moment the long-awaited battle began. Veteran knight urged Cordelia to fight without fear. She, grateful for the trust, accepted their support and smiled. Cordelia, without hesitation, crashed straight into the enemy's battle formation. Her first swift charge made the generals around stagger from surprise and look around confusedly. An explosive wave tore through the battlefield. It, smashing attacking monsters, broke forward with force and loudly declared entry into the fight, rising against the northern army head-on. Near the southern gates, the defenders noticed someone approaching the enemy lines. An unusual gait immediately swept across the entire battlefield and drew attention. Lilith stepped forward despite the warnings of allied mages. They demanded space for attacking spells, but she ignored their objections. Addressing her father's golden dragon, Lilith unleashed destructive magic. A massive attack surged forward, aimed directly at the enemy army. Lilith's dragon magic crashed onto the battlefield with all its devastating power. A colossal explosion covered the enemy positions, shaking the entire area. The soldiers silently froze before the ruins. Lilith turned back unhurriedly, as if the chaos she had just raised did not concern her at all. Ryudo watched the course of the battle from a distance, pleased with the northern and southern fronts. Then he slowly shifted his gaze to the east. The experienced lord suddenly asked Ryudo about Bernard. Ryudo was surprised but still answered, "Bernard is his master." The lord immediately understood their connection and recognized the resemblance. Remembering Bernard's hardships, he became worried about his pupil. The veteran lord turned to Ryudo and asked for an assessment. He needed an honest opinion about what awaited on the battlefield ahead. Ryudo answered confidently and evenly, without any anxiety. In his opinion, the victory was already practically decided, and the entire conflict was manageable and easily controlled. The discussion had not yet subsided when a huge enemy appeared. Immediately recognizing the threat, Ryudo prepared himself while the battle shifted into a much more dangerous new phase. Ryudo faced a gigantic armored demon. Its oppressive presence stunned everyone watching, and somewhere someone recognized the rare Emperor class, carefully keeping everything under control. Finally, the veteran lord stepped forward, resolute to challenge the very threat, believing that the legacy of the fallen captain must be preserved until the danger grew no further. Ryudo calmly corrected him, revealing that Master Bernard still lived near his village, so all the veteran's assumptions and guesses collapsed together, and he himself looked quite stunned. And drawing his weapon, Ryudo advanced against the Emperor-class opponent, carefully watching every move and aiming at the abilities hidden behind the armor. The massive demon responded instantly, adapting to Ryudo's actions with terrifying precision. It seemed to show that this fight would require skill, not just strength. Ryudo cleaved the battlefield with a giant strike, forcing Ryudo to endure a devastating attack, one that could wipe ordinary fighters off the face of the earth. He calmly watched as the destructive blow vanished at a distant point, leaving only the open sky where the continuous destruction still raged. The veteran lord and the surrounding soldiers were pierced by disbelief. The emperor and most of the Oni suddenly disappeared without any explanation. The realization came instantly. Ryudo understood that his weapon had nearly erased space itself, so he immediately warned everyone enemies remained rapidly approaching. Finally, the veteran lord recovered from the shock and immediately ordered his troops to engage in battle, preparing a defense against the Oni who were still alive. Having ensured that the battlefield remained secure, Ryudo handed over the rest of the Oni to the allied forces and without hesitation walked away, feeling neither worry nor doubt. With a broad skill in detection, he surveyed the surroundings, making sure the conditions were stable, and decided to come to the aid of Cordelia's ongoing defense. A sudden explosion thundered across the region. Ryudo immediately stopped and began scanning with his eyes in search of that unexpected noise. Just a moment ago, another skirmish had broken out in the town. It caused real chaos among the buildings and made the defenders nervously anxious. The vigilant archer intercepted the threat, calmly aimed at the approaching Oni and looked at them as ordinary prey, not as enemies. The shooters rushed into attack, destroying the advancing Oni, breaking through their ranks and scattering bodies across the battlefield, flooding everything with overwhelming force. When the archer saw the enemies suddenly disappear, he froze in confusion, unable to understand where the rest of the Oni had gone. Somewhere nearby, the Oni hid in the shadows and gathered a group of frightened civilians, and at that moment it became clear. Someone had deliberately robbed them of the usual chances of detection. After the report, Ryudo immediately understood. Enemy camouflage made observation futile, and this only intensified the fears. Yet another gate was under threat. At the western gate, conditions could not be confirmed. Ryudo was torn between painful decisions while civilians continued to be held under threat in other places. Ryudo remembered Cordelia and Lilith and then realized how much their support had eased his burden and how this echoed in his choices throughout the ongoing war. Several minutes passed while Ryudo cleared another section. He acknowledged his companion's efforts and confidently finished off the remaining threats. The instructor directed the residents to evacuation routes, urgently managed the traffic, maintained order, and did not let the situation slip from his hands while the danger continued to spread through the city. The academy instructor reinforced defensive barriers against enemy attacks, but the enemy's pressure was tougher than expected and steadily broke through his protective magic. Ryudo arrived even before the disaster strike sounded, instantly destroyed the threat, praised his teacher's efforts, and only after that took responsibility upon himself. Ryudo declared that removing monsters was a peasant's job, so he decisively stepped forward while his instructor remained behind in surprise, watching. He crushed the enemies around effortlessly, making the teacher doubt the reality of what was happening and regret having previously completely neglected Ryudo's humble class. The instructor admitted that he had previously taken the side against student McLean and only now realized Ryudo was behind the events that had happened earlier. Ryudo casually asked if he had already passed the teacher's exam, said it so confidently as if the battle around them was not raging and thundering further. Realizing the threat was broader, Ryudo asked for help in flight, entrusted local defense to his instructor, and rushed forward impatient, eager to make it in time. Ryudo again activated a simple surface scan, carefully clinging to the search for hidden threats causing continuous destruction everywhere. Making sure no civilians remained nearby, Ryudo devised an unusual plan and created a special seed for cultivation magic. Sowing the seed, he activated growth and cultivation, combining it with the decline of the dragon god's technique. An explosion of insane power bursts from the ground, buildings shake, and the battlefield is reshaped by something huge rising from below. Despite everything, a gigantic dragon-like entity rose above the city, leaving the spectators speechless, and Ryudo's extraordinary cultivation strategy finally showed results. Ryudo expanded the search capabilities across the entire battlefield. With precise analysis, he tracked disguised enemies hidden beneath the layers of confusion and chaos. Piercing through the earth itself, he uncovered the concealed positions of the Oni, proving simply, mastery of concealment cannot escape exposure. Powerful attacks burst out from several directions at once. They hit hidden targets and forced several disguised monsters to just jump out. Ryudo noticed another Emperor class nearby and immediately realized the invasion involved greater forces than he had assumed. He ordered caution. The newly revealed Emperor roared madly over the city, demonstrating undeniable power while preparing to unleash destruction on the entire district. The Emperor unleashed a devastating assault on the gigantic dragon, raining destructive blows and trying to break its advance. Despite the attack, the dragon immediately counterattacked, crashing into the Emperor and forcefully driving the massive opponent downward. Both monsters exchanged merciless blows. The ground shook violently, and neither side lost control or intended to surrender. The dragon's roots and its destructive power slowly overcame the Emperor. They suppressed its movements and cut off any chances of escape. A devastating blow struck the Emperor's body. A wave scattered everything around, destroyed buildings, and pushed the battle toward its conclusion. The broken Emperor lay prostrate under the dragon's destructive power, heavily observing what was happening. The instructor trembled and called it a monster. While recovery was still impossible, a devastating final blow fell from above. Twin beam hit the very battlefield, washing away everything around without a trace. At the western gates of Tsukima, the guards were shouting evacuation orders at the top of their lungs, while the shadow monster was breaking through the streets, cutting them with a strike. Koharu nervously watched as the creature crashed into the gate with a giant push, and one thought stubbornly remained in her head: stronger enemies were somewhere else, not here. Arthur suddenly appeared in front of Koharu and intercepted the threat, so much so that she was nearly knocked over by shock, and Brian froze and just watched, confused by how the events unfolded live. Koharu reproached Arthur for his actions and did not understand why he was protecting her, but he simply replied, "Guarding the gate is a normal duty and common sense." As the enemies drew closer and closer, Arthur ordered Koharu and Brian to run, and he himself, along with the fighters left behind, began preparing resistance against the threatening force that was advancing. Arthur and Brian froze over the shattered battlefield. One powerful blow erased the monster from the face of the earth, and Koharu was stunned by shock. Cordelia and Lilith reached the gates and without hesitation took the helm in their hands, promising support while preparing to confront the rest of the enemies. Arthur threw quick orders to Koharu and Brian to rescue the citizens trapped inside the church. Meanwhile, the defenders held their positions, repelling opponents approaching from all over the district. Cordelia approached Koharu and urgently asked for help, distracting her from the fight while others held back the assault and covered the defense of evacuation routes. Lilith immediately rejected this idea, stating that Koharu would not be able to contribute much. Because of this, tension grew in the group despite the danger increasing. Lilith sharply criticized Koharu, stating, "Ryudo entrusted her with the gate, so failures and hesitation are unjustified. They only further destabilize the chaotic situation." Near the western gate appeared a mighty imperial monster, and Cordelia and Lilith were forced to act despite the quarrel that had erupted minutes ago. Lilith unleashed magic and promised only 3 minutes of support, while Koharu stood uncertainly as the preparation for battle rapidly gained momentum. Cordelia apologized for her request and promised protection, but Koharu shook her head and quietly refused the responsibility offered to her. Koharu asked why Cordelia stayed behind, just learning that she was afraid of battle, hated being a hero, and wanted the ability to escape. Cordelia recalled how Ryudo encouraged her to break free from the burden of overly heavy expectations, promising she could renounce the duties of a hero and find peace elsewhere. Then Koharu asked why Cordelia stayed. She learned she wanted to protect Ryudo and valued her comrade's strength. In her opinion, imposes responsibility towards others. Cordelia declared pride in her role. She chose protection over retreat since trusted allies stood beside her against danger. Koharu accepted her decision and Cordelia re-engaged in the fight, begging Koharu to keep her private fears from prying eyes. Left alone with these words, Koharu silently bowed her head, struggling with uncertainty, while somewhere in the distance the battle raged throughout the city. While the fight raged around the gates, Koharu inside dismissed Cordelia's reasoning, firmly knowing the answer she sought lay somewhere else entirely. Confusion spread in her mind like a wave. Memories and emotions collided, and she suddenly could no longer be sure whether her previous conclusions had been wrong. A dark feeling burst out, striking her cruelly, and Koharu forced herself to believe that everyone around constantly judged her, pushed her away and looked down on her. Lilith and Cordelia immediately realized. They froze in fear when a terrifying presence suddenly emerged from Koharu. Next to the monsters, Cordelia felt something strange beyond the battlefield. She understood that Koharu's emotional outburst triggered an unknown malfunction. Cordelia sensed the disturbance too late. A fierce force erupted beneath the battlefield, and it, like a mad wave, lifted destruction upward with invincible power. A giant dark creature burst out over the city, overshadowing the surrounding monsters, and Cordelia stood stunned, seeing its appearance. The creature gathered strength and relentlessly launched an attack, spreading chaos across the battlefield while the defenders tried to comprehend what was happening. Koharu completely lost control. She laughed maniacally, attacking the monsters herself, and, surrounded by Oni, declared fierce hatred towards them. Arthur rushed up and firmly grabbed Koharu. Lilith shuddered. He suddenly realized that the gloomy girl had awakened with unexpected abilities. Koharu exploded with anger, painting images in her mind from everyone around, and fiercely argued against accusations that existed nowhere except in her own head. Cordelia doubted her own identity while Koharu, insulting Cordelia and Lilith, rejected their advice and refused to accept any criticism. Proclaiming future revenge on both women, Koharu abruptly dashed away without looking back. Her unstable emotions spiraled further and broke out of control. Cutting through the battlefield, Koharu aggressively charged at the Oni, mocking them, and despite the danger, treated these monsters as ordinary targets. Despite the rage, Koharu remembered the kindness of the village inhabitants, and it tore her apart inside. She wavered between gratitude and hatred as she continued to fight. Having gained the power of wild energy, Koharu hovered over the battlefield and unleashed devastating strikes, cutting through countless monsters without any hesitation. From afar, Arthur's group noticed. Koharu displays abilities related to the Eastern battle priestesses, and her character has changed beyond recognition. They explained that Eastern techniques borrow spiritual power, thus producing unusual effects and not depleting magical reserves by ordinary methods. Lilith compared the process to trying to hold back a river with bare hands, warning that Koharu's body might suffer severe consequences. Despite her destructive power, Arthur understood. The Emperor remains invincibly mighty, and he feared that Koharu would not be able to defeat him alone. Lilith proposed a strategy against the Emperor, insisting, victory is still possible if Cordelia cooperates and fully supports her plan. Cordelia immediately accepted the proposal, trusting Lilith's judgment, and rushed forward without any hesitation despite the threat already looming. She struck the Emperor again and again, but the attacks caused only limited damage. The monster recovered too quickly from wounds. Koharu's attacks disrupted the Emperor's rhythm and prevented him from counterattacking, while she fiercely declared that the battle and the goal were hers. Seeing both girls acting recklessly, Lilith sharply stopped them and demanded cooperation, not rushing forward alone again. Cordelia fought against the Emperor's regeneration, fully understanding. Her attacks barely leave a trace, but repeatedly buy time for Lilith's preparation. Lilith finally revealed her strongest dragon magic. She ordered Cordelia to retreat and immediately unleashed a colossal attack directly at the Emperor. The destructive spell worked on the first try, squeezing out the weaknesses inherent to Oni, and dragon magic proved especially effective against their defenses. The Emperor sustained heavy damage and roared fiercely. Defensive abilities crumbled under the barrage of Lilith's magical attack. Although pleased with the result, Lilith already knew the Emperor survived, and this doubt pierced her whether she had reached the limits of her strength. Koharu confidently declared victory, deciding that Emperor Oni had fallen, but the energy still hovered over the devastated field, leaving uncertainty. Observers explained, Koharu's attacks became effective only after Lilith destroyed the barrier. Then she could strike the enemies directly and eventually break their defense. Victory was in the bag, so Koharu celebrated loudly until Cordelia and Lilith looked at her, surprised by her enthusiasm and reckless confidence. Lilith praised Koharu's achievement and admitted she defeated Emperor Oni, so despite past hostility and tense quarrels, she gave due credit. A mysterious figure in a robe appeared overhead, assessed Koharu's success, and immediately drew everyone's attention to herself, without explanation or hint of what she desired. The newcomer declared Koharu worthy to join his family and ended the clash with a troubling invitation that awakened new questions. Cordelia noticed a bound Oni who resembled Ryudo. From afar, others watched the battlefield and increasingly raised troubling questions about his identity. She compared the stranger with memories of scorched scenes, while Lilith impatiently urged not allowing herself to drown in uncertainty. Lilith rejected any similarity outright and pressed, "No monster compares to Ryudo." Among those watching from the sidelines, shock spread instantly. Koharu raised her hand and immediately recognized Oni God, after which she suggested using the window while the enemy had not yet reacted. Others debated how risky it was. The Oni shrugged off attacks based on spirits without any effort, and Koharu froze as he revealed a secret: how Emperor Oni was defeated and where he got that devastating power. Suddenly, the Oni God broke into uncontrollable sobbing. Through the cry of grief, waves of pain overwhelmed him, shocking everyone who was closely watching. Still sobbing, he declared that his brothers were dead but gladly accepted this group as if they were family. So Cordelia and Koharu were left in shock. Onigod revealed a grim plan: to rebuild his people through the surviving women and treat the population loss as a problem that could be solved. Unwilling to listen further, Lilith launched a powerful attack against him and with complete determination pushed destructive energy forward. Lilith admitted victory seemed impossible and ordered Cordelia to retreat, immediately choosing survival. Koharu froze between surprise and concern. At that moment, the Oni God appeared next to Cordelia and Koharu and began grumbling about the interruption, and his sharp movements scared both girls so much they froze in shock. Cordelia shielded Koharu with her body, but as soon as the enemy effortlessly closed the distance, fierce force of the strike exploded around them. Onigod ignored the consequences of the attack, keeping in mind the instruction not to injure Cordelia, and quite casually decided to simply follow orders. Koharu tried another strike, but Onigod reacted immediately, knocked her off her feet, disrupted her attack before completion, and broke the follow-up before she could finish. Noticing Koharu closely, Onigido recognized someone from the human homeland in her and asked why she had ended up in the Western lands. Koharu demanded an answer from the stranger, but Onigod looked confused. He asked who she was, although her obvious anger was evident. She admitted that she survived in a clan destroyed by Oni, and the Oni God indifferently acknowledged involvement without even recognizing her family. Koharu sharply asked why the terrible Oni still hold the Western lands if she remained alive, thus exposing the contradictions of their previous encounter. The Soul God explained to the spirit, and it found the abandoned, weakened bodies without blood, after which it coldly declared Koharu unnecessary. Her power had already faded. Without hesitation, the Oni God declared, "Koharu already stands with 1 foot over the abyss," and blood spurted from her mouth right before the stunned witnesses. The Onigad immediately forgot about Koharu. He threw a brief farewell and calmly walked away, carrying the unconscious Lilith and Cordelia. Once Ryudo offered to help carry the burden, but Koharu stubbornly refused and insisted she could handle everything herself. Staggering, Koharu made her way through the rough ground, enduring burning pain alone, forcing herself to move forward despite wounds and incredible suffering. Ryudo cautiously asked if those nearby truly desired such a sacrifice, and this made Koharu reconsider her own feelings. After considering the answer, Ryudo said that no one lives without regrets, and quietly acknowledged a faith shaped by experience. Koharu recalled her painful past experience, countless failures when her weakness prevented her from protecting loved ones, despite sincere desire. Ryudo admitted that he won another chance thanks to relentless efforts and still urged Koharu not to give up, warning, "Stubborn isolation breeds mistakes." He urged Koharu to trust her comrades, not to bear every burden alone, and gave her advice drawn from his own experience. His words stirred memories from beneath the dust, and Koharu suddenly realized support had always been nearby even when she thought she was alone. Realizing this, Koharu seized her burning power and declared that the dreamy world would vanish along with her flame. Onigad reconsidered his decision about Koharu's words. He corrected himself, made room for curiosity, and did not immediately and completely dismiss her determination. He was amused by how she held herself. God promised her recognition only if she survived, unlocking everything, and then challenged her without any restrictions. Koharu rejected his mockery and surged forward, fiercely thrusting her spear downward with an unbreakable resolve to prove it to herself. His explosive attack tore through the battlefield, but Onigad remained unharmed and mockingly ridiculed the result, fueling even more stubborn resistance. Accepting the challenge to the end, Koharu unleashed her full power and flooded the battlefield with relentless strikes from every direction. Her attacks rained down from all sides without pause, and Onigad remained calm, even criticizing her approach for inefficiency. Overcoming the mockery, Koharu intensified the barrage and vowed to pierce his body, putting all her resolve into every throw. But the strength finally broke. She sank to her knees, exhausted, and the soul god concluded the fierce battle was over. Onigad mocked her pitiful performance, while Koharu, alone and on the verge of losing consciousness, frantically searched for Cordelia and Lilith. A sudden voice declared victory, and it belongs to everyone together. Oni God shuddered. While unexpected events unfolded behind his back, everything went wrong. Behind the battlefield burst forth a gigantic spiritual embodiment, and before the eyes suddenly opened the true sources of power that had remained hidden until now. Then the giant entity struck Oni God with a direct blow, ultimately wounding him and creating a breach thanks to a precise attack. Back, understanding that the ambush had succeeded, Bogoni sincerely thanked his opponent, acknowledging exactly who had done it, and at the same time strangely feeling relief. Several attacks pierced Onigad before he could recover, and he froze while the unexpected assault continued relentlessly. Finally, Ryudo arrived at the decisive moment. He praised Koharu's efforts and announced that their coordinated ambush had indeed turned the tide of the battle. Ryudo entrusted Lilith and Cordelia Kohar. He warmly reassured her, and she took responsibility for their protection. Onigad's body suffered severe damage after repeated attacks. His chest was covered with huge wounds, and he himself began to weaken. Already crippled, Onigad still sincerely praised the attack, recognized the accuracy and effectiveness of their strategy. Onigada compared himself to a trapped monster. The sealing effect only delayed the defeat but did not put an end to it. Ryudo approached calmly and asked if this was already the end of the farewell, and the god Oni laughed and briefly greeted their company. Ryudo suddenly struck Onigada right in the middle of the conversation, interrupting him again, and that powerful blow shattered the entire brief quarrel. Irritated and at the same time happy, Onigad rushed forward with a fierce smile, eager to continue fighting Ryudo despite accumulated injuries. Onigad crashed through the scattered shrapnel storm, but Ryudo remained calm. He carefully tracked the enemy's movement and prepared the next decisive strike ahead. Ryudo dashed forward with devastating speed. Onigad noticed the attack, but the distance vanished before any defense could be formed. His strike hit directly into Onigad's body. A furious force exploded, tearing him from the inside, while Ryudo watched attentively. Injured Onigad tried to resist, but he was still pierced by severe wounds. Ryudo immediately rushed after him, delivering another devastating blow, and the enemy flew away. Explosions tore through the battlefield. Chain strikes flared one after another. Ryudo stood motionless, holding the pressure, while Onigad continuously endured numerous hits. Ryudo began merciless attacks, hitting Onigad's again and again across the entire sky. Each strike pushed the enemy back and prevented him from recovering. Everything around was showered with shockwaves. Numerous clashes flared simultaneously. Observers could only watch as the strikes exploded while both fighters disappeared from sight. Koharu was nervous and could not keep up with their movements. She realized Ryudo matched Onigad's strength and has incredible healing. A sudden revelation flashed through Koharu. Her facial expression changed as she continued watching the fight and tried to understand Ryudo's true nature. Onigad appeared excited despite severe wounds and praised Ryudo's combat skill. The enemy approached briskly, and Ryudo responded calmly. Finally, Onigad asked what Ryudo's occupation was, assuming his power came from an exceptional class. Ryudo calmly answered without averting his gaze from the opponent. When Ryudo confessed that he was merely a peasant, Onigad froze for a moment. His answer completely contradicted everything expected. Instead of mocking him, the one god rejoiced. He appreciated Ryudo's determination and recognized in this impossible growth truly immense discipline. Filled with excitement, Onigad declared that he wanted to continue fighting. Ryudo cautiously waited from afar, listening. The one god who admitted defeat was impossible for Ryudo. Yet despite disappointment, he accepted the outcome of the fight and acknowledged Ryudo's superiority. The Oni god, explaining the difference between Oni and humans, acknowledged Ryudo's strength and proposed a plan aimed at ending this conflict. Without hesitation, Onigad announced his demand. He extended his hand directly to Ryudo and openly showed a strong desire to recruit him. Onigoto invited Ryudo to the Oni clan, praised his blood, and promised his people even greater wealth. He spoke about the tribe's decline and the fading of glory and vowed that preserving the Oni legacy for future generations would become his goal. Oni God stated that humans themselves caused all the land's troubles and insisted the true confrontation must become humanity's own matter. Recalling the one God, Ryudo spoke about how people treated exceptional peasants, asserting, society feared anyone whose strength exceeded expectations. He spoke about human prejudices and gave examples of people who measured value only by professions. Ryudo listened silently, showing neither agreement nor anger. The one God ordered Ryudo to completely renounce humanity. He insisted, only the tribal community can provide acceptance, respect, and a sense of belonging. Said, inspired, Onigit imagined joining Ryudo. Together they claimed they could reshape the entire world. Delivering a passionate speech, God Oni suddenly caught something strange. He looked down and realized that among the severed hands one was missing. The soul god froze, staring at his severed hand, not believing his eyes. Panic washed away his former confidence as regeneration failed. The wound remained completely unchanged. Confusion overwhelmed Onigad as strange sensations spread throughout his body. And as soon as he realized that Ryudo's attack had caused irreversible damage, he finally understood the deadly danger. Ryudo approached the kneeling god Oni without hesitation, calmly looking down, and declared that the fight was over and the enemy destroyed. Oni the summoner froze in place and stunned, stared upward, stumbling over thoughts of defeat. Nearby Ryudo was silent, and clarity slowly returned to his mind. And rejecting reality itself, God Oni tore out another transformation from himself and declared, the fight had only just begun, though defeat already hung over him. Now, seized by despair, transformed Onigod spread several hands and stood proudly, believing that restored power could turn the fight around and decide it in favor against Ryudo. In a moment, confusion changed to confidence as he examined his body in another form, but something was wrong and his face slipped into increasing anxiety and doubt. Seeing the problem, the god panicked. As soon as several hands disappeared, he rushed to sound the alarm, unable to understand why regeneration had stopped. Transformed Oni God collapsed into panic. His legs had completely disappeared. In despair, he questioned when Ryudo had dealt the fatal blow. Helplessly looking at the body falling apart before his eyes, God Oni finally understood. Ryudo's early strike had already decided the course of the battle. Fear completely overwhelmed Oni God. He screamed desperately, refusing to accept death, and struggled to see the future glory of his tribe. When Oni God disappeared, the conflict quickly changed. Knights destroyed the Oni forces that had penetrated the rear, and neighboring states managed to regain control on their side. Only a week passed and the authorities had already launched a large-scale operation against the remaining Oni. Due to reduced forces, they had almost no chance of long survival. Leaders, nobles, and special students gathered before the throne while the rulers convened to jointly review the consequences of the recent war and crisis. Later, Sage Moses received official recognition from the assembly. Officials emphasized his role and significance during the conflict. The audience did not stop applauding while Moses resolutely stepped forward calmly, without hesitation. He earned approval. He defended the Magic Academy from attacks alone and preserved knowledge for humanity. Discussions credited Moses with reducing losses, analyzing enemy movements, and helping resolve dangerous situations threatening several regions at once. Additional praise was addressed to the special students who held their positions, while Ryudo listened silently with no need for recognition or public praise. Ryudo felt satisfaction when he saw Cordelia and Lilith receive recognition. Watching their achievements publicly confirmed during the ceremony brought him quiet happiness. The gathered audience heard from the assembly about Ryudo's achievements. For saving countless lives, he would be awarded the title Minister Isle. Many present reacted with surprise and interest. Some asked how a peasant deserved such honors, while others openly praised his contribution. Ryudo calmly accepted the announcement, not trying to draw attention to himself. Nearby, Lilith reacted sharply. Emotions could not be completely hidden. Finally, standing next to Cordelia and Lilith, Ryudo also stepped onto the same stage. The crowd erupted in applause as the three accepted the recognition together. During the ceremony, standing proudly in place, Ryudo looked to the future. Recognition only strengthened his resolve, and ambitions began to form a clear plan. While others celebrated, Moisey coldly watched from the side, consumed by the fact that some peasant received honor alongside respected elites and heroes. Looking back at what has happened recently, Moses acknowledged Ryudo's incredible skill. Such achievements seemed impossible for an ordinary peasant hand. This very fact aroused serious suspicions. His gaze slid to Cordelia and the hero, their unexpected performances reinforced by calculations and plans they had prepared in advance. He now saw they were under threat. After several assumptions fell apart and became unreliable, Moaz reconsidered his strategy and decided to adapt quietly, without unnecessary noise, preparing a new approach. While they strolled through the city together with the younger sister, Moaz attentively and enthusiastically accompanied her tour. She, in turn, impatiently bombarded him with questions as they admired the sights. Together, brothers and sisters entered various shops. She gladly sorted through the goods and made purchases, while Moaz quietly stayed close all the time, not falling behind even a step. They walked for some time along the noisy streets, until suddenly the sister noticed something troubling and her cheerful smile vanished at that very moment. The mad killer with a knife rushed at passers-by indiscriminately. Panic swept the district. People, terrified, scattered in all directions and tried with all their might to escape the danger. Later, Moses reacted instantly as soon as the attacker lunged after his sister. Grasping the threat, he rushed forward and the passers-by, frozen, shouted in shock. The bloody hand of the killer gripped his knife even tighter. Everything around exploded with violence, and just like that, terribly and suddenly, the attack carved its ending into memory. Moses fell into shock and fear. He could not come to his senses and comprehend what had happened, helplessly staring at the destructive result. Burdened with guilt, Moses blamed himself for not intervening. He stubbornly thought that help was possible, but fear bound him. Drowning in pangs of conscience, he apologized again and again through tears. The weight of his own weakness squeezed him as reality settled heavier with each moment. Holding the victim's body, Moses still stood in a circle of destruction. At first, grief overwhelmed him like a wave as he mourned the life he could not save. Several years passed after that tragedy, and Moses slowly pulled himself together. He cast off grief and stubbornly moved forward, clinging to perseverance. Before an important event, he prepared, carefully adjusted his appearance as if expecting a serious change. Documents lay nearby. Glancing in the mirror, he recalled his path. Recovery took a lot of time, but in the end, he managed to stand on his feet again. Returning home from work, Moses remembered his first day. Fatigue still lingered in his body, but he was quietly satisfied with how everything was turning out. His thoughts were interrupted by a sharp collision nearby. A rough impact completely shattered the moment of silence around him. Finally, after the collision, Moses found himself before a mysterious goddess. She unfolded a strange system, showed the conditions for reincarnation and growth. Carefully weighing all options, Moses accepted reality. Memories would be preserved even if he was reborn as a peasant. Here the goddess explained that before reincarnation he could choose two skills. Moses focused on practical abilities, those that would truly fuel his further development. Although memories gave tangible advantages, Moses paused for a moment. Starting a new life while dragging old reproaches and regrets behind was too difficult. Remembering the tragedy that clung to his life, Moses made a decision. He desired incredible power. Before agreeing to reincarnation, Moses thoroughly questioned the goddess about his abilities, the path of development, and future possibilities. He needed certainty before starting anew. The memory of the past defeat did not fade. Moses made his choice firmly. He swore to protect his loved ones and never again repeat regret. Ryudo arrived at the new dormitory after earning a ministerial title and receiving a separate room. He settled in comfortably while Lilith curiously unpacked her things. Ryudo realized the unexpected title raised his status and position in the academy. The fortunate change opened doors to new opportunities. Lilith complained that some sage had taken credit for Ryudo's achievements and remained angry about such unfair recognition. Ryudo explained she could not directly defeat this sage. Lilith flared up and proposed to eliminate their enemy. He named 3 reasons supporting his theory. First, Moses had exceptional abilities matching the feats attributed to Ashkamas, so he seemed the most likely culprit. Ryudo suspected that Moses was behind the fake disaster and controlled the monsters. He connected several clues but had no evidence and could prove nothing. Naming the second reason, Ryudo added that many only remembered the Battle of Escumus. Lilith listened attentively, and doubts began to grow within her. He revealed several people seemed to have erased key events from memory. Ryudo believed this was the result of memory manipulation, hence everything is confused and people drift away from the truth. Ryudo rejected the idea that Moises himself was manually tweaking his own memories. He suggested there must be some other factor, and because of this Lilith began to doubt again. He proposed to act so that a third party worked behind the scenes. Allegedly, he was helped by trusted allies. At the same time, he suspected that Moses received similar support. A group of people in masks gathered around a large table. Their secret meeting was dedicated to discussing and analyzing recent events. Then the conversation sharply shifted towards the battle for Sachima. One of the participants asked to evaluate Ryudo. His actions had already attracted considerable attention. One participant stated, Ryudo allegedly was neither reincarnated nor extraordinary by origin. He explained his growth by training, mentorship, and a number of unusual circumstances. The council took into account connections related to the forces of Dragonkin and Lizard. Despite concerns, they did not dig deeper and prioritized the meeting. When the session ended, one of the commission members praised the progress of the investigation. Another questioned Cordelia's decisions, hinting that her conclusions were becoming increasingly nonsensical. The council criticized Cordelia's heroic performance. Zero openly supported the idea of placing her under the supervision of Holy Knight despite objections that were voiced. Zero did not take any responsibility for Cordelia's personal mentorship. Her confident response made it clear, within the organization she has strong influence and considerable authority. Several participants questioned Cordelia's future role. No concerns were dismissed. Instead, everyone focused on how to strengthen her faction against the growing evangelist believers in the evil god. The council discussed how the number of reincarnated is multiplying and concluded, an uncontrolled hero can provoke a catastrophe greater than the usual threats from monsters. AM addressed those present with a call to immediately prepare against monsters, and the assembly immediately gathered around plans for a large-scale campaign worldwide. Having left the gathered room, Moses asked about Cordelia's power without any questions, and the conversation inevitably shifted towards sensitive topics concerning reincarnated people. Moses reminded Zero that contact between reincarnated people violates strict rules. His response revealed caution and concern due to hidden actions. Zero casually teased Moses as they walked side by side. Their relaxed phrases sharply clashed with the mystery hanging over their organization. Cordelia, without any doubts, herself defeated Onigad and even dug into rumors as if the mighty enemy had disappeared completely, without any traces. Moses skimmed through Cordelia's report and immediately concluded, since no known reincarnated matched the description, Ryudo came under suspicion. Zero explained that status plates from childhood indicate suitable roles, yet still rejected her version claiming Ryudo could not have reincarnated. She insisted that many reincarnated remained undiscovered by the church, and later asked Moses why he ignored alternative possibilities during the investigation. Teasing him jokingly, Zero hinted that hidden activities were going on behind the scenes. Moses silently endured her evasion of details. Moses agreed Cordelia would enter without any supervision. His decision sounded like trust in her abilities despite their differing views. He was eager to make sure Cordelia would not approach future dangers underprepared. He believed ordinary training alone was insufficient. His entire goal boiled down to her survival. Before leaving, Moses stopped and sincerely asked Zero to protect Cordelia. In his care, personal feelings briefly surfaced, hidden beneath restraint. Zero immediately noticed how Moses reached out to Cordelia. She spoke to him directly, teasing in a way that made it clear his guardianship went far beyond ordinary responsibility. Despite the remarks, Moise stated that he would inspect Cordelia's condition. His restrained, serious tone made Zero believe there really was a matter at hand. Zero silently watched him with her gaze and quietly weighed her own behavior. This brief exchange only strengthened her thought. Cordelia was not just a character to him, she meant more than many things. The shot sharply changed to gloomy ruins. Bloody feet lying directly on the ground silently hinted violence had already occurred somewhere else. Moise reported that his preparations were complete. Confidently aiming at Ryudo, he challenged the peasant to outrun the heroes and justify expectations. Before the grotesque creature, Moisey seemed to be observing its very existence. But this terrifying scene hinted at a plan that crawled forward relentlessly and promised danger. In the distance appeared a messenger with important documents. Their arrival immediately interrupted daily affairs and drew the attention of everyone nearby. The order announced Cordelia's transfer to the Holy Knights Kanzai Union. Shock spread instantly as soon as the officials finished reading and processing the decision. Senior members condemned the organization's reputation and its methods even despite strong objections. The team, they said, originated from higher authorities and was not subject to appeal. Lilith responded to Cordelia's transfer with a smile. She considered it an insult and openly teased the princess who was leaving. Ryudo apologized for the casualties related to his strategy, while Cordelia rejected any blame on others and took responsibility for the consequences herself. Cordelia Elia firmly declared that she would bear this burden alone. Her determination impressed everyone, but Ryudo only jokingly criticized her. Before leaving, Cordelia promised to train diligently during the Holy Nights. Ryudo gave her a special item for protection. Cordelia gratefully accepted the jade necklace from Ryudo's hands. He instructed her to call for help every time danger appeared nearby. Cordelia accepted Ryudo's gift and promise with sincere gratitude. Ryudo firmly assured he would come as soon as she truly needed help. The group dispersed throughout the rural area. Cordelia headed towards her new destination, while Ryudo watched her from afar. Lilith warned if the true purpose of the pendant was discovered, it could anger Cordelia. She asked Ryudo if he had considered such a development. Ryudo answered without hesitation. Even if Cordelia hated him, protecting her life was more important than maintaining someone's favorable attitude. Looking back at what had recently happened, Ryudo identified the source of the transfer. He concluded that Moise had organized Cordelia's transfer to the Holy Knights. Ryudo believed that Moise deliberately arranged the events to isolate Cordelia, despite doubts, and that such a transfer would become a valuable training opportunity. Comparing motives, Ryudo understood. Both he and Moise wanted Cordelia to become stronger. They differed only in methods and the outcome they aimed for. Ryudo pondered the hidden forces manipulating heroes and demons. He suspected Cordelia had been prepared in advance for purposes far from true heroic deeds. His thoughts repeatedly circled around mysterious beings who drew events into their own influence. Ryudo felt only one thing: heroes held special significance for them. Questioning the hero's limitations, he lumped several mysteries into one pile, and concluded that Cordelia, the fourth hero, would become the key. Ryudo spotted a weak spot in Moses's strategy. Cordelia's current vulnerability opened a chance to capture attention and redirect it onto himself. Ryudo firmly decided to act and became a decoy target. He intended to replace the hero and draw Moses's attention to himself. To achieve this goal, Ryudo studied hidden powers. Understanding why they so stubbornly cling to heroes became his main priority. Ryudo realized alone direct action would not suffice. He considered another way to reach them and began seeking reliable help. For Cordelia's safety, he kept this as his goal. He prepared for a confrontation. He decided to uncover the truth and defeat them. Ryudo and Lilith visited the guild for admission. The elven secretary immediately refused, insisting that applications were accepted only from graduates. Ryudo presented his credentials and persistently insisted despite resistance. Understanding that influence depended on rank, he sought a promotion to support Cordelia more effectively. The receptionist mocked his ambitions, pushing him away repeatedly, praising the guild's prestige but stubbornly not taking his request seriously. Their dispute echoed through the corridors of the entire building, and only finally did the guildmaster appear. Everyone was impressed, but he immediately recognized Ryudo. Bernard fell to his knees in the meeting room, crying heavily and continuously, apologizing again and again. His theatrical repentance frightened everyone so much that the room fell silent. Ryudo listened from his place as Bernard kept bowing endlessly, forcing others to dampen his fervor so the conversation could finally continue. After the meeting, Bernard asked Ryudo for cooperation to protect Cordelia, then inquired why the elf worked under human authority, although this did not fit usual social expectations. Ryudo explained some elves lived among humans voluntarily, often becoming travelers or joining guilds, rather than clinging to isolated communities ruled only by their own. Bernard recalled the restrictions aimed at stray elves from a few years ago, and this prompted Ryudo to link that policy with his training. Ryudo realized that his village Bistaha was also affected by the elven restrictions. Bernard clarified, other peoples copied this policy, although the resistance was not very strong. Bernard had no idea whether Ryudo interested any elf, but sitting next to Lilith, Ryudo calmly and immediately rejected Bernard's false assumption. Ryudo stated that he had two goals and Lilith impatiently offered help. Bernard listened attentively while Ryudo prepared his demands. Ryudo announced his first goal and quickly took a promotion without unnecessary fuss. He directly asked Bernard to support him so that the plan would work. Bernard instantly understood what was wanted from him and immediately agreed. As soon as specifics were requested, he postponed explanations and promised details a little later. Ryudo revealed his second goal to raise Lilith's level. He asked for a task where she needed to subdue people and put her development first. Bernard immediately caught what it was about. Ryudo confirmed. Lilith already knew about the risks and Lilith herself remained composed and focused. Bernard chose the appropriate quest. The scene sharply shifted towards a bloody clash. During the mission, his armed opponents encountered sudden attacks. Lilith destroyed numerous bandits with her incredible skill. The survivors, panicked, began reporting about two bandit hunters and warning others about her. Then she moved her step a year earlier to Dragon's Village. Lilith caught an interest in swordsmanship and took up the path forward. A woman from the Dragon Village accepted Lilith as a pupil. Filled with gratitude, she promised fencing lessons and began laying out the basics. The instructor explained 3 methods of attack: blow, thrust, and graze, not for instant killing. Each strike gradually weakened the opponent. She taught how to use leverage against force, explaining the correct sword movements. Lilith quickly understood, power is born from technique, balance, and controlled movements. Lilith practiced several stances, absorbing the strategy down to the last detail. The instructor laid out positioning, defense, and moments when a counterattack must flare up in time. The lesson proceeded through constant switching of stances. Lilith learned to disrupt the opponent's tempo and understood a simple thing: each stance is strong in one aspect and vulnerable in another. The instructor showed transitions between stances, emphasizing that attacks naturally grow from movement. When stances are learned, control appears by itself without the need to throw direct strikes. She explained, this is only the foundation. Understanding stances matters more than anything, and skillful transitions open striking chances to defeat stronger opponents, maintaining pressure again and again. Lilith fought with the instructor and suffered repeated defeats. The veteran exposed weak spots in her technique, experience, and judgments down to the finest mistakes. The instructor demonstrated fencing that defied any logic and defeated opponents against all expectations. Lilith watched how mastery overturns usual assumptions and combat sense. When asked why she even took up fencing, Lilith answered firmly, she needed strength to protect the place she considered her home. During training, Lilith sorted out her own mistakes. She lacked the strength to finish what she started, so she sought versatility, skillfully adapting dragon magic. The instructor advised mastering knife throwing along with sword shooting. Lilith agreed, hoping these additional skills would help her find the enemy's weak spots. Ryudo monitored Lilith's progress and decided it was very promising. He believed that recognition matters, even if society continued to underestimate him. Ryudo, reflecting on Bernard's success, admired his path. Bernard's connections and achievements elevated him to leadership positions. Ryudo learned, after great accomplishments, peasants could try to pass the exam for rank, but no peasant had yet obtained any official rank. Ryudo recalled Bernard's story. Although he was recognized as an orc slayer, Bernard chose modest achievements and earned trust that lasted for years. Then he understood, not only combat zeal is needed to gain rank, one must reach another level, and achieving it meant gaining influence, status, and recognition in national affairs. Ryudo concluded that he needed to obtain a rank. He would be recognized and he would stand alongside heroes and take part in larger-scale matters. The mission to suppress bandits was successfully completed. Ryudo reported the accomplishment, showed the rescued captives, and asked officials to thoroughly check everyone. While the authorities dealt with the consequences, the ELF official secretly reviewed documents, and Ryudo immediately felt. She noticed her attention. The elven waitress praised the mission's success and the rescued captives, but despite her gratitude, she was still troubled by the fact that Lilith possessed two devastating combat power. Speaking with Ryudo, the official representative admitted, concerns had grown. Lilith calmly eliminated many elves, leaving a heavy impression. Lilith spoke about her motivation directly. Power was never sought for glory. Her determination grew from a deep desire for revenge. Returning in thought to her early years, Lilith recalled sword training. She enjoyed honing her skills, and steady progress pushed her to even greater dedication every day. Over time, her purpose expanded far beyond her own self. Comrades and younger students appeared alongside her. Lilith trained even more desperately to protect those dear to her. Lilith remembered the day when everything ended. Amid the corpses, a mysterious swordsman suddenly appeared, and it was from this that her obsession began. The swordsman mocked those who survived and chose revenge. His terrible confidence left deep scars on everyone who heard him. Watching the massacre, Lilith could not comprehend his actions. Fear, confusion, and helplessness overwhelmed her thoughts, and then everything completely dissolved. After years, Lilith finally defeated that man. As soon as he fell, she realized, in their world, strict, unshakable principles rule. The memory broke off at the moment when Ryudo and Lilith were promoted to E rank. Satisfied, but before returning, they also had a proper talk about food. Walking through the city, Ryudo noticed a figure in a hood sitting right among the ruins. Against the backdrop of surrounding wealth, this contrast was striking. He stopped and carefully looked around the streets. The majestic buildings alongside visible poverty formed a disturbing, tense picture. Ryudo noticed dilapidated buildings nestled right next to new developments. Rapid economic growth exposed inequality, and for many ordinary citizens, survival became a daily limit. His thoughts were increasingly disturbed by a growing sense of discomfort. Lilith noticed his reaction, but he stubbornly remained focused on the anxious realization. He wondered why this problem had slipped past his attention earlier. Looking around once more, he suddenly felt something was fundamentally wrong here. Ryusto went down the narrow passage on suspicion and unhurriedly, carefully examined everything around. His gaze caught traces that hinted at hidden activity very recently. He stood next to Lilith under the arch. Ryudo looked around. The small clues convinced him someone had been here. Then, investigating deeper, he came across evidence of concealment magic. The spell masked the presence of a person, and this explained his prolonged uncertainty. Realizing that the situation was beyond his capabilities, Ryudo called Lilith for help. He asked her to search for everything that remained hidden so far. Lilith immediately activated Dragonify, focused her power, and prepared to uncover the secret embedded in the very shadows. She combined her abilities with Ryudo's support, and together they erased the concealment magic and completely removed any additional magical obstacles. Finally, from the darkness appeared the hidden presence. Dark energy scattered across the ground, revealing evidence that someone had deliberately hidden. Before them appeared an unconscious elf with torn clothes and in such a state as if she had recently endured terrible hardships. Ryudo approached cautiously and looked around, assessing the situation. Neither he nor Lilith knew the whole truth about where her appearance came from. While he was healing the elf, Ryudo never grasped the broader circumstances. Their meeting was part of a conspiracy. Cordelia finally appeared. From afar, she watched and smiled confidently, as if the events were unfolding exactly according to the plan she had conceived. Zero addressed Cordelia directly and thanked her for coming. His words hinted he was informed in advance and had verified everything down to the smallest detail regarding all the events. Zero introduced Cordelia to the location as if it were abandoned lands and warmly welcomed her. Her cheerful mood sharply broke through the suspicious atmosphere around. Elsewhere, several important people unaware were heading toward the same outcome, and their intersecting paths hinted at a great convergence of fate. Ryudo and Lilith watched as the rescued elf slowly regained consciousness after exhaustion, and her gaze cautiously opened. The elf noticed Ryudo near her bed, and Lilith quietly realized strangers had sheltered her and taken care to help her recover. Ryudo gently told about his rescue and introduced himself along with Lilith, helping the embarrassed elf understand where she was and why they offered help. He explained how Lilith changed her clothes and cleaned her wounds, and how healing herbs and magic restored her strength. Gathering her strength despite still feeling weak, the elf looked at her caretakers and finally said her name, Liz, so their uncertainty vanished without a trace. Lilith suddenly ordered Lilith to go to the bath, insisting on proper cleanliness and at the same time stunned Ryudo with her authoritative behavior. Ryudo recalled how he had earlier found Liz unconscious. Then Lilith initially wanted to ignore the situation, fearing that helping a stranger would bring trouble. Leaning against Ryudo's chest and resting, Liz quietly asked Lilith not to be angry, and despite her weakened state, she still radiated warmth of care. Lilith imagined herself as Liz's mother, and in a strange way, everything became clear as if she were frozen while exaggerated thoughts grew in her mind. Fully accepting this thought, Lilith declared that Liz must be saved and then wondered, does Ryudo's role mean he is her father? Meanwhile, Liz calmly saw Ryudo and immediately realized he was about to break free to come to help. She noted how increasingly well he understands and supports others. A guild member arrived and reported, "The surroundings are cleared." He assured everyone that no threat remained as long as the guards kept watch out of sight. The man explained that elves have extraordinary healing abilities and told about a hidden shelter, a useful emergency point hidden under an ordinary building. Sure, having learned about Liz's circumstances, Ryudo allowed the guild member to start the report immediately without delay and without any interruptions. The report stated one thing: the northern tribes took elves regardless of origin and then transported them beyond the mountains, towards the far north. The guild member revealed details. The northern peoples beyond the mountains were engaged in a prolonged war between elves and beastmen, which ultimately ended in defeat and dead silence. He then added that the elves split into separate factions and adhered to strict traditions, so many did not know about the distant lands although they all came from one lineage. And then someone spread a rumor: northern beastmen enslaved the elves and forced the captives to serve, which only increased the anxiety about Liz's situation. While the conversation was ongoing, during the bath Liz suddenly transformed into a small creature resembling a dog. Everyone froze in amazement, and the serious conversation was completely shattered. Watching her transform, Liz flared with energy and Ryudo, along with the guild member, curled into a ball, trying to comprehend this sudden change. A dangerous situation erupted instantly. Ryudo calmed Lilith and the guild member, ordered them to retreat, and took care of his own affairs. Only feeling that a threat was approaching nearby, Ryudo calmly commanded, "Everyone evacuate." Nearby, an enemy beast rumbled, spreading aggression and threatening the entire room. The transformed creature swayed unsteadily across the floor, and in one moment uncontrollably unleashed magical energy, and while everyone recovered, the beast changed again. Ryudo froze in shock, while Liz turned into a sleeping girl with animal ears and lay motionless after the transformation. Lilith laid everything out clearly. The attack was directed against a guild member. The strike had incredible magical power, and Liz was hit unintentionally. She just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Ryudo summarized his response. Liz attacked the guild member out of fear, not hostility, so it all looked like she accidentally mistook him for someone else. Then the conversation shifted to Liz's origins. Her mixed features hinted at beastmen ancestry and elven heritage, although artificial creation also remained one of the theories. Ryudo carefully weighed every word. Beastsmen and elves rarely get along, so Liz's very presence in this world seemed extremely strange. Analyzing what happened, Ryudo faced one single question: why was Liz abandoned right here? The evidence hinted at an assassination attempt and a powerful curse. Liz's clothing revealed her status, and any delay in rescue would mean death. Ryudo doubted the murder theory and noted that hidden magic protects Liz. Such preparation suggested one thing: someone expected rescuers to find her. Additional evidence only strengthened suspicions. Liz wore a hidden jewel so she could call for help herself, and because of this, her situation seemed premeditated. Ryudo proposed another theory: Liz is still secretly being watched, and the answers will depend on whether information can be extracted directly from her. The scene changed to deserted lands, the headquarters of the Holy Knights Kanza Union, where crowds spread out along lively streets and alleys. Somewhere nearby, Cordelia followed behind Zero through the city. People around continued their daily routines as if nothing unusual was happening. Zero led Cordelia through a rundown district, explaining that such residents are common there, and warned that her sheltered upbringing would immediately face difficulties. While he led Cordelia behind him, Zero completely rejected her former name. He introduced himself differently and immediately announced that an entrance exam awaited them ahead. Inside the establishment, the deputy captain respectfully greeted the hero and introduced a reserved person prepared for demonstration. The deputy captain named the prisoner Daz, revealing this unusual figure, and then continued explaining about the organization. He explained Daz was rapidly promoted after years of stagnation. No one expected Cordelia to become a hero and that she would understand it. Zero began the inspection of Cordelia, releasing DAS. Of course, the captive immediately grabbed a weapon and everyone had to act more cautiously. Daz broke out of imprisonment and rushed outside like a whirlwind. The vice captain announced a test for Cordelia, a simple choice: either capture or eliminate the escapee. Zara warned that hesitation would only add to the casualties. Understanding the urgency, Cordelia gathered herself and prepared, her nervousness and uncertainty visible to the naked eye. Encouraged by Zero's cheerful attitude, Cordelia rushed into the chase. She sped through the city, not taking her eyes off her mission. Cordelia reached a devastated area where the victims lay. Seeing the destruction with her own eyes, she immediately understood everything was much worse. In the chaos around him, Daz revealed himself and boasted how numerous victims granted him experience points and noticeably increased his strength. Cordelia decisively struck with her sword. The attackers fell dead instantly. The body was torn apart and her mighty blow cleared the battlefield. Daz froze in complete confusion, helplessly falling. Her invincible strength was greater than he expected, and Daz could not comprehend the defeat. The crowd erupted in applause as soon as the danger disappeared. Cordelia remained calm, looked at the consequences, and confirmed the threat was stopped. The residents enthusiastically rejoiced and thanked Cordelia. The grateful survivors praised her heroism, while the rest collectively prepared food and drinks. Cordelia found it hard to understand the inhabitants despite terrible losses. They laughed incessantly and even bet on how her fight would end. Someone offered her simple praise for the victory, but the encouragement sharply contrasted with how Cordelia was confused by the crowd's behavior. Zero greeted Cordelia and explained the exam. She also noted Cordelia dealt with the dangerous criminal almost without hesitation. Zero revealed an important exception. Those above level 100 received significantly more experience points for defeating other people. She said that human levels usually cap around 150. Reaching level 140 noticeably slows further growth. Zero found ways to go beyond natural limits. One option is to enter the demon realm and continue leveling up there. She explained another way: high-ranking adventurers sometimes gained experience by killing people after certain levels. This scheme suddenly became more effective. Zero admitted that some of the travelers really did follow this path to the end. Later, several of them turned into serial killers, seeking greater power and experience. She said that their organization hunted such criminals, protected citizens, and eliminated dangerous killers. It was an important responsibility within their duties. After the explanation, Cordelia finally understood why the alliance was needed and accepted why the organization still operates. Cordelia rejected Null's methods without compromise, stating that his conclusions were false. Angry and resolute, she opposed Null's beliefs without any hesitation. Zero stepped forward before Cordelia and the crowd with a self-satisfied smile, ostentatiously fanning the effect, and the serious tension immediately dissolved into mockery. With a confident, high-raised hand gesture, Zero announced the bets for the duel, inciting the spectators to place bets and turning the fight into pure spectacle. Cordelia froze in astonishment, looking at Zero's proposal, feeling humiliated and irritated. After all, the situation seemed completely absurd and contemptuous. Zero insisted that she was speaking sincerely and explained her actions were a reflection of her own principles. Then she confidently flicked her long hair as if to cover herself. She stated that the round would last 3 minutes and 5 seconds, and Cordelia froze speechless as the tension mounted even before the fight began. Cordelia stood before Zero across the battlefield, intently watching her opponent's strange stance, preparing for an unfamiliar and dangerous duel. Carefully examining Zero, Cordelia disassembled the strange sword, the hilt, the scabbard, and the stance itself, trying to understand what it was all for. Zero suddenly launched an attack with stunning speed, breaking through with several precise strikes, advancing more aggressively, and forcing Cordelia to react without even having time to understand what had happened. Cordelia intercepted the blows again and again, but the Zero's their stubborn, precise movements did not stop. The constantly changing angles only increased the pressure and left Cordelia no chance for a counterattack. Unexpectedly shortening the distance, Zero slipped past Cordelia's guard and decisively swung, maintaining full control and pushing the duel further. While Zero continued the attack, she did not lose her composure. Her blade moved unpredictably, and her confidence did not waver even under Cordelia's pressure. Cordelia kept parrying again and again, while strange attacks rained down from unexpected directions, and Rose suddenly stopped, and in the heat of the bloody clash, everyone was momentarily confused. Without warning, Zero launched another strike just as he stopped and forced Cordelia to retreat, not allowing her to establish even a single rhythm. Watching closely, Cordelia realized the fixed sword style lacked Zero. She freely combined different techniques, not sticking to established forms. Looking at the scheme, Cordelia understood the Zero admixture and combined numerous schools into one, which made her movements difficult to read. Cordelia stopped observing, charged headlong, closed the distance, and then sharply gained speed, deciding to overcome Zero with disciplined fencing. Suddenly rushing forward, Cordelia unleashed precise strikes on Zero, forcing the opponent to repeatedly close up while rebuilding under pressure. Cordelia did not hesitate and continued attacking, smoothly linking movements into one chain and not retreating a single step. Continuous, refined offensive techniques. Exchanging blows, Cordelia stuck to familiar forms, believing that structured techniques would not break even against opponents with unconventional methods. Relying on countless refinements accumulated over generations, Cordelia led continuous attacks and sought victory through endurance, precision, discipline, and experience. Cordelia suddenly spotted a breach in Zero's movements. Her face sharply sharpened as she prepared a calculated response in the fight. Thanks to discipline and technique, Cordelia perfectly seized that chance, launching a precise counterattack to tame Zero's unpredictable fighting style. The clash intensified even more as swords struck again and again, and Cordelia executed another practiced maneuver, driving Zero into an awkward position. With weapons entangled in the clash, Cordelia revealed a hidden blade and tried to confuse Zero with a sudden tactical strike. Zero instantly reacted to the hidden weapon, neutralized the attack, threw Cordelia to the ground, and escaped danger without sustaining any injuries. Cordelia pressed Zero to the ground and pushed her hidden blade forward. She believed the duel had finally come to an end. Alone, holding her position over Zero, Cordelia confidently declared victory, convinced that her strategy had overcome all obstacles encountered. Before the festivities began, Zero suddenly broke free and disappeared through an unexpected maneuver. Cordelia froze in shock, and the situation turned against them. Ruining everything, she completely lost her balance. Cordelia crashed into the ground, while Zero meanwhile gained his freedom, and that apparent victory turned into defeat. Cordelia grimaced with irritation and twitched, trying to pull herself together as soon as she realized Zero had slipped away again, even though moments ago he was trapped. Zero stood over the fallen Cordelia and calmly asked if the fight was already over, shocking his opponent so much that she could not utter a word. Checking the time, Zero confirmed. The duel lasted exactly 3 minutes and 5 seconds, just as she had announced earlier at the establishment. As soon as the bet was fulfilled, Zero accepted the victory with a smile and jokingly mentioned buying lunch, spoke about the fierce duel so lightly as if it was a trifle. While they exchanged remarks, Cordelia caught something unusual in Zero's strange foot movement. At first it seemed like a trifle to her. Cordelia replayed the escape in her mind once more, cautiously, because she doubted it was all just simple reflexes, and almost certainly Zero had concealed another technique. Cordelia demanded explanations regarding Zero's escape. She was shaken by the defeat, and he calmly revealed special abilities also influenced the outcome. Zero explained her talent without unnecessary words, simply granting the ability to win and confidently giving the answer increasingly left Cordelia in confusion. Then Zero encouraged Cordelia to continue growing, saying that someday some hero would surpass her, and the conversation gently turned into motivation. A week later in the underground, Ryudo and Lilith took Liz through a noisy district where it smelled of food, and she enthusiastically, not taking her eyes off, scanned the stalls. Liz tasted grilled kebabs, each time asking permission for every choice, and Ryudo encouraged her curiosity so that simple impressions during the walk turned into valuable moments. Using a privacy skill and an amulet, they avoided attention. Liz confidently ordered more food, and Ryudo carefully watched the reactions. Lilith found children's clothes and excitedly tried out different sets while Ryudo explained local prejudices against elves and patiently answered no matter how enthusiastically Lilith delivered her sales pitch. Lilith imagined how many children would grow up in these outfits, and Ryudo warned about restraint and ordered Liz, "Do not go too far." Ryudo noticed a figure peeking from behind a wooden partition. The stranger avoided attention, so Ryudo silently continued to watch further. Making their way through the market, Liz happily ran ahead, clutching her purchases. Behind her calmly walked Ryudo and Lilith, but Ryudo's gaze still remained divided. Liz felt Ryudo was uneasy and asked directly what was wrong with him. Not brushing off her curiosity, she attentively waited for an honest answer. Ryudo froze for a moment before answering, not knowing how much information to reveal. Liz perceived his silence, and disappointment briefly flashed across her face. Seeing her reaction, Ryudo gently calmed Liz. He promised protection and asked her to stay with them. Ryudo pondered how elves were being mass bullied and found out humans were also involved in this mocking oppression. This made his heart tighten in embarrassment, and his anxiety for Liz grew even sharper. He wanted to ask the elves for help, but doubts had already begun to sprout. An old grudge against humans might make them refuse even before he could utter the first word. So, reviewing all the clues, Ryudo noticed, Liz is afraid of what is beyond humans. Her circumstances seemed to lead nowhere to the northern elves. They had been relocated elsewhere. This realization raised another question. If Liz had no connections with the northern elves, then what connection could she have had with the beastmen? Ryudo recalled the northern lands ruled by beastmen and linked them with his homeland, the elves, and the beastmen, and this made everything even more confusing. Ryudo weighed difficult decisions regarding the elves, beastmen, and hidden conflicts. Acting blindly could escalate tensions and greatly increase Cordelia's burden. Lilith suddenly set a condition for accepting help. She wanted to be called Mama, and when she called Ryudo Papa, she would joyfully exclaim. She suggested pretending to be a family supposedly. This would reduce suspicion. Ryudo, though noticeably blushing from embarrassment, reluctantly agreed. The arrangement completely changed. Ryudo became the older brother, and the girls became the older and younger sisters. Testing the new relationship, Liz addressed Ryudo as her older brother. The unfamiliar title confused her while she was checking him out. Liz gave Ryudo a new family title, and this instantly threw him off balance. While she watched with curiosity, a wave of shame overwhelmed his composure. Seeing his reaction, Lilith smiled and bravely admitted her feelings, but Ryudo did not respond. Her dramatic confession did not receive the answer she was waiting for. Ryudo explained. The phrase seemed strange to him as they appeared to be about the same age. He refused the role-playing, and Lilith looked disappointed. Liz quickly glanced at Lilith and sincerely thanked her warmly. Ryudo reminded everyone about the assigned family roles, but doubt still stood like a wall. When they moved through the market, the conversation died down. Ryudo encouraged maintaining the same appearance in their disguises, and Liz continued to follow briskly, without any pause. Returning to the guild hideout, Ryudo questioned Bernard about suspicious followers. He needed clear confirmations regarding identities and possible motives for surveillance. Bernard said 2 groups had followed them. One seemed to belong to the Norley Company. Its trained members, as usual, often behaved like street scoundrels. Ryudo came across rumors that Norley's was allegedly involved in elf trafficking, and the fact that Liz could be exposed immediately raised harsh fears in his soul. Despite Bernard's advice to dig deeper, Ryudo acted differently. He advised patients to first carefully gather information and only then take any direct actions. Bernard accepted this decision and focused on protecting the hideout. Left alone, Ryudo quietly pondered how quickly the danger surrounding Liz was growing from all sides. Ryudo reviewed recent events and confirmed several groups had already tracked them, yet none of them were capable of finding their hideout. Since the pursuers made no immediate move, Ryudo did not rush to act impulsively. Attention shifted to a more important problem. Holding a familiar pendant, Ryudo worried about Cordelia's safety. The unresolved situation weighed on him and broke his thoughts and judgments. A distant cloaked figure wearing a paired pendant moved alongside the mounted forces. Their coordinated march indicated an organized operation. One leading the group, Zero, calmly monitored the events until she noticed suspicious activity. She identified someone as a terrorist scout and remained vigilant. Zero gazed into the centuries of conflicts that echoed dully and incessantly. the church rejected the faith of the indigenous peoples and emerged victorious from the devastating religious war. Confident in the power of church authority, Zero prepared an attack on the passing caravan. She awaited support, targeting precisely those considered enemies of the faith. Their forces revealed their true intentions without any restraint. Zero ordered to loot and commit violence and drove her own into a frenzied assault. At her command, the cavalry units surged forward. The raiders struck the targets aggressively and mercilessly, crushing resistance with speed and force. When the fighting stopped, the survivors struggled among the ruins. One man mocked the equipment, noticing the complete absence of women. Hidden Cordelia praised the attackers' strength. The elite holy knights quickly crushed the resistance, proving they were more dangerous than expected. In the middle of the battlefield, a mysterious figure stopped the survivors. He accurately guessed that they were reincarnated, shocking everyone nearby. Oni God, having a personal grudge against the reincarnated, accused one. Allegedly, he deceived and killed his own brother. Consumed by hatred, he threatened his enemies with cruel revenge. Grief and rage so twisted his mind and actions that he no longer thought clearly. He decided to honor his fallen brother. The Avenger unleashed a powerful attack. Energy flared in his hand, gathering before the strike. The Only God fled from retribution and asked about reincarnation. Confused, Cordelia struggled to decipher his motives, then suddenly pressure overwhelmed her. Demanding answers, he searched places for additional hidden enemies, and his gaze fixed on those who needed to be taken alive. Tension escalated rapidly. A sudden strike hit Oni God without any warning. An unexpected attack disrupted the interrogation and completely turned the tide of the battle. Immediately after, unprecedented attacks rained down. Fighters were torn into the air until the horned warrior realized that invisible technology was involved. Despite repeated blows, Onigad did not lose confidence. He was convinced that his body would fully recover before touching the ground. Onigad crashed into the ground with a roar and completely fell apart. He awaited rebirth but instead woke up confused among scattered rags and broken remains. As he tried to recover, he noticed the healing sharply slowed. Consciousness was fading and some unknown woman began interrogating him whether he understood everything. The woman introduced herself as Zero and declared absolute confidence. She asserted that anyone who stood in her way would inevitably be defeated. Although forced to stop, the armored warrior did not lose composure. Without lowering his head, he looked as if he was about to reveal something important. Zero calmly addressed the battlefield while thunder roared and everything was destroyed around her. She boasted about the strength of her group, flaunting unwavering confidence before everyone. Zero returned to the wounded Onigad and addressed him as a hero. The question remained unanswered, hanging over the devastated battlefield for several more minutes. After everything, only the creator froze, staring ahead in confusion and unable to comprehend what was happening. His trembling appearance revealed uncertainty, fear, and doubt only about the fact that Zero possessed such incredible power. Ryudo was remembered as the one whom even Zero could not overcome. Hearing such an assessment, Oni God lowered his guard and completely reconsidered the situation. Ryudo arrived together with Lilith, and next to her was Liz among the travelers. The group was surprised and immediately began asking why they were here. Calmly explained the terms of their contract. 3 participants would take part in the mission, and the reward would be distributed fairly without excluding Lilith or Liz. 2 days ago, Ryudo visited the discussion about incidents of hunting carriers. The messages said they were targeting skilled carriers with abilities related to the item box. At that meeting, they thoroughly explained how the item box works. It holds luggage in a separate space, so users can carry equipment without any hassle, even when there is a weight limit. And additional data highlighted a simple fact. The carriers relied on a rare skill whose power increases with level, so experienced users became valuable targets. Experts reported. Bernard explained that recently there have been many suspicious deaths of Porter. The investigation showed location matches between crime scenes and that the same adventure group appeared repeatedly. Ryudo asked which squad could confidently set an ambush for the Porters. Bernard replied that wealthy clients usually hire powerful private security. Bernard looked closely at the diagram and immediately assessed. The suspects belonged to party level C. Ryudo reacted with noticeable surprise. He explained each party member had power comparable to a rank adventurer. That is why they could quickly and effectively achieve any goals. Bernard added that several strong adventurers had also disappeared. Ryudo confirmed, "They are no longer there, which means this is not a minor matter but a broader conspiracy." Bernard told how each of Porter's deaths was presented as an accident. Everyone involved in the adventure disappeared, so only a damaged fragment of the sword remained. Examining the fragment, Ryudo realized it was made from auric alchem. Bernard admitted that he conducted his own research despite the guild's hesitation. Their investigation led to connections with the company Norley. Bernard was certain that it was its influence that silenced the Travelers Guild. Ryudo immediately agreed to Bernard's request. He was going to pose as a native while accompanying the transport of materials in a rank party. As soon as the travelers reached the meeting place, they opposed Liz's presence. They acknowledged her skill with the item box but doubted that she suited them. Despite objections, the party accepted Ryudo, Lilith, and Liz. The leader insisted on cooperation, then ordered everyone to move forward. As soon as the travelers stepped onto the hunting grounds, they quickly and efficiently dealt with the numerous scaly little men. Their coordinated strikes destroyed the monsters without hesitation, while Ryudo only watched. The squad chose a place for the camp and started talking about shifts and patrol duties. A successful catch only proved that hiring a porter was practical. While the others relaxed, Ryudo quietly observed their behavior. A few participants exchanged suspicious glances and this immediately caught his attention. Later, Ryudo revealed the truth behind the mission's plan. The scouts brought to light hostile intentions, thus confirming that Bernard's suspicions were entirely correct. Ryudo defeated the attackers and interrogated them about their strength. Their abilities seemed insufficient to handle Class B opponents, despite previous reports. Ryudo, searching for Liz, came across Lilith. She was calmly standing next to the captured enemies. The failed attack, abandoned for a moment, confused him. Realizing that Lilith acted independently, Ryudo ordered the prisoners to be shackled, rushed forward, and understanding how wrong he had thought of her, immediately regretted it. Juan the novice suddenly sneaked up behind Liz. His desperate step shouted that he wanted to use her as a lever. But as soon as the plan began to take shape, the beast wildly struck the attacker. The ambush completely fell apart. The enemy was defeated. Ryudo quietly weighed everything with a sober mind. He already suspected the truth, but pride did not allow him to admit it aloud. Watching the battlefield, Ryudo realized Liz acted to stop further slaughter. He never wanted the child to bear such burdens. Ryudo concluded that Liz lacked full control over her powers, despite their extraordinary might. Numerous summoned beasts spread across the territory and tore forward mercilessly. Ryudo immediately moved forward, resolutely deciding not to allow unnecessary casualties. Ryudo repeatedly ordered the creatures to retreat. His firm commands gradually tamed them, stopping the violence before it could grow. Liz transformed into a beast-like form and began to cry. The aftermath overwhelmed her emotions completely, and the fear hidden beneath her strength finally burst out. Ryudo cautiously approached and extended his hand to Liz. His calm presence helped her recover and gradually regain consciousness. Seeing her despair, Ryudo blamed only himself for everything. He spoke sincere apologies and stubbornly insisted Liz was not at fault in that incident. Unable to hold back her emotions, she suddenly stepped forward and pressed tightly against Ryudo. He froze in surprise yet did not push her away. Lilith silently watched the scene from the side. Something barely shifted in her gaze, as if unexpected thoughts flashed through her mind. Ryudo interrogated the fallen traveler about the recently activated magical item. He demanded an answer, suspecting that another hidden threat remained behind. Cornered and severely wounded, the captive revealed the purpose of the artifact. Hatred still smoldered in his gaze as he declared, "Everyone here will die." The magical artifact activated immediately. Power burst outward, as if warning a dangerous, unpredictable unfolding of events was beginning. A bright flash cut through space. Ryudo and others watched intently as the disturbance rapidly expanded. Massive monsters emerged before Ryudo. Their terrifying appearance confirmed the worst. This item had summoned an even greater threat. The summoned monsters executed their master's last command and immediately targeted Ryudo. The reckless plan failed and turned into a storm of uncontrollable beasts against everyone. Ryudo's attack struck the beast's exposed fangs, completely scattering key evidence. The animal screamed in panic while Lilith silently observed. Liz covered her mouth with her palm as the wounded animal staggered. Its broken jaws convulsed spasmodically each time, revealing increasingly severe damage. The beast wildly lunged forward despite severe injuries. A brutal blow thundered on the head. crushing resistance and scattering debris. Ryudo and Lilith froze in shock at the consequences. Ryudo realized that the destroyed fangs were important evidence for their investigation, linked to the suspicions. Before Ryudo could do anything, a cloaked figure suddenly appeared. Not having sensed it earlier, he abruptly reached out and demanded answers from the stranger. While the hidden creature lunged from behind Ryudo without warning, Lilith was the first to notice the danger and urgently shouted, forcing him to look back. Ryudo calmly watched the creature as it lunged into attack. Its movements were rough, predictable almost without any combat discipline or experience. The beast lunged forward again, jaws wide open. Ryudo flew straight at it decisively to retrieve the evidence stuck inside. Striking, Ryudo made the creature cough violently. A hard object flew out of its mouth and saliva spread across the ground. The beast lowered its head and fixed its gaze toward Ryudo. Holding the recovered evidence, he froze cautiously. Its behavior had just changed. Liz stepped forward and begged Ryudo to stop. He was hurting the beast. Genuine concern was heard in her plea, and Ryudo immediately reconsidered. Ryudo asked Lilith for the Death Reaper's shackles. At the same time, he also requested clothes for Liz while carefully preparing another solution. The cursed artifact transformed the beast into a small dog. Liz quietly watched, stunned by the innocent creature before her. Ryudo decided that the animal needed training. Their group discussed how to keep it safely under supervision, rather than destroy it. He named the dog Ryudo, giving it a new start. Summoning courage, Liz asked permission to tell her story. Finally, Liz began telling Ryudo and Lilith about her past. She confessed unknown pursuers were after her life, so she had to constantly hide. She told about the prolonged war between McKinley and Forsrium. The Beast King ended it, and the Beastmen won. When Forsrium was defeated, devastation swept through the kingdom wave after wave. Men faced executions, and women under the conqueror's rule had to endure humiliation. The elven princess faced no less cruelty. She was sold to the second Prince Beastlord, and she crossed the threshold of a false marriage. What was initially just a political agreement gradually crumbled into a different meaning. A genuine feeling grew between them, and it reshaped the course of their lives. 2 years passed, and Liz was born into the family. Her parents cherished her with all their hearts, catching and preserving every brief ray of happiness. Liz's father helped lead efforts to reconcile elves and beastfolk, and as soon as their cooperation grew stronger, hope appeared. The ancient enmity might finally end. The king of the beastfolk closely watched these developments, but with each day he boiled more with anger. Political tension was rising, and his hostility toward the situation became visible and open. Liz was declared an abomination and sentenced to execution. Her supporters arranged an escape, but their messenger died before reaching her. Finishing her story, Liz confessed through tears. She was uncertain about everything, felt powerless, and lost, struggling to decide what her future would be. Ryudo thanked Liz for sharing her painful past. His kind response dispelled her fears, and Lilith listened nearby. Ryudo reassured Liz now she was not alone. He promised protection, together with Lilith giving a support that one does not abandon and a backing that holds firm. She felt the pressure ease from their encouragement. Liz finally smiled. The anxiety pressing on her receded, giving way to trust. Ryudo requested additional information about the relations between elves and beastfolk. He decided to truly understand everything, so he began studying the broader picture. New reports revealed discrimination against elves in human territories. Knowing nothing about these circumstances, Liz was still surprised by recent events. Ryudo, having considered Liz's story, noticed several inconsistencies. Her sheltered upbringing explained the gaps in her knowledge about external affairs. Reviewing the available information, Ryudo gathered several questions. The motives, timing, and actions of the Beast King did not quite add up and seemed deceitful. However, the greatest concern was about the resistance organization operating in the shadows. Ryudo could not believe that such a group remained unnoticed. The investigation clarified everything. The organization was led by Liz's Aunt Phyllis together with the legendary elven mage Abe Macmillan. Ryudo considered another possibility regarding Sayeb. Rumors said he died a century ago, but the surviving connections increasingly suggested he might be alive. Ryudo focused on thoroughly understanding the situation, so he began inquiring about magical beasts. He needed details that would explain important differences. Liz explained beastmen maintained close ties with animals and magical beasts, so humans also had their recognized place, though not quite on equal terms. According to Liz, beastmen were more affectionate toward humans than toward elves. For them, humans still remained animals, but the attitude was much warmer. Ryudo asked if humans lived within the beastman kingdom. Liz froze for a moment, recalling only fragments of past observations. After that, Liz remembered from afar she had seen several humans. Assuming they were guests of the royal family, she knew very little about them. Ryudo carefully examined the fragments of the restored magical device. The evidence raised troubling questions about how Orudo managed to summon successfully if they were inexperienced adventurers. He suddenly recalled the moment when he almost caught a hidden observer. Their camouflage trick failed for a brief second, and in that flicker was a level unreadable to ordinary people. Rudo concluded that someone was controlling Orudo remotely even before the restrictions were lifted. Such rare magical instruments looked like something out of the realm of fantasy to ordinary travelers. By comparing the clues, Ryudo suspected Moise, taming beasts and super-powerful abilities to conceal the same methods that surfaced during the incidents. Childhood memories further fueled Ryudo's suspicions. Moise had lived in the village for years but hardly ever showed himself. Ryudo recalled that Moise spent most of his youth in Bastaha. His journeys as a sage began only after he gained recognition. Reviewing every lead carefully, Ryudo dismissed hasty conclusions. Liz's position and other incidents required separate consideration to sort everything out. He couldn't shake the fact that the abilities concealed several enemies at once. He was sure the reincarnated were involved. Ryudo was preparing for a direct confrontation. Aiming to overcome stronger opponents, Ryudo hardened his resolve. He firmly realized there was still growth ahead. Bernard appeared unexpectedly and asked to call Ryudo. Someone from the academy wanted to meet him immediately. Ryudo arrived at the academy and entered a huge hall. Cordelia was waiting alone and she radiated tense anxiety. Starting the conversation, Ryudo apologized for being late. Cordelia fell silent for a moment and prepared to reveal her feelings. Cordelia finally spoke to Ryudo directly, revealing her determination. Declaring that they would never meet again, she left, leaving him stunned. Cordelia said she would never see Ryudo again and refused to return home, and he calmly accepted her decision. Ryudo turned away. Cordelia threw a brief farewell and flashed past him, convinced that their paths had finally diverged. Suddenly, Ryudo called out and Cordelia froze, looking back in surprise because he was questioning her silence and hesitation, seeking an answer. Cordelia reached the door with trembling hands, trying to leave, but her doubt only deepened while Ryudo quietly stood behind and waited for her choice. She closed the door and rushed away, leaving Ryudo standing alone, but her hasty retreat revealed that unresolved feelings still burned inside. Cordelia hid her tears and recalled the events of 4 days ago, feeling how painful memories surfaced again and again, relentlessly striking her thoughts and heart. During the fierce battle, Zero fought non-stop against enemy forces, breaking through opponents as flames and destruction spread across the entire battlefield. Zero suddenly noticed an incoming attack and instantly reacted. She struck the dangerous projectile before it could reach her position. The focus blazing on her face, Cordelia pushed forward through the fierce pressure despite the force pressing her from all sides. Meeting the defeated enemy leader, Zero calmly acknowledged the outcome and confirmed, Cordelia destroyed a powerful rival equal to S-rank. Cordelia angrily demanded explanations for the attack on the village, insisting that the assault seemed completely unrelated to the conflict with the pagans. Calmly questioning her about the anxiety, Zero hinted, during war, villages become targets and such destruction is a common occurrence. Hearing this, Cordelia listened as Zero argument villagers, acting under demands, fulfilled specific objectives and were not supposed to survive. Zero explained 3 meanings of the word villagers: low status, weak combat capability, and that the value of experience is also defined as their characteristic trait. Then she insisted, peasants are a resource, they strengthen the stronger ones and also serve as bait against monsters. Zero also explained that villagers influence the growth of monsters and the advancement of warriors. It is their number that determines strength, experience gain, and battle balance. She continued to reduce peasants to expendable shields, repeating that their deaths hardly matter, while the laws actually provide them no protection. According to her, heroes gained fame, rulers strengthened power, and mighty figures received rewards, and the whole system only benefited from this. Zero dryly summarized the scheme. It is enough to take control of the population in the villages and reduce it each time when there is a need. Stunned by the revelation, Cordelia accused the Holy Knights of murders, rejecting any excuses, while Zero calmly stood before her. Zero brushed off Cordelia's outrage and asked why she reacted that way, almost disregarding the suffering caused by the attack on the village. Gripping Cordelia firmly in her hands, Zero declared, "Power rules everything, and the mighty by default dominate and devour weaker people." Cordelia rushed into attack out of rage, but Zero effortlessly repelled her assault and mocked her, considering resistance foolish and senseless. While they exchanged blows, Zero states that someone dear to Cordelia will die, and her confidence instantly melts into fear. Zero reveals plans concerning the border village Bistaha and the Magic Academy, shocking Cordelia with yet another conspiracy against peaceful lives. Cordelia throws down her weapon and freezes, staring at the ruins around her, and realizes the chasms separating her from Zero's power are too wide. In despair, Cordelia begs Zero to stop, but Zero responds with force, knocking her to the ground without hesitation. Zero gives Cordelia 1 week to settle her affairs, promising consideration only if she returns with a request from a comrade. Cordelia restrained her emotions with all her might. She clenched the lump in her throat and did not let tears escape while looking at the painful truth her circumstances had thrown at her. Recalling those events, Ryudo quietly touched his chest and decided to become much stronger for the trials that lie ahead. Cordelia remembered Ryudo's reassurance and understood. He still believes in her, so he tries to instill hope even despite the painful circumstances surrounding them. Ryudo hardened his resolve and decided that one more unresolved matter needed attention. He was already preparing for the decisive confrontation. Having said that, Ryudo followed the hint and reached a huge building shrouded in silence. He was sure that important answers awaited in its halls. Examining the document, Ryoso cautiously combed the corridor and encountered only a dead end where his target was supposed to be. The confusion thickened, but he noticed a mysterious woman sitting and holding papers as if she knew something about his search. Ryudo closes the letter and shifts his gaze to the mysterious woman. He recognizes her. She was waiting for a conversation about information related to his search. Moaz calmly received Ryudo in a private space, assuring silence and offering comforts, while demonstrating amazing abilities even before negotiations. Not responding to politeness with politeness, Ryudo decisively stepped forward, making it clear that he came for an answer, not for a casual conversation. Ryudo sat down and began preparing a letter, while Moses accepted his restraint and immediately shifted the conversation to the main point. Moses explained his soul was reborn and from the bottom of his heart wished Cordelia to someday find happiness and peace. Sharing the same dream, Ryudo asked to hear details about how to become a hero, thus initiating this important conversation between two reincarnated beings. Ryudo wondered whether a peasant could even become a hero and whether a sufficient number of merits would finally give him a chance. Ryudo looked at him inquisitively and Moses answered confidently, assuring Ryudo that the goal was still achievable. His calm support strengthened determination and greatly dispelled uncertainty. Finally, hearing Moses mention a special skill called God Eater, Ryudo froze for a moment and immediately understood everything. He conducted research and Moses apologized and unfolded his careful observations of Ryudo's growth, abilities impossible for inhabitants. He could absorb curses and independently unleash incredible power. Next, explaining further, Moses spoke about years of research and about how God Eater can forge heroes, but all previous attempts ended in failure. Earlier, Moses had already emphasized, becoming a hero is not simply about raising one's own status. The role was defined by special events and unique qualifications. These determined whether someone would receive this mission. He proposed a possibility regarding a hidden divine attribute. Its true nature remained unknown, and the distorted status text concealed information. Moses revealed that Cordelia had a white disk in childhood. Humanity considered the attribute of God to be non-existent, although rare evidence occasionally appeared. Religious authorities investigated the corrupted letters found on heroic statues. Their conclusions were regarded as evidence confirming the system of assigning hero status. Ryudo carefully considered the explanation, comparing it with his own experience. Moise suggested, spoiled skills and unusual circumstances only complicate rebirth. Moses explained his previous understanding of work abilities. Unlike social systems from history, the role of the hero was based on completely different principles. He put forward another theory about heroes, about people who are unable to comprehend the divine attribute, possibly called descending divine beings heroes. Moses revealed the God sign exists among certain spirits and monsters, and tablets of human status cannot show or recognize it. And even without direct recognition, Moise believed, human sensations that leave traces of anomalous power can sharply distort the classifications of heroes' abilities. Ryudo silently listened while Moise raised the next issue. He asked whether the Holy Church has the right to decide who the heroes are. Moses insisted heroes bring colossal benefits to the Holy Church. Their very appearance stabilizes states, strengthens power, and continuously maintains order in various regions. Rudu asked to clarify exactly how the peasants became heroes, and Moise immediately noted suspicious patterns. Disasters and the influence of the church seemed to go hand in hand, too closely connected to each other. Moses noted that Ritudo intends to acquire the attribute of God through God-Eater, but the plan failed, although they had prepared for it in advance and thoroughly. He showed absorbed gods are only imitations, so no number of false deities could grant true ability. Friend, Moses lifted a mysterious object called Beginning of Life and declared that it is a real shard, the one that belongs to the real God. Moses proposed to Ryudo a divine fragment. Absorption through God-Eater could grant divine attribution and the hero's potential. Ryudo asked if Moses had actually met those creatures. Moses revealed contact with their servant and exchanged the blood of the wise men. Combining the divine fragment with God-Eater, they discovered a new possibility. Moses was confident this method could finally awaken divine power. As soon as Ryudo spoke about compensation, Moses instantly rejected the idea. He was indifferent to the agreement and instead emphasized their friendship. Before everything was to end, Moses made only one sincere request. He asked Ryudo to protect Cordelia. His duties remained too heavy. Moses extended his hand and offered to seal their agreement. Ryudo accepted calmly, realizing how important it was to fulfill the promise made. His palms clenched tightly as Ryudo voiced his reason. He took responsibility primarily for Cordelia for the future. The serious atmosphere disappeared as soon as the agreement was completed. Once it was revealed that both had Japanese origins, both reincarnations spoke much more freely with each other. Their conversation came to an end. Moses and Ryudo exchanged farewells, acknowledging mutual respect, and then parted ways. Left alone, Moses completely dropped his collected expression, and a creepy grimace spread across his face as if true intentions were hidden beneath. Putting the meeting behind him, Ryudo carefully reread Moses's words. He suspected there was a lie, but still managed to extract valuable information. Ryudo returned through the forest and found Lilith waiting. She quietly greeted him as he headed home again. Lilith immediately noticed the mysterious divine shard. As soon as she spoke about whether Moses tried to manipulate through this offered object, anxiety gnawed at her chest. Ryudo admitted it is impossible to completely reject such a possibility, yet the feeling of uncertainty did not disappear in him. He still took it seriously. The reward could have been so great that the risk stopped being frightening. Ryudo opened the container. He decided to drink it and tear out even greater power for himself. Ryudo blamed everything on his own weakness, on the fact that he relies on others. He firmly believed Cordelia needs greater strength to someday protect herself independently. In Lilith's house, she reported that everyone is sleeping safely. Ryudo checked the defensive measures before gathering to consume the divine fragment, and he relied on Lilith to watch over him. Ryudo activated God-Eater and the dark power spread through his hand at that very moment. His transformed hand grew monstrous features and sharpened claws. Ryudo carefully studied the changes, silently enduring strange, unfamiliar sensations. The transformation left an unpleasant taste in the mouth because of the changed hand. Ryudo immediately grimaced in disgust while Lilith watched the strange effect. The divine fragment immediately triggered a crystal reaction. Dark growths burst out all over Ryudo's body and rapidly spread, completely losing control. His hand turned into a monster. It grew into a monstrous form covered with claws. As the mutation progressed further, an unbearable pain surged through him like a wave. Corruption continued to rapidly accelerate without any limits. Crystalline spikes and black growths entwined Ryudo even further, while Lilith, gasping in despair, rushed forward. Lilith screamed in panic when Ryudo's condition suddenly worsened. His body was engulfed by some mysterious anomaly, so the outcome remained unknown. 3 years ago, 13-year-old Ryudo exchanged sharp blows with the Dragon King, honing technique, timing, and control. Ryudo lunged forward and launched another attack, while the Dragon King calmly deflected iterating movements and maintaining a clear advantage throughout the intense exchange. Exhausted from the prolonged battle, Ryudo collapsed as the Dragon King raised his hands and surrendered. Satisfied with the result, the Dragon King announced a reward. He presented a small ring and assured that it belonged to the winner of the Ryudo clash. Ryudo, puzzled by the gift, carefully examined the ring while the Dragon King explained it was the ring of the Dragon King himself, universal. The Dragon King ordered Ryudo to rely on Lilith whenever circumstances beyond his strength arose and clearly emphasized, only she could save him. Lilith's gaze quietly appeared before him, and the Dragon King's last request sounded brief and demanding: protect her, no matter what happens. Lilith's gaze quietly appeared before him, and the Dragon King's last request sounded brief and demanding: protect her, no matter what happens. A sharp memory flashed. Lilith calls Ryudo's name, the voice trembling with anxiety. Her face twitched as danger unfolded before her. Half a year ago, 15-year-old Ryudo rushed through the monstrous realm, desperately pursuing Beelzebub, while hundreds of hungry mouths gaped around him. Ryudo dashed through the swirling jaws, swinging his weapon toward Beelzebub and piercing dangerous gaps where he could still make it. Zone's massive mouth struck back, driving Ryudo into a dead-end defense, while Lilith helplessly watched and raised the alarm. Despite the pain, Ryudo retaliated fiercely. He struck another blow at the creature and, roaring wildly, continued to repel the assault until the battle flared with relentless force. The exchange of blows grew harsher each time Ryudo tore forward. Explosions hit him, and several squads stretched out to meet his movement, intercepting the attack. Lilith held her breath as a huge maw snapped shut, trying to swallow Ryudo whole, and his fate dissolved in the chaos of the clash against Beelzebub. The giant maw closed around Ryudo, twisting inward through endless layers of teeth, and seemingly clamped him dead in the heart of Beelzebub's devastating attack. An explosive glow burst from inside Beelzebub. Ryudo unleashed his power outward, tearing apart the grotesque maw and breaking the resistance. Amid the ruins alone, Ryudo raised his transformed hand, showing new strength as the battlefield quieted. The corrupted power spread through his body, weaving into a terrible hand with fangs inside, then carved a sinister smile across his face. Ryudo froze in shock as dark creatures emerged around him with ragged outlines and countless eyes, promising yet another deadly threat ahead. The dark entities closed a ring around Ryudo as corruption grew. Their monstrous forms drew closer, and a giant eye silently watched the scene. Somewhere in the darkness, a pale-haired silhouette slowly floated, catching a disruption in the silence, and from afar shifted its gaze to Ryudo's desperate state. The figure reached forward and established a connection, sending aid across the void while Ryudo remained trapped in danger. The conflict ended with severe injuries. Ryudo fainted on the broken ground and Lilith nestled against him, shielding him. Ryudo slowly woke up and felt her nearby. Realizing that she had saved him again, he quietly expressed his gratitude. Ryudo, after recovery, checked his status, confirmed that he was still a peasant despite recent changes, and carefully examined the traces that still remained. He looked through the window, clenched his fist, and forced himself to think about survival, deciding to become stronger before facing future threats again. Somewhere far away, Cordelia met with Zero. She drew her sword and, against the gathered forces, solemnly challenged her to a duel as tension and anticipation grew. Cordelia declared that she intended to defeat Zero and win command of the Order of the Holy Knight, demonstrating unbreakable determination. Once Zero stood before her father and asked for permission to stay in the tennis club, but he simply ignored her request. His attitude was simple and ruthless. Only stronger grades could justify any talks, so Zero was rhythmically pressured, driven into a merciless learning pace. Zero checked the results, noticed the A score on the screen, and felt relief and hope. Finally, her efforts received recognition from her demanding father. She showed her achievements, but her father did not flinch, repeatedly ordering her to quit tennis, rejecting all evidence. Those words hit the mark, and Zero froze with an empty gaze as the racket symbolically cracked. Its strike crushed her determination and ended the dream she cherished most. Zero accepted her father's demands without objection, forced a smile, and hid her disappointment, promising to try harder. Several years passed, and Zero encountered a reckless biker gang that caused chaos. Their loud arrival scared the students and drew attention across the entire street. Watching them leave, Zero decided that this company was annoying and childish, casually noticing their hostility towards the rulers and wondered how exactly they themselves behaved. Later, Zero was traveling alone by train, quietly staring at her phone, keeping away from other passengers and not noticing the approaching danger. A sharp blow shattered the carriage window next to Zero. She was twisted by shock, while someone outside watched through the broadcast and laughed. The collision became inevitable. The cars crashed into each other with insane force, glass flew in all directions, and Zero's consciousness began to fade until darkness engulfed everything. She opened her eyes in an unfamiliar place, immediately caught the strange architecture, distant destruction, and realized the world around her had changed. From a tall building it was visible, no one in hoods around, only one figure below, weapon raised, and tension passed through the ruined landscape. The form and the scene seemed like a series of repeated visions, each revealing another moment of the same mysterious sequence, where the conflict did not subside, though ruin stood around. Armed attackers synchronously rushed at Cordelia, and at that moment fragments from previous memories opened again, a familiar violent scene, again without any witnesses. The vision reached the 1,000th repetition. The same hooded warriors, the same ring of attackers, and Zero finally decided that this memory had no significance. Zero mocked the result, standing next to Moses and watching the bloody battlefield where Cordelia seemed to have met their expectations. Moses asked for explanations, carefully questioning the circumstances, while Zero insisted. She fulfilled the assigned role but did not reveal any details. Zero brushed off concerns, calling everything an experiment, and Moses directly asked what actions she had taken regarding Zero. Moses calmly reassured her. He assured that Cordelia's unique talent surpasses all others, so any interference cannot ruin the victory. Zero raised the question, can a peasant become a hero if he directs his gaze at Zero and at what is unfolding right before them? Moses immediately rejected this idea, firmly stating, Ryuto will remain just a peasant and will never reach the position of a hero. But despite this decision, he still suggested that Ryuto is capable of transforming into something completely different, a hint at a result beyond any usual categories and expectations. He justified his actions as necessary for the world and for the fellow reborn comrades, presenting his own plans as beneficial despite the uncertainty hanging over them. While their conversation continued, the battlefield was still boiling. The sword was aimed at the wounded man standing among the ruins. The distraught boy was accused. He attributed the murder of his father to Cordelia. Clenching his sword, he rushed forward, driven only by grief and revenge. Cordelia did not take a step back, while the attack did not even think of deviating from its path. The boy shouted in despair and stubbornly tried to break through closer. The blade pierced her body, but she barely reacted, and the boy's confidence wavered. Fear displaced anger. Zero suddenly intervened, instantly executed the attacker, recognizing his actions as deserving punishment, and immediately stopped the fight. Finally, she mocked his fear, explained that Cordelia had already healed such wounds before, thus proving the attack had no chance to threaten her survival. Cordelia faced Zero directly and immediately put an end to it. She saw everything and discerned the hidden emotions concealed beneath his ruthless behavior. She accused Zero of evading personal responsibility and of how subordinates carried out the killings, while Cordelia stayed away from the bloody affairs. Cordelia's hands bound together stopped at her terrifying eyes as if chained to the past. They revealed a resemblance to her mother and brought out a weakness deeply buried. At that moment, an epiphany struck Zero, just as Cordelia asked if someone forced her to act as if she hated killing despite her entire reputation. Cornered by the accusation, Zero nervously laughed and brushed everything off as if it were a misunderstanding, completely avoiding a direct answer. Calmly, Zero responded just as calmly, hinting that disagreement with their methods should be resolved logically, while armed supporters meanwhile surrounded her and cared for no one, neither needs nor consequences. Cordelia stepped forward despite the threat. She looked the enemies straight in the face and did not succumb to intimidation by the weapons tightly encircling her. She boldly challenged her rival to a duel, declaring that she would take leadership and personally stop the alliance's actions. The proposal amused Zero, and he acknowledged Cordelia's sincere intentions even as he prepared to reject the very basis of this confrontation. Zero revealed the truth: Cordelia was aiming at the wrong person because the operations are subordinate to another leader, and from this, Cordelia froze in shock, unable to utter a word. The deputy leader stepped forward and accepted Cordelia's challenge, calling himself her opponent, and immediately met her attack head-on. He demonstrated a power that went far beyond any expectations. The difference became obvious, and Cordelia was forced to step back. Comparing his capabilities with the leaders of the Alliance, Zero offered a deal boldly and confidently, while Cordelia grew increasingly nervous as the clash escalated. Cordelia blocked the path of the deputy, stopped his advance, and accused him of sharing responsibility for the atrocities, insisting that others retreat. The deputy claimed that the hero misunderstood the situation, then challenged the assumptions on which the accusations and ongoing judgment against his group were based. When weapons clashed in the skirmish, he proclaimed, "All those gathered under that command are evil." Meanwhile, Zero watched as the conflict unfolded. He felt the urge to stop and think whether there really was something strange about enjoying another's suffering, and these reflections revealed darker emotions that many people had long hidden beneath social expectations and restraint. The conversation shifted toward anger. They argued that hidden negativity lies within everyone, and memories of persecution fuel merciless hatred and harsh actions. The deputy openly showed his outrage, condemning the privileged who mocked others because of the circumstances of their birth. Cordelia listened. Cordelia suddenly noticed his movements quieting, as if dissolving. Recognizing the invisibility skill, she recoiled in fear. An invisible attack was rapidly approaching. Somewhere high overhead, a strange, distorted anomaly flared. Energy was gathering in a circular formation. This meant a powerful technique was about to activate from above. A strike fell from the sky like a column. The deputy withstood the pressure while Cordelia stood ready and closely monitored the outcome. Zero watched with surprise as Cordelia implemented the only practical strategy. She responded to hidden abilities without finishing off the opponent completely. Seeing Cordelia's strength, the observers acknowledged the true power of the hero. Cordelia declared herself vice commander and immediately took control of the organization. Eventually, the soldiers accepted her orders. She forbade killing innocent peasants and warned that future crimes and violence would be punished. Cordelia boldly swore to destroy the opposition, and Zero easily replied, saying she would be transferred to another holy order instead of a clash. When the proposal was made, Cordelia flinched and froze for a moment. The gathered forces were silent while the flames illuminated the battlefield behind them. Zero revealed the Holy Church was also hunting pagans and peasants. Cordelia realized that the problem went beyond a single organization. Cordelia understood standing against the Holy Church meant becoming its enemy, seeing the consequences as they are. She forced herself to accept the harsh truth laid before her. A proposal appeared on how to protect the peasants and her family somewhere else. Another option entailed an endless war against the Holy Church itself. Pressed by pressure and uncertainty, Cordelia emotionally broke down. Finding no answer herself, she desperately begged for salvation. A burning pendant emerged right before her eyes. A confident voice promised immediate help, casting a ray of hope into her despair and confusion. The light of the pendant flared brighter around Cordelia. She froze in amazement as an unexpected power responded to her plea. Ryudo activated Samuel's powerful weapon and dashed forward. Enemies swarmed around him. He unleashed devastating blows while Zero watched attentively from the side. A massive explosive wave thundered across the entire battlefield. Debris scattered everywhere, and Zero made his way through the chaos, carefully tracking how events unfolded. Opponents and additional opponents were already preparing the next strike. Ryudo rushed forward at high speed, forcing them to react frantically even before he completed his plan. But the clash concealed a much greater danger. Invisible attackers were sneaking from several directions, while Zero and two enemies served as bait. Ryudo intercepted the hidden attack at exactly the right moment. At the same time, Zero pushed aside the nearest fighters, preventing them from intervening, and showed how the attacker's ambush had failed. Zero lifted the mysterious object and stopped the others, not allowing them to intervene. Her focused gaze revealed firm determination which protected the clash from interruption. Zero directly challenged Ryudo, declaring, "Reincarnations must handle their own affairs." Their weapons clashed with fierce strikes, and that is how it all began. Ryudo silently listened as others condemned Cordelia for the endless deaths. He, however, refused simple verdicts, understanding that the burden borne through brutal clashes weighs equally on the conscience. He answered calmly, and he too took more than one life. Thus he revealed shared responsibility and undermined the accusations directed solely against Cordelia. At 0, Ryudo declared, "Strength decides who owns, weakness invites loss," and he rushed forward, confidence forged by fights. Ryudo's attack struck with colossal force. It pierced the towering structure, scattered debris everywhere, and revealed power stronger than all expectations. 0 watched the destruction in shock, burying concern in mockery, and Ryudo's attack did not stop, relentlessly pressing, leaving no space. 0 survived Ryudo's devastating blow and mocked his defeat, did not end the fight immediately, showing confidence despite significant damage. Ryudo rushed forward with a series of repeated attacks, but 0 dodged easily and smoothly, boasting that he had stronger intentions and revealing the gaps left by his own swings. 0 activated special technique critical striking and hit Ryudo critically, causing severe damage and hindering recovery, thus demonstrating a dangerous advantage. Ryudo listened as 0 revealed knowledge about reincarnation, recalling his growing fame and independence since the incident at the Kyoto Tower. 0 asked him to join her organization and work together with Cordelia, warning that under Moses he risked becoming an object of exploitation. Ryudo responded with a creepy smile and refused 0's offer after all, betraying a mutual friend contradicted the loyalty he still sincerely valued. 0 argued that Cordelia was underestimated. His position was simple: their side had enough strength for defense and remained stronger than fading organizations, despite the unknown future ahead. Ryudo showed that Cordelia's growth did not come from easy levels, but from careful observations. She relentlessly countered 0 and devised countermeasures for every possible move. Cordelia suddenly struck, proving Ryudo's assessment correct. She exposed weak spots among 0's followers and shifted the course of events to their side during the fierce clash. Ryudo declared that victory was inevitable, and facing 0's mockery head-on, felt hesitation replaced by confidence, so his determination only hardened to overcome all obstacles in his path. Ryudo and 0 engaged in a clash with sharp series of strikes. Their weapons collided every moment, and neither intended to yield. The fight intensified increasingly. 0 revealed hidden abilities. She could foresee consequences, sense disguised attacks, and constantly choose actions leading to advantageous outcomes. With precise calculations, 0 laid out numerous options, claiming that her strength guaranteed victory if even the slightest chance of success existed. Excitement spread across 0's face as her predictions nearly came true. She was certain the battle's finale was very close. At the decisive moment, 0 suddenly stumbled, and Ryudo and Cordelia could not recover for a moment. The expectation was broken, but an unexpected loophole opened. A wooden splinter flew across the battlefield, struck Ryudo's hand, and at the crucial moment of the fight disrupted his movement, and all this happened at a suspiciously precise time. 0 reminded, critical injuries slow down regeneration, let the accumulated wounds decide who will win. And Ryudo remained amazingly calm and was ready for another exchange of blows. 0 did not offer capitulation, promised safe passage through the gate, and assured that he bore no grudge. But Ryudo rejected the offer, without any doubt or fear. She calculated favorable chances, then confidently went on the attack, believing that victory was near. But Ryudo's reaction showed that there was still some invisible factor in the game capable of shattering that confidence. Its probability suddenly collapsed to 0. 0 froze in shock because recalculations showed worse results, exposing both holes in its forecasts and failures in the combat strategy. 0 could not understand why her chances were melting away, while Ryudo saw a hidden limitation in her prophecy and calmly brought it to light. Ryudo explained her ability like this: she sees only events within a limited range, so any external influences can disrupt each of her predictions. Approaching closer, Ryudo challenged 0's confidence and asked if she had ever faced an opponent with such a strange power. Ryudo relentlessly attacked, insisting that her defeat was inevitable, and struck precisely at the chances of recovery. Because of this, 0's predicted victory continues to sharply decline. Unexpectedly, Lilith appeared behind the battlefield, and it was this external factor that shattered 0's calculations and confidence. Lilith approached Ryudo's wounded arm and, as if playing, began treating the wound herself. 0 froze in shock as she repaired the damage that was worsening his condition. 0 rushed to react to Lilith's strange method with complete distrust, while the little girl confidently kept going, never once embarrassed or stopped, ignoring any confusion and objections. Ryudo's hand quickly changed appearance. Dragon-like features emerged just as Lilith finished assisting Gand. The spectators watching the battle immediately flared with alarm. The Dragon King explained, Ryudo and Lilith share the dragon blood of the dragon people, so through their common heritage and power they can temporarily fully dragonize. Further revelations tied Ryudo's transformation to the power he received from God, hinting, his dragon form has a terrifying potential even greater than expected. The Dragon King explained one key thing. He failed to overcome the immortality of the evil dragon, and by this, he implied that Ryudo's own transformation has long since gone beyond the ordinary. Ryudo activated the principle of demonic gates and the terrifying appearance was fully revealed. Dark power burst out and sharply reshaped the battlefield. The Dragon King warned, Cordelia's doomed death from the evil dragon has not changed, so Ryudo's transformation will bring dangerous consequences. Zero froze in amazement as the monster dragon Rado fully manifested, and the clash suddenly turned into something immeasurably greater than she could imagine. Seeing the transformation with her own eyes, Zero doubted, can mere changes in form truly turn the tide of battle and guarantee victory? Zero suddenly lost balance and fell backward, confused by the unexpected turn. She feverishly tried to find at least some explanation for this strange shift. She anxiously checked her own body, convinced that the missing limbs were only illusions, but doubt crept in as the altered figure of Ryudo approached her. Ryudo stood in the dark circular passage, wrapped in threatening energy, preparing another attack and relentlessly pressing against Zero. A powerful strike burst forward, bypassing Zero's expectations and defense, and did not give her time to react properly until everything had already hit. The attack completely destroyed Zero. The strike cut through everything, devastated her body, and threw her across the battlefield as the all-powerful blow landed. Zero panicked, every simulation failed, and she realized her predictions no longer matched the undeniable power of transformation and Ryudo's pressure. Before the giant dragon face, her calculated chance of victory dropped to zero, and she found herself trapped before an opponent who defied all expectations. In a desperate attempt to survive, Zero activated Holy Robe, a defensive ability created to protect her from the approaching destructive force. Fully trusting the barrier, Zero planned to block the attack and immediately retreat, believing that escape was still possible despite everything that had happened. Ryudo dismissed her confidence, showing in practice, the incoming strike was not even an attack, and this shook the foundation of her defense. Zero felt it immediately. Every outcome ended with her being devoured. Only understanding her defense could delay defeat before Ryudo in his monstrous form. The deputy who had suddenly intervened earlier struck Zero aside even before the deadly attack hit, completely cutting off that merciless clash. The Holy Maiden's protection became his priority, so he quickly carried Zero away while retreating from the threat approaching from Ryudo. The deputy stood between Ryudo and his allies heading into battle, having just witnessed with his own eyes the terrible power that had been revealed then. Filled with determination, the deputy warned Ryudo not to touch the Holy Maiden and declared he was ready to defend her. Ryudo's monstrous dragon form slowly melted away, and as soon as the fight stopped and the direct threat disappeared, he became human again. Lilith questioned her decision to spare their enemies, and Ryudo admitted guilt and explained he had once abandoned people and had carried that reproach ever since. Tracking the battlefield with his gaze, Ryudo realized the fall of the Sacred Order was inevitable, and Cordelia silently calculated the consequences. Cordelia called out to Ryudo and Lilith, then accepted his offer to help while they prepared to move on. In front of the graves, Ryudo chose memory over excuses. He acknowledged his failures and promised to mourn those he lost with dignity. Then Cordelia said she decided to get to the true essence of the Holy Church, and then asked Ryudo about the reincarnated and the secrets surrounding them. Their conversation continued right on the battlefield, strewn with the bodies of the fallen. They spoke intently about the colossal losses left by recent wars. The survivor learned that the Kansai Union was destroyed, and, encountering this terrible truth, froze in shock. Somewhere far away, hooded figures gathered around a table and quietly exchanged information, assessing the events intertwined with the conflict. The group found out the connection with other holy orders was severed, and images of destruction indicated a much deeper crisis already unfolding. Cordelia returned from an exhausting mission and entered the Lord's residence. The Lord greeted her kindly, warmly, without unnecessary pomp. The ruler suddenly threw another task. Cordelia froze as soon as he spoke about schoolwork. It was a completely different challenge than battlefield duties and required patience from her. He explained that the orders of the Holy Knight disappeared overnight, and this sowed confusion throughout the region. Meanwhile, Cordelia's account remained unresolved. Summary: the Lord decided that Cordelia should live a life fitting her age. He emphasized personal growth and broader understanding, not just continuous heroic duties. Border security disappeared, and immigrants and mercenaries continued to infiltrate the country, spreading alarm across all communities. The Lord warned national stability is still fragile. He called to preserve peace while it is still possible, because greater threats will soon come. Arthur organized a loud and lively gathering in honor of the return of school friends. Guests enjoyed food and drinks and thanked Brian and Ryujudo. By the grill, friends savored dishes and spent time together. Ryujudo joined the company, and his disguised companions quietly blended into the circle. Then Arthur proudly told that Brian inspired the idea of the party. With permission as appropriate, everyone relaxed and enjoyed the gathering. Arthur approached Ryudo and asked for help with notes. From their conversation, it was clear they had already grown closer, and others noticed how their friendship was strengthening. 2 months ago, Arthur and Brian noticed a dragon flying over Sakuma's. Its sudden appearance frightened them. Arthur quickly realized the dragon was flying straight to the western gates. He immediately prepared while Brian anxiously watched him. Arthur decided to survey the situation and search for civilians who were trapped. Brian warned, retreating there are still chances, but Arthur did not give up and stuck to his decision. Arthur rushed forward despite all risks and encouraged Brian. But suddenly a harsh collision thundered ahead, and he had to stop immediately. Brian recalled his father's words about a humble peasant who finds strength through support. Looking at this again and thinking deeply, he finally understood what it meant. Brian replayed the incident with the dragon in his mind and realized no one would believe his story. Only fragments remained in everyone's memories, everything else blurred and faded. Through a strange situation, Brian wondered, does magic exist that can change memory? He suspected that Ryudo might somehow erase everyone's memories. Brian decided not to dwell further on this question. He thought attention was deliberately diverted so that no unusual event would attract close scrutiny. Arthur admitted only a few people still remember everything clearly. Standing next to Ryudo, he promised restraint regarding the revival of the Malcolm family. Ryudo said simply, reincarnated people are those with unfair advantages. Cordelia listened silently while he was returning with him, and she could not understand what exactly that conversation meant. While they were preparing, Ryudo told Koharu about Russian soy sauce. Interested in the taste, he asked, "Give me a little to try." Koharu eagerly handed over the leftovers and enjoyed it wholeheartedly. Then Ryudo got excited and recommended miso, seaweed, and other seasonings. His enthusiasm suddenly affected everyone at the gathering, and each began to ask interesting questions. During the conversation about ingredients, Ryudo named several dishes that Cordelia had not known before and stated that he could recreate them from memory, so she remained almost as knowledgeable. Lilith quietly watched Ryudo from afar, wondering what exactly he thought about her secret doubts hidden beneath a calm expression. Koharu cheerfully introduced herself, and Cordelia could not help but ask who she was. Liz, however, did not get distracted for a moment. She continued eating and paid no attention to the conversations. During the gathering, Ryudo noticed an unfamiliar girl behaving too strangely. He was immediately shaken by anxiety. He approached closer and asked if she was okay. Cordelia carefully examined Liz and was embarrassed because of her race. Uncertain thoughts only fueled her curiosity about where this young girl came from. Suddenly, Lilith hugged Liz and, as if joking, declared that she and Ryudo have a daughter. Her teasing confused everyone nearby who was listening. Lilith fiercely guarded Ryudo from imaginary rivals, but at the same time endlessly poured oil on the fire-provoking quarrels and disputes. Yet the rest took her drama lightly, saying it was just harmless nonsense. Liz confessed that she never had friends. Ryudo gently reassured her. He promised that she belonged to their group and that she had already been accepted. Liz quietly accepted his kindness and pondered the words. Her brief reply revealed how her trust in her companions was growing stronger. Lonely, she stood by the water, and Liz remembered her lonely circumstances. Glances at new places and new surroundings sharply cut into her past. Moses approached Liz and noticed how she was tied to the group. His question sounded as if he was truly interested in whether her loyalties could change. He revealed the coordination of the attack on Holy Night orders. Liz's reports on Ryudo significantly fueled their plans. Next, new schemes emerged. The conspirators buzzed again about Zero and Ryudo, acknowledging his power. They honed new ways to direct hostility where it was needed. Moses stated that the preparation is already complete. This is enough to destroy the world. He wanted conflicts to remove obstacles and pave the way for a future where power would reign. He ordered to continue surveillance on Ryudo. At the same time, he revealed the true identity of Liz, confirmed that Elizabeth secretly reincarnated and was woven into his plans. Cordelia recalled how Ryudo spoke about reincarnations and clung embarrassedly to the unfamiliar word. She asked for an explanation of its meaning and dug deeper, not satisfied with Cordelia's simple answers. While Cordelia was digesting Ryudo's actions, she suddenly realized she had no romantic feelings, yet his constant protection somehow left a strange curiosity in her. Now he sat next to Cordelia, and Lilith voiced her doubts. Ryudo had never shown any interest in her, so his increasingly devoted behavior seemed a real mystery. Lilith explained, during the separation, Ryudo devoted himself to training. He studied long and thoroughly and collected rare items for growth. Having grasped this, Cordelia doubted his methods. Lilith told about harsh spiritual training, clone battles, and endless attempts, and these details made her twitch. Cordelia learned that Ryudo regularly bought flowers and women's accessories, using his skill. This discovery shocked her and further intensified questions about him. Lilith said that neither she nor Cordelia received any gifts. Ryudo disappeared every time he went to buy something, so their suspicions only grew stronger. During the conversation, a version suddenly flashed through their minds. Is there another woman who explains why Ryudo does not respond to them? Lilith admitted she was jealous because she almost always stayed close to Ryudo. Even after she felt better, he was gentle yet at the same time distant. Cordelia revealed the reason. An important date was approaching, and she firmly decided to uncover Ryudo's secret. The girls took each other's hands and formed an alliance. The next day, Cordelia and Lilith entered the market district. Their guide, while preparing surveillance of Ryudo for the mission, accidentally ruined their disguises. Then Lilith appeared in dramatic ninja clothing, borrowed from Koharu, hoping this way she would be able to inconspicuously track Ryudo through crowded streets and shops. During the operation, girl breaks into excessive ninja-style posing, and Cordelia impatiently protests. Meanwhile, Ryudo enters a shop, so they panic and try to continue the trail as if nothing happened. The mysterious black clothing was presented as another recommendation from Koharu. Its special effect supposedly made the wearer invisible to people nearby during surveillance. Putting on the outfit, Lilith checked how it worked, and Cordelia still noticed her through the mirror. This caused dizziness and doubts about the artifact's reliability. Ryu Chiodo suddenly noticed Cordelia and Lilith despite all their attempts when they were carrying flowers. He asked them about their behavior, and both girls got scared and instantly became visible. Unable to endure the disguise, Cordelia snatched an excuse while Ryudo calmly admitted he had not hidden anything from them at all. Lilith took off her hood while Cordelia froze in shock and could not utter a word, and it was then that Ryudo unexpectedly suggested that both of them go with him, which sparked surprise and curiosity in everyone. Their short journey led the group beyond the open hills far from the bustling city. Exactly where they were headed remained a mystery to the curious girls walking alongside. A moment passed, and finding himself in a quiet place, Ryudo stopped and declared that the location was suitable. The girls watched him closely but could not understand why there were flowers here and what his plans were. At a remote location before the fire, the ritual must be restarted and the bouquet placed inside. Cordelia could not hold back and questioned the sacrifice itself. Ryudo prepared chairs and warned that his explanation would be long. He decided to tell the truth about reincarnates. When dusk fell on the mountains, both girls listened quietly. Seriousness was approaching, and Ryudo was intently gathering his thoughts together. Ryudo admitted he deliberately concealed his own history. He said directly saving people brought him personal satisfaction, and he also suppressed unjust motives. Cordelia openly confessed her feelings to Ryudo. He replied that he already knew this and added that he used these emotions to justify the help. Cordelia demanded explanations regarding Ryudo's actions, and he sharply replied. Her resemblance to the younger sister affected him. The confession stunned Cordelia. Lilith reacted instantly. She gripped the edge of the chair so tightly that the tension, which had already hung over them, rolled like a wave over the hill where everyone had gathered. There she was, still trying to hold back her emotions. Cordelia asked directly if during that time she was only a substitute for his lost sister. Ryudo gave her no support. He directly confirmed her painful conclusion. Cordelia was devastated by the answer she heard. Unable to endure, Cordelia struck Ryudo with all her might. Her broken heart burst out, sorrow turned into rage. Cordelia's strike hit and Ryudo crashed into the rock with a thud. Keeping his composure, he thanked her and asked Lilith to escort Cordelia back safe and sound. Lilith accepted the request and prepared to leave. Before departing, Ryudo acknowledged Cordelia's growth. He saw how much stronger she had become. 2 days passed. During a walk in the city where Ryudo had visible injuries, he suddenly heard Cordelia calling his name from behind. It remained. Without any warning, Cordelia struck Ryuto with her fist. Agin immediately apologized and explained that this blow was payback for her hitting him earlier. Cordelia stated that they are equal and confidently lectured Ryuto. Strength is worthless if someone carelessly lowers their vigilance. When Ryudo suddenly appeared, Cordelia smiled proudly. Lilith nearby watched them and scolded their behavior, and the tension finally eased. Cordelia surged forward with new determination. Her mood noticeably lifted, and it seemed she was ready to move past her recent broken heart. A few days ago, Moses sat in a dark cell. Around him, in the air, crystals hung. He quietly reviewed information about important events. But here he finally got to the reports about Ryudo's colossal abilities. Despite the alarming conclusions of others, Moisey rejected the claim that Ryudo was impossible to control. Continuing the review, he laid out both recent operations and broader goals. His thoughts focused on one thing: weakening the ancient forces threatening the world. But an unknown figure interrupted him with questions about failed goals and how rebirth can interfere. Since then, worries increased. Plans for the future world lacked peace. Later, Moses faced criticism for his actions. Despite growing doubts among others, he remained calm and composed, taking responsibility for providing explanations. After disputes, the decision was shifted towards forbidden experiments and monsters. Moisey defended his decisions and then revealed a project called Reverse Reincarnate. Moses proudly reported significant progress. Reverse Reincarnate passed the test, and he promised that reincarnates would be able to return home within 18 months. Smiling confidently, he explained his dedication. Moses himself came from another world, so the study of reincarnation became his lifelong mission. Leaving the meeting behind, Moisey pondered the heavy burden of responsibility. Another voice warned his choices might attract close attention and consequences over time. The black cat approached Moses and spoke anxiously. If Moses suffers the fate of Zero, problems will follow him. Moses laughed at the cat's complaints. Their usual quarrel touched on an old friendship, so they could speak directly and without any restraint. Kit enumerated the countless duties of Moses concerning the reborn, recruitment, mediation, and supervision, and he insisted no amount of work is ever enough. Moses listened silently before making a simple conclusion. The more responsibilities he carried, the further and inevitably busier he became. Cordelia's anxieties echoed throughout Moisey's conversation. Kit wondered whether the rebirth would leave destruction behind, while Moise emphasized caution. Moses answered calmly, if rebirth brings destruction, then he believed they must go through this path to the end and accept the burdens that will come. The cat promised friendship under any circumstances. Moses appreciated the loyalty, and the conversation faded into a quieter note, full of mutual trust and respect. At Altona Magic Academy, Ryudo attended lectures about the differences between magic and sorcery. He analyzed clues regarding Moses, carefully weighing the intentions. Ryudo recalled the fight against Zero. During the clash, a strange item box suddenly appeared, which immediately raised questions about its value. The deputy explained that the item has considerable value. He repeated the commander's assessment, emphasizing how important it is for Ryudo's arrow. She left instructions regarding this item. She ordered to hand it over only when someone other than Moses defeats her. She stated that only her conqueror is truly capable of challenging Moses. And dismissing Moses's hopes, she placed her expectations on a worthy successor, the one who will change the course of events. Ryudo opened Zero's box of items and immediately came across 3 containers. He accepted them with gratitude. They were valuable evidence related to Moses's activities. First, he examined the available record. The diary and the list of names remained encrypted as if the restrictions were deliberately set to prevent an immediate investigation and to sort everything out at once. The record revealed conversations about invisibility and pleasure. Moses appeared in connection with the Kansai Alliance. Its members acquired powerful rare abilities. Rito compared this information with Zero's abilities. The conclusion was obvious. Her invisibility and future vision most likely explained several suspicious events. He proposed a new theory about Moses. If the power truly lies in the ability to copy and paste, then this could explain the strength of the Alliance and Moses's limitless possibilities. Rudo received the information and decided that Moses is capable of massively generating heroes, reproducing abilities, while secretly building mutual love, starting with Cordelia alone. He examined Moise's intentions, anticipated traps, isolation, and manipulations of the grieving Cordelia, while simultaneously considering another existence behind the entire unfolding scheme. A sudden sound interrupted his analysis. Ryudo instantly froze, brushing away theoretical thoughts and switching to reality. He rejected categorical conclusions. Ryudo acknowledged uncertainty regarding Moise's abilities, understanding that excessive assumptions could become fatally misleading. Ryudo compared influence and resources between himself and Moises, and calculations showed Moises' advantage, despite Ryudo having formidable allies. In his dorm room, Ryudo found Lilith. She was lounging with Liz. Lilith sighed and complained about indifference, jokingly claiming that Ryudo completely replaced her sister. Ryudo ordered them to go elsewhere, but Lilith did not move. She stayed by Liz and stubbornly insisted that conversation was more important than the dormitory's proper rules. Cordelia arrived and inquired why the gathering turned out so strange. She explained that she had personal matters with Ryudo, then asked him for time despite everyone being present. Without hesitation, Cordelia grabbed Ryudo and dashed away. Her haste drowned out any further conversations. Others only silently watched from behind. While they walked through the academy, Cordelia handed Ryudo a sealed letter. She said it contained correspondence exchanged with her mother. Cordelia explained what the letter was about directly for Ryudo. She wanted to discuss everything first, but her mother arrived earlier than preparations could be completed. Ryudo's mother rushed forward and passionately embraced him. He flinched, confusedly unable to gather his thoughts due to her sudden appearance. She praised Ryudo's growth and appearance, endlessly apologizing. Cordelia sincerely thanked him for enduring the problems caused by her family. Continuing to read, Ryudo came across alarming information. It turned out that the village was controlled by Cordelia's father, which sharply heightened concerns about what was happening locally. Lands Cordelia revealed, her father bought the village landholdings for a fortune. The farmers lost their property, accumulated debts, and eventually became hired laborers. Cordelia explained that her father's actions affected the McLean family could not stop him, and her mother sought help precisely through Cordelia. Cordelia took it as a personal offense, but Ryudo disagreed. He said it was their shared problem, and he immediately offered support. Before leaving, Ryudo gave money to Cordelia's mother, hoping to ease the tension around her husband, at least financially. They and Cordelia reached Sakmama's and entered the reception of the large bank branch to start negotiations. There they met Cordelia's father directly. The man admitted that Ryudo survived, and Ryudo calmly, without any unnecessary step, thanked him. Cordelia's father immediately criticized Ryudo's behavior around his daughter, questioned his maturity, and demanded that he behave more responsibly. Cordelia sharply responded, condemned her father's actions, and accused him of wounding her mother, squandering the estate. Not in the least moved by criticism, her father insisted on his own. He supposedly defends the village, rejected objections, and insisted that children are incapable of understanding responsibility. Cordelia grew increasingly angry because of his attitude. Even complained about his marriage plans, while Ryudo silently watched their quarrel. Ryudo recognized the logic of these actions. As soon as the defenders were gone, the villages immediately began to be pressured by bandits, beasts, invaders, and speculators. During the quarrel, Cordelia accused her father of abandoning the village. He openly admitted it, and shock rippled through everyone who was nearby at that time. Ryudo made his intentions clear to everyone. He would save the villagers even at the cost of Cordelia's father suffering financial ruin afterward. 3 days passed before the new mission started. Ryudo set off near Altona Magic Academy towards the mysterious Wellum Forest. At first, upon reaching the place, the group carefully inspected the surroundings. An unspeakable confusion grew. The area did not at all match the descriptions they had relied on. Ryoto spoke the truth about that landscape. The former airplane had shifted and no real forest remained in its place. Ryudo explained how everything worked. The region was covered by a huge eternity hole, a massive wormhole passage. He cheaply bought the polluted land and registered ownership under official names. He uncovered the territory that once belonged to Lacune. Despite political decline, historical ties still carried valuable opportunities and weight. Ryudo admitted this purchase had another purpose. He needed connections with King Albert, so simultaneously he planned to save the peasants. First, he told about a shelter hidden behind the wormhole. This place could protect evacuated peasants and remain suitable for work for a long time. Examining the spoiled environment, Ryudo noticed unstable mana. He decided without hesitation, the land needed harsh restoration before cleansing could become possible. Ryudo began restoring the polluted land. Repeatedly activating powerful techniques, he compressed energy into a fist and focused it on a tiny plant breaking through the soil. The plant reacted instantly and grew with such wild speed that the place seemed to explode with life. Giant roots and branches spread in all directions, covering the transformed landscape with a solid green avalanche. Cordelia and Lilith froze at the sight. The structure of the tree resembled the legendary world tree, so they were enveloped in amazement and could not comprehend what to think. Ryudo revealed the plan. It was an imitation, not the real thing. At first, he planned to stabilize Manu and only then turn her into fertilizer. After a few days, attention shifted to another matter. The story introduced Jonas MacLean and Charlie MacLean, the father and mother of Ryudo. Root's parents settled in the new house. As soon as he gave advice, the debts disappeared, the infrastructure improved, and the preparations for the move progressed. His father was thoughtfully reflecting on what had recently happened. The resettlement really helped, but restoring agricultural work was still difficult, and uncertainty did not recede. Looking over the crops, he suddenly caught himself thinking. The seedlings he had found had already sprouted. Powerful natural forces were continuously tugging at the growth across all the restored land. Unexpectedly surveying the small garden, he came across healthy soil, and almost without obstacles, excitement only grew as the possibilities for agriculture expanded. Dragging supplies behind him, he remained cautiously optimistic, decided to wait a month and see the results before making decisions about future plans, investments, and expansion. Father Ryudo hurried through the blooming settlement, dragging supplies with him. Around, the crops and trees had grown incredibly, turning ordinary fields into abundance. Touching the harvest zone, he froze in shocked stupor. The fruits grew too fast in just a few days, so even the experienced farmer could not believe it and was stunned. Ryudo visited the fields and inquired about the harvest. His father complained. The growth turned out to be greater than expected, so managing the reaping was becoming increasingly difficult. His father admitted that the harvest tasted wonderful, but he was still worried. Ryudo explained that his methods were safe, they caused no harm or threat. Ryudo talked about golem workers who helped with labor. Liz and Oroto gradually got used to them, although his father still considered them creepy. While the conversation was ongoing, the golem silently approached. Ryudo insisted that eventually an acquaintance would happen anyway, but the father felt uneasy and persistently watched him. Father Ryudo shifted the conversation to current projects. Ryudo explained, Charlie prepares the spices extremely carefully and the rest of the work goes smoothly without any glitches. Ryudo explained that the root vegetable requires processing before consumption. At the same time, he did not abandon breeding experiments and encouraged cultivation despite its unpleasant taste. His father accepted the explanation, while Ryudo meanwhile was considering expanding production. He believed that the harvest was well preserved and would eventually reach wider markets. Planning his future business, Ryudo pondered how to attract other villagers. Maintaining large-scale illusions was still difficult, so development was noticeably slowing down. Relying on connections with the guild, he secured trade routes and gathered information. Bernard's reports showed the authorities are investigating the disappearance of the Holy Knight Order. Further talks revealed even worse. After recent events, almost no one survived. Unanswered questions hung in the air, and attention is now focused on where she is and whether she is safe. Ryudo carefully studied Moses and reached what he desires. He reviewed all past combat encounters, preparing to counter hidden abilities and inevitable dangers. He sat alone and sorted everything out. The decision was made. To defeat Moses, he needed to prepare better, and now he was going to calculate every possible move in advance. His plan was interrupted. The officials caught him immediately. Ryudo received a message to appear before an important tribunal. Ryudo entered the towering hall where several figures watched him. The elevated seats only emphasized their power, and he remained calm. Masked deputies officially addressed Ryudo even before the meeting began, acting under the authority of the student council, and they immediately began interrogating him about matters. The tribunal announced the list of charges against Ryudo, including truancy and problems in the dormitory. Not a drop of expression flickered on his face. He asked why such accusations mattered at all. Ryudo calmly challenged these hearings, insisting many students behaved the same way, and the official insisted loyalty and academic duties must justify the investigation. Panya of noble lineage interrupted his flow of insults, mocking Ryudo's origin and appearance. Her words sounded not like concern but like outright hostility. She sought justice through a duel and quickly gathered support. Ryudo immediately recognized her influence by how the hearing was arranged. The woman was identified as Victoria Venison, a powerful noblewoman. She liked to expose vulnerabilities and publicly condemn chosen targets. Ryudo carefully weighed every step of Victoria. He realized, approaching the influential Venison family could explain why the tribunal sharply focused attention. The memory unfolded. Ryudo received a summons from the court and ordered his companions not to engage in a clash with the student council under any circumstances. Lilith questioned his decision to participate. Ryudo admitted the force was still available, but he still preferred to settle matters through established procedures. Ryudo explained that his broader goal is to shift public thinking. He is convinced that lasting progress requires order, not coercion. He outlined the connections between several states and organizations and hoped that cooperation, particularly possible assistance from Victoria, would resolve the conflicts. Ryudo examined the intertwined hostile factions and organizations, then devised a strategy that exploited contradictions. Opponents were forced to pressure each other. The hearings flared up like a duel. Victoria and Ryudo faced each other closely while officials announced the judicial duel. Victoria confidently charged at her opponent, and Ryudo remained calm, revealing information that linked her family's interests to broader investigations. Ryudo exposed Victoria's strange obsession, challenging disobedient men. Her fame grew because she repeatedly arranged deadly confrontations, knocking opponents out in duels. He told about an incident from Victoria's childhood. Her arrogance met unexpected resistance, and those memories strongly shaped her behavior. Victoria relentlessly pursued one boy. Her obsession only grew until attachment replaced rivalry, convincing her that he finally gave in. Everything turned into horror. Victoria killed the boy she was hunting, then even showed pleasure as if the tragedy was alarmingly easy for her. After that incident, Victoria again resorted to similar violence against the weaker. Society mostly ignored her antics. The victims had no leverage. Students, her reputation grew after a series of murders during legal duels. After that, students nicknamed her the Dueling Lady of Justice. Ryudo cut off the explanation with action. As soon as Victoria failed to respond properly, he decisively struck and threw her away. During the duel, Ryudo cut Victoria's hair. He declared open hostility against the Venison family, and she froze, shocked and trembling. Instead of anger, Victoria reacted strangely. Humiliation stirred her, and she swore she would never forgive him. Ryudo understood the plan worked unexpectedly quickly. Becoming closer to Victoria became possible, but the result turned out to be awkward and even humiliating. Ryudo presented homemade mayonnaise for tasting. Cordelia, Lilith, Bernard, and Koharu tried the unusual sauce. Ryudo asked for opinions. The team noted the strong seasoning, strange appearance, and unpleasant texture, and Koharu did not hold back and tore the criticism to shreds. Further comments only intensified the contradictions. Lilith sensed sour aromas and a slight aftertaste, while Bernard decided that the mayonnaise was amazingly bland. Worried about low sales, Ryudo concluded, local preferences are very different. Several practical reasons explain the product's failure, despite the fact that his mother had previously done everything to help. Ryudo considered separate mixtures of eggs and lemon additive, while his comrades compared their own preferences and heatedly argued about the difference in tastes. The group was inventing how best to use mayonnaise. Fried meat seemed promising, so the cooks from the guild became interested, but to complete the flavor, a stronger taste was still needed. Ryudo suggested adding pepper for more effect. Bernard and Cordelia shuddered, immediately recognized the ingredients by their crazy value. Cordelia doubted the price. Ryudo revealed his low sales costs, and then explained that supplying southern pepper makes procurement simple and affordable. The conversation shifted towards the history of trade. Ryudo recalled how Western merchants bought directly in the southern regions, completely bypassing imperial commercial bans. Then Ryudo unfolded the essence of the situation. He connected into a single picture the tension between trade organizations. Opposing interests hinted at deeper quarrels, those revolving around trade, influence, and power. The conversation revealed details about the Venison Chamber of Commerce. A strong family regained influence after tragedies, deaths, illness, and inheritance. Ryudo linked these events to broader regional unrest. Several disasters occurred simultaneously, and this hinted that deeper causes lay behind the instability in the north. Realizing that important details had slipped from attention, Ryudo decided further investigation was needed to clarify the circumstances from those years. The serious conversation was abruptly interrupted when Koharu accidentally dropped the dishes. The sharp crash frightened everyone and instantly drew all attention to itself. Koharu was kneeling among the broken plates and continuously apologizing while Ryudo and Cordelia first checked her condition, prioritizing safety above any reproaches. While Koharu was dealing with her mistake, Ryudo's mother confessed that she liked clumsy girls. The daughter, however, doubted such a reaction and Ryudo froze in complete astonishment. The world never missed a chance to tease him, imagining Ryudo's future marriage. They advised their daughter to get closer from the very beginning, which made it sound and look quite unpleasant. Lilith suddenly caught the cheerful confusion. She apologized for the broken dishes while Ryudo and others silently watched the situation escalate even more. Ryudo's mother enthusiastically began praising Lilith's conversation immediately shifted towards how to become ideal relatives, and Ryudo panicked and grabbed some object. The father suddenly grabbed Cordelia and, directly confronting Ryudo, admitted, supposedly, Ryudo holds Cordelia in his hearthand. This mercilessly shocked her. The tortures did not stop until Lilith boldly said that her ring was from Ryudo. Ryudo twitched his whole body and his parents immediately recognized Lilith. To prevent even greater humiliation, Ryudo pushed the parents aside and moved them away. After that, he assigned testing duties for mayonnaise products and quickly slipped out of the situation. Ryudo gathered everyone and caught their attention. Standing before the group, he announced that there would be a serious conversation now, and calmly, he carefully prepared an explanation. Bernard immediately felt that something had changed. Without interfering, he quietly apologized and left, leaving the younger ones behind. Ryudo shifted to urgent matters. He requested data on each participant and immediately raised the topic of transmigrators before the upcoming battles. Ryudo finished explaining the transmigrators and their influence. His wife listened attentively, and at some point it became clear to both of them, hidden forces were behind many major events. Bernard, Koharu, and Liz reacted with concern. Ryudo acknowledged their surprise before immediately moving on to a historical overview. Ryudo summarized early imperial history. Human settlements grew relentlessly, monsters appeared, and specialized heroes gained prominence across the continent. And it all continued in later centuries. Humanity united against disaster, survived devastating wars, and eventually formed the current political order. Ryudo emphasized the dominance of the Holy Church. Despite centuries of its power, he warned, power without control can turn into corruption and become dangerous. Ryudo presented capitalism as a rising faith. He showed coins and asserted that economic influence had grown significantly in recent years. He explained the idea simply, paying clients are more important than inherited status. Bernard objected and the rest listened with interest but also cautiously. Ryudo tied this thesis to ongoing events and suspected that the Venison Chamber of Commerce was involved in major changes. Business interests had already been disrupted. Garrett Venison openly supported replacing established systems. He predicted that merchants would gain influence and declared, new rules are needed.